Don't say the line, guys. Don't say the line. I can see. You don't even know the bit. All right.
Are you ready to go?
Are you ready to go? I confiscated
I'm not.
Evan's sour keys. Evan, our favorite thing to do on this show is this live stream. And my least favorite thing to do on the show is figure out just how late Evan's going to be this year. Every year. And my second least favorite thing to do is try to stop the Evan mukbang.
Now my mouth hurts from all the sour keys.
You're a child. Catherine deserves a Nobel Prize. You understand that, right?
Oh, no, she does not.
Yes, she does. How's it going, everyone? We have how many people in here already? Already a couple hundred people in here. Welcome to the Winged Wheel Podcast 2024 NHL Draft live stream. We're going to be doing the intro a few times because, as you can tell, we're just starting this out. And you know what? I think this is probably the bravest thing that we do. Because when we record the show, sometimes people are like, hey, what would you ever put up like an unedited version of the show? And I'm like, you have to understand what you hear is largely unedited. It's just like burps and coughs and just like Evan's marble mouth that we edit out. And that's all the edits are. So this is, I think, brave of us to do. The Detroit Red Wings have the 15th overall pick in the 2024 NHL Draft. There has already been movement, a ton of movement in the free agency world. This is the last live draft. The Vegas sphere looks sick.
There's a screen, and it's big.
You were joking. You were like, they only have that big rectangle up there. I hope they do something else with it. I'm like, Brad, these are hockey players and GMs. Like, these are some caveman brains. We're no different. We'd be up there going, oh.
Well, you could tell when all the media got let into the sphere for the draft because there was a 15-minute window where all my feed was basically pictures of it, just and everybody going, whoa.
Favorite comment so far is Big Brad raw dog in the draft. Brad, do not lift your feet, but that is accurate.
I have learned from...
Oops.
Oh my God, Evan.
We will not open that one for a while.
Did you bring enough for the class?
Oh, no.
Every year, Evan brings one beer.
I only had one beer in my house.
No, let's keep going.
Anyways, I have learned from previous iterations where I've had to sit in this godforsaken room for 6 hours. It gets hot. I have no idea how either of you are wearing that.
Oh, it's a mistake.
It's a gigantic mistake. You are going to sweat. That's a gray sweat. It's going to be translucent by the end of the night.
Oh, Winged Wheel Podcast After Dark. That's when the super chat's going to go way up. The donations are going way up.
That's when the raw dogging's going to come in handy with the shoes.
Speaking of which, Vision Quest checking in from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. What are the chances of Demidov at 15? Thank you so much for the donation. What are the chances?
0.
If Demidov if he didn't come over to North America, I would give it a 0.5% chance, but he has already come over and shown pretty confidently that he's going to be here.
Yeah, unless he was somehow an amputee and we didn't know. I think that's the only way if it gets discovered in the next 2 hours.
And even then,
like, yeah, maybe 11.
There's some pretty bad skaters in the NHL, and they do just fine. If you folks are in here, we already have almost 500 of you in here. Give the video a thumbs up, and if you haven't noticed, there's a little thing on the top corner. We are on our push to 10,000 subscribers. So give a thumbs up to the video and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Kringleberg joined the SDPN. What, Nate? No. All right.
I don't want to know how many words you just excluded there.
One. Okay, why don't we start just very quickly with the draft? We have some time before the draft starts, so we'll get into some free agency topics. Stamkos is the big name of today, but we'll start with the draft. 15th overall, going over some of the names that'll be there. And again, we're going to be recapping this a bunch of times on the stream as people come in. So MBN, Connolly, Hage. Who is in play in your mind in terms of, both preferred and who the Red Wings may take, and who is likely to be gone before then?
Well, I think you've got this. I'm hesitant to put Cole Eiserman in there with all the San Jose rumors that have been floating around today, but this group of about 6 or 7 that seems to consist of Hellenius, MBN, Hage, Connolly, Solberg, could probably put Juracek in there, maybe Luchenko. That's your most likely group. Again, if some teams at 10, 11, 12, 13 start reaching for guys you wouldn't suspect, that could throw a wrench in it. But either way, I think that's the group you're going to be looking at to some degree.
If Yzerman is there, what does that say to you? Because there's two schools of thought. One, Yzerman is, has the shooting potential, but just has too many other flaws in his game and it won't translate. Or there are folks who think that he's going to go 10th, for example. So if he's there, does that concern you at all?
Well, no, because the concerns about Cole Eiserman have been very prominent and very prevalent for 6 months plus. You know what he is at this point. I think if he's there at 15, 4 teams overthought it. That's kind of where I'm at. That type of goal scoring ability is impossible to find.
How does he still stack up in your mind? Because Hage is one of your favorites.
Yeah.
The Connolly, and we'll say it every time, Connolly has the asterisk around him. But Hage, Connolly are in there in terms of your preferred for high upside. You like NBN, but not as much upside in your mind. Yep. How does Yzerman stack up against those guys?
Oh, he's the best goal scorer of them. And what's the Red Wings' biggest challenge right now? Scoring goals. Outside of goaltending, but we're not taking a goalie at 15, so we'll cruise past that.
They scored goals, and because this gets talked about, they scored goals last year, and they did it well, and they sustained it for the season. But
every warning sign on the dashboard that says it's not sustainable is lit up, and was lit up all year, right? Kane might not be back. Gostisbehere might not be back. DeBrincat's not getting any younger. Like, where are the goals coming from for the next? And again, when you're drafting 15th overall, we don't care about this year. This player might not even play for 2 years.
Yeah.
But where are the goals coming from in those 2 years? Because based in the system right now, you're putting a hell of a lot of stock in Nate Danielson and Carter Mazur's goal scoring ability. And don't get me wrong, I don't think either of them are bad at it. I'd be surprised if either of them ever put 30 in a season. It could happen. I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not calling it likely.
They're not bona fide 30-goal guys.
Yeah, like once DeBrincat's contract expires, if he doesn't get brought back, who's your sniper? Who's your... we need to feed this guy the puck on the power play. And there's lots of guys. I know, obviously, this is the Yzerman conversation. MBN could be that guy. Hage could be that guy. Connolly could be that guy. There's going to be options. But, again, my whole philosophy with this pick is whoever's going to put up the most points in the NHL is who the Red Wings need here, because that's their biggest gap in their system right now.
All right, we have some more super chats coming in. Thank you so much for these donations, guys. Kyle McClures, who donated $6.90.
Nice.
Oh, Evan had to do some math for a second. He caught up. Says, what free agents do you realistically want that will push this team to make the playoffs?
I'm hesitant. Like, if you look at what the projected Gensel contract is with Carolina and Reinhart with Florida, I want to avoid those like the plague. Not that they're bad players, but as we've went over, the Red Wings don't want 35-year-olds at $8 million when they're going to be entering what should be their contention window. I'm looking at the 2, 3, maybe 4-year guys. Age be damned. We want stopgaps to the new core of good players of good age. Well, if you get short enough term, age doesn't matter, i.e. Patrick Kane. My big 3 in the dream world would be you get one of Kane, Marchessault, or Stamkos on a 3 or less year contract, because great players, manageable term, perfect transition into what should be the new core of the Red Wings when they're done.
I would even hear for the right price a 4-year on Stamkos, for example, who doesn't have he's slowed down quite a bit, but he's still producing.
He scored 40 goals this year.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, on Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Kucherov is probably directly responsible for 15 of those, but still.
But beyond that, like, it would have to be the right scenario. What I'm afraid of is for an older guy, like a crazy term. And I think Gensel's a great player. I have all the time in the world for Gensel. I would love Gensel in Detroit. And I would probably not be angry at the contract that Carolina's signing him to. But I can't argue with you, Brad. It's one of my favorite things to do in the world is argue with you. But it makes so much more sense for Carolina if that deal gets done, who's in their window compared to Detroit, who won't be until those years are less efficient.
I'm not anti-teams signing elite 29, 30-year-olds to 8-year contracts if you're in your window. Because if you're Florida or Carolina right now, you do not care about years 5, 6, 7, and 8. You'll cross that bridge when you get to it. Your time is now. The first 3, 4 years of that contract are what matter to you the most because you're in your window. You're going to win a Stanley Cup. You're going to try and win a Stanley Cup, right? So if the Red Wings were 4 years along from where they are right now, I'd be all in on every one of these guys. Bring every one of them to the team. Bring the salary cap to within 3 cents of the cap if you can. Like, spend it. Get the guys. But they're not, I can't stress enough, the Red Wings aren't there yet, and they're not close.
Something with Stamkos is he's 34. And so if you sign him, it's not a 35-plus contract. So that does make the later years a little bit easier in terms of LTIR and buying out and things like that. Daniel Kapla says, thank you for the donation. Daniel says, how close are the fans to running Yzerman out? Far. Very, very far. It is and we'll say time and time again, it is every fan should feel comfortable making fair criticisms of their coach or GM or players. These guys get paid a ton of money for what they do, but in terms of the hot seat, Yzerman's he lives in that ice hotel.
Now, after the Wallman trade and the shock of it, and obviously this being a big draft, big free agency, I don't think he's close to being run out of town, but I think there could be a tipping point for those who are on the fence this week. Either he makes a lot of great moves and they go on the good side, or if it's a weak free agency and maybe less than ideal draft, it could tip people the other way, coupling it with the Wallman trade and some other things. So I don't think that's going to be on the extreme end of it, but I could see the seeds of doubt starting to get sprinkled.
Kana 1005, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, love the pod, guys. Thoughts on what future considerations will be? Is it possible that Yzerman secured a pick swap at the draft if he wants? If not, they negotiated something separate. So if it was a straight up pick trade, they would have done it. But you could see a scenario where, like, if a certain guy is available, but they've moved away from that pick now. So it's not like they're butt up against each other. In all likelihood, the future considerations is not much of significance, but I guess anything can happen.
I would put the odds at 98% that the future considerations is nothing.
Tapestry, thank you so much for the donation. Says, any chance Yzerman was trying to set the market with including the second rounder with Wallman to price out other teams competing for same players? No, because in the NHL, if a player contract or a trade is like a gross overpayment, it's kind of funny. Like, you'll see fan conversations and they're like, that's not the actual market for that player. Like, remember Nathan McKinnon's last contract before his big one? GMs would try to set that as the baseline, and the PA and agents would be like, no, that contract is heinous from a player's perspective. That doesn't set anything. So a bad trade doesn't set the market, although it's the 4D chess is a fun thought. All right, how many of you do we have in here so far? Evan, how are you feeling about the draft? Other than sad that we're not in Vegas.
Other than that, it will be very interesting to see how all the picks play out ahead, because I've seen so many different options for so many teams. Like, there's still elite level forwards. There's a massive crop of elite top 10 type defensemen that all kind of check a different box. So how that all shakes out is anybody's guess. So that will be really intriguing, and that will really set the table, at least for me. I'm sure the Red Wings would say no, about how the draft's going to play out for the Red Wings. Like, who's going to fall? What? Maybe there's an elite defenseman there that they weren't expecting. Is that now the play that they take? Will someone like Berkly Catton fall to 15? Is that someone they take? Will they just stick to their guns and say, nope, this is the guy we want. This is who they're taking. So, barring the fact that the Red Wings are not inside the top 10 as of 6:15 p.m. Friday afternoon or Friday evening, it's about as excited as you could get for a draft given where the Red Wings are.
Will Smith Machine, great name, and I'm not sure whether this is the actor or the San Jose Sharks player. Either way, come on the podcast. Thank you for the donation. Edward Matthews, I read a lot of these. I try to keep up. And then thank you, Gavin Stewart, for the donation. Gavin says, agree with Brad on the need to focus on teams' cup window, but do you guys think the average fans will be tolerant with another non-playoff season? So you think about average fans, like, and I'm talking people not tuning into draft live streams. Bless them. They're not online on Twitter, so they're all happier than us. And, they like to go to games with their friends or family and they tune in for a bunch of them, but then they're a very, I don't want to say fair weather, but they can be swayed on what, Detroit team they're focusing on. And if the team's doing poorly, they just won't pay attention. They will be less tolerant of another playoff season, a non-playoff season, which is why I think there's a push from both Chris Ilitch and Steve Yzerman to make this a playoff team.
Money talks.
Dan Hedin says, thank you for the donation, says, hey boys, we know Steve always says he would rather have known assets versus prospects or picks. Who are you not jumping out the window for? In terms of prospects or picks? Who am I not jumping out the window for prospects? Like if you look at our mock draft, I think we going down to 15, 16, like even 16, Jet Luchenko, I'm fine. Brandsegg-Nygard, obviously I like him. Liam Greenshee, I'm fine. Solberg, I'm fine. Chernyshov, I'm fine. Adam Juracek, I'm fine. So you get into the Sasha Boisvers, you start to question it, but it's not insane. But I don't know, I guess if you get to a Dominic Bedinka, then you're it also depends on who's there, right?
Yeah, well, we've done enough rankings and mock drafts and read out enough lists to know someone good's going to be there at 15. Probably multiple very good players. I feel there's a drop around 16 in terms of quality on my list. But, yeah, that next group of about 6 guys from 17 to, 22-ish, they're acceptable. I'm not going to be thrilled. If they go up and pick Jet Luchenko, I'm not going to flip a table, but I'll be pretty firm in my mind. There were better players available, even though I'm pretty confident he's going to be a very good player. But, my whole thing, and it's become a meme at this point. I just want the Red Wings to take someone outside of their stereotype. You know what I mean?
I don't
just for the fun of it. Let's get something different, because if it's Juracek, Solberg, Brandsegg-Nygard,
you're for the content, man. Don't pretend you're not. You're for the content. You love this.
Oh my god. But no, well, that's what I mean. It's more fun if we go outside of that. If we pick Brandsegg-Nygard, and I'm on record to say this, I love the player. Big fan. Boring. He'll go score 31 goals one day, and he'll back check like a bat out of hell, and we'll all go, I love this guy. I'm so happy we picked him at 15. And I'll be like, yeah, that's great. And then Michael Hage is over here scored 30 goals, and I'll be like, that would have been fun too. But no, I know how it goes. It's not like they have a bad drafting record in the first round. So I'm not super worried, but just something different would be fun.
Brad's draft take is the same as his real life take, which is I just want to feel something.
Yes.
People think Evan's the one who's dead inside, and it's actually Brad. This is all just a show from Evan. Just catching up with these super chats. Thank you guys so much for the donations. We can't say thank you enough. Broseph says, stay fresh cheese bags. Thank you, Joseph. Brad, great. Our favorite Brad so far that we've met, says, is there possibly something we don't know about Wallman yet that warranted the second injury or some other issue barring him not being available for a while? Brad, that is our best guess too.
That is the only acceptable answer.
Cody says, what do you think of Marino or Holtz? I'm not too, no pun intended, familiar with the Devils, but I saw that they're shopping them. Holtz is an interesting project, but I don't have a lot of hope. It kind of just seems like Zadina 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I hate using the extreme end of this because I don't think these equate to what I'm about to compare them to, but look at Florida. They took a lot of flyers on talented guys, and a lot of them hit. Forsling on waivers, Montour for nothing, et cetera, et cetera. That point's been beaten to death. The Red Wings have had success on taking flyers on guys like this. Robbie Fabry, Jake Wallman. They need to take more swings like this.
Yeah.
They're not all going to hit. I know that. Anybody remember Brendan Perlini? No? Yeah, no, neither did Steve Yzerman. But Holtz would be worth the gamble if the cost is right. Marino would be worth the gamble if the cost is right. I actually really like John Marino. You want a stopgap on the right side? He's probably better than a lot of the free agents that are available on the right side anyway. And probably going to be more cost effective because I don't think his contract's all that out there. So, yeah, take flyers on guys like this. It's what you should be doing where you're at in your rebuild.
Okay, going here. Rainman, thank you so much for the generous $50 super chat. Wow, thank you. Says, I'd love if they could snag Carrier out of Nashville. He was top 30 in defensive zone denial rate. Could probably get him at $4 million for 3 years. Would be a good second pair D-man for us. Maybe also a deal for Aiden Hill. Heard he's available. I like both of those options, actually.
I do too.
So, you know what's funny is we talked about Dakota Joshua, and we talked about what he would have to get on the open market. I like the deal that Vancouver, talking the Carrier kind of type, Vancouver got him on a nice deal.
Well, forward versus defense. It's funny you say that because I'm very happy the Red Wings didn't sign that contract with Dakota Joshua. I don't think that's a good deal at all.
I think it's a good deal.
You telling me he's going to shoot 20-something% again this year?
No, and it's not about that, though. It's his...
He's a very well-rounded player, but again, my firm belief...
It was 4x3, right?
Yeah, I think it's something very close to that, if not exact. Don't overpay for depth.
But I think he's worked his way into like effective utility middle six guy.
Yeah, if you're really optimistic, yeah, I think he could be
4x3.25. And I know, thank you for clarifying. I meant like the shutdown kind of player that Joshua and Carey would be.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, he's Michael Rasmussen with a higher shooting percentage. Like, he's good. I'm not, again, when I get on this stuff, people think I think these guys suck. No, I just don't think he's worth that contract.
Anyways,
I think he's good.
Carrier, Aiden Hill. Did you see the thing today? It's apparently someone reported no one wants John Gibson. And if I could have added one qualifier to that, no one wants John Gibson for what Anaheim wants for him.
Yeah.
John Gibson, you essentially have to give away.
100%. Like, he's making $6 million for very mediocre numbers for the last 4 years. Yes, we understand you're going to get more stability. His floor is higher, but his ceiling ain't high anymore. Like, you get what you get, and it's not $6 million worth. So are you retaining, or are you giving up an asset to have someone take that full cap hit?
Vermilion, thank you for the donation, says, isn't it kind of a waste to spend money on aging talent when we could get the same results from younger talent? Not a fan of getting Marner or Stamkos.
No, you can't. You don't get the same results from young talent.
The premise is good, but Marner and Stamkos aren't good examples of that.
Yeah, like if we're talking about I don't know, if you go back in Red Wings past, do I think Marco Kasper could do 80% of what, I don't know, Andrew Kopp's been doing? Yeah, probably reasonably quickly, and I would have preferred that route, but there's nobody in the Red Wings organization who will do what Stamkos or Marner would do for the next 3 years. Not a single person.
All right, next one from Hockey in Alabama. Thank you so much for the donation. Says, if a player loses balance on at least 1 foot when they're trying to shoot or do other things while skating, how worrying is that, or is it not worrying?
Well, it depends what the results are, right? Like, some guys can make very bad technique very effective. Nothing Mark...
Wow, it sounds like golf.
Yeah, jeez.
Nothing Mark Stone does is technically good, and he's a top 20, 30 player in the world, right? That being said, this level of hockey, you have to be exceptional or you have to be technically sound. So, yeah, there would be concern if a guy can't take a proper snapshot with balance.
All right, and just looking at the subscriber counter, I think we're 30 away from 10K. So if you are on the stream, there's about 1,100 of you. Welcome to the Winged Wheel Podcast annual NHL Draft, the 2024 version of the live stream. Give the stream a thumbs up. It really helps the channel. And subscribe. We're almost at 10,000, which is blowing our minds. Stancho says, is Zadorov a legitimate fit for Detroit? I personally love the guy. What do you mean, no?
How many left D do we need?
The vibes, Brad.
I love Nikita Zadorov. Big fan. You've seen his contract projections, right?
Yeah.
No, thank you. I love the guy.
But you just lost a vibes player in Wallman. You kind of need to replace some vibes. Yeah. Oh, hold on. What do you prefer, Trouba or Zadorov? Trouba at $6 million, say.
What's Zadorov's contract? You got to give me a contract, because that what's like Evolving Hockey's projection or something.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, because I don't like Jacob Trouba. At $6 million, he's okay. Like, I'm okay with that. I do love the
Call it a 5 by 5.5.
Trouba, 1,000%. 2 years. I want stopgaps. I don't want aging guys making too much money in 4 or 5 years.
He doesn't want us to have fun, Evan. You're for the content.
What do you mean you don't want fun? You're not. You're telling me you don't want to see.
Trouba's fun.
I was gonna say, he's maximum chaos, and you're not looking forward to 5 yearly chats about suspensions.
What do you mean his elbow hit his head? His head hit his elbow. That's actually for the...
Shouldn't have been standing there.
The patrons, we haven't posted the Patreon exclusive from last episode because sleep. but it's going to have an outtake from last episode, which is hysterical.
Which one was that?
The one where I accidentally said the quiet part out loud about Trouba and like why he's beneficial to the team.
Because he hurts people.
Spoiler, you want people to subscribe to the Patreon or not?
You brought up violence.
That was
Evan
my
was
guess.
gonna
I don't know
chime
if
in.
that's-
You're guessing based
No,
on your
I'm not
memory?
guessing. Shut up.
Oh. Hey, if you want to support us, Patreon supporters get benefits like these bonus episodes.
Some of them have been
Unhinged.
interesting lately. Yeah.
Yes. Riley Enright, thank you for the generous donation. Says, is there any chance that Kopp will live up to his contract? At this point, I would welcome a new washing machine instead of him. I can't see a buyout or anyone taking the contract he's on.
He is a useful player. He is nowhere near worth that contract.
The best you can hope is that he continues to rebound, doesn't taper off in play, and the cap going up makes it more stomachable. I think you can count on the one thing, the cap going up, and you hope one of the two others. His contract's not the end of the world, but in terms of what they would have wanted from him, no, because they would have, the organization wanted more offense. Now, Kopp did say a lot of things about, like, the organization asked me to play more defensively, and that's why you didn't see the offense. Talking to people around the organization, they asked him to do that because the offense wasn't coming. So it's kind of like, remember when Rasmussen, they were trying him at center and it just wasn't working? You put him where he does well. Kyle McClure says, when are we doing a Winged Wheel podcast, Jamie Daniels hockey game? That is very much in the cards. So I think hopefully this year is when things settle for us a little bit. I'm tempting the hockey gods by saying that. Broseph, another donation, says, just a reminder, stay fresh cheese bags. Thank you for the reminder. All right. How many of you in here? 1161. Do we want to go through predicted pick or favorite picks?
Bowen Byram.
Anton Lundell.
Who was the other one that you kept redrafting?
Seth Jarvis.
Seth Jarvis. You love to, for those who are new.
Yeah, he's got a great track record.
Evan, he does actually. You only pick winners.
I'd be happy with any three of them.
Okay, so
any of the three.
Evan.
Did you almost call me Edvinson?
Yes, because Evan correctly predicted the Edvinson pick. I correctly
Hold on, I predicted Edvinson a year before he did.
You did.
Wow,
You
you're
did.
such a hipster.
I correctly predicted Danielson, Sandin, Pellica. So, Brad, who is it actually going to be this year? It's your turn.
I would say MBN in a heartbeat, but I don't think he's getting that far. He's got Buffalo written all over him. I don't know. This one's wide open. I'm just trying to think. I don't think Hellenius falls because I think the Red Wings would scoop him up. I don't think Solberg gets that far. Otherwise, the Red Wings would scoop him up. Honestly, gut feeling right now, I think it's Connolly.
That's my gut too, man.
I feel like they're just going to say, F it, let's go.
Harvey Helka, thank you for the generous donation. Says, Evan, Brad, and Ryan love the content, boys. I'm with Evan on this draft. Select Cole Eiserman or Brad's pick, Michael Hage. Hage, okay, so I've heard announcers say Hage, and I've heard someone say that he pronounces it Hage. So whatever it is, we're going by what the draft, like whoever drafts him, what they say. Although if it's not the Red Wings, we're not talking about him.
I need clarification. Between Hage and Sennecke, can we get them on camera saying their names, please?
Yeah. Okay, Connolly. Actually, no, Evan, your prediction.
For who I think the Red Wings will take, or who
No, who you think?
I would take.
No, what you think's gonna happen?
Oh well, this is set in stone for sure. Then I already hinted that there's so much volatility ahead of them in the draft this year. But yeah, I think just sort of hearing what other people are talking about in the media and what we have from past experiences following the draft for the Red Wings. Man, I hate to say they're going to take a high floor guy like MBN or Constellanius. I would prefer if they took a Trevor Connolly, Michael Hage type guy. But gun to the sphere. Gun to the sphere. I'll say they take Cole Eiserman.
Oh, okay. All right. Todd R., thank you for the donation. Extremely good comment. Says, Brad is right, except when Evan disagrees. You're absolutely right. Silencio with a 420 donation. Thank you. Says, will we be seeing an Evan pie dance this draft?
There's no pie in this house.
There's no pie. Civ, thank you so much for the generous donation, says Michael Hage for the win. Okay, so your prediction, Connolly, my prediction, Connolly, Evans, Iserman. You know,
obviously, the asterisks, if Solberg or MBN fall, it's one of them for sure.
I don't think so. MBN, I can see. Solberg, no. I just think...
I think the Red Wings have so many left-handed D, they're going to do it just to screw with us. And I like Solberg, but, like, there's a limit, right?
I don't necessarily think it's going to be MBN.
Again, my prediction is I think he doesn't get past Buffalo, but if he does...
Okay, so your preferred picks in terms of who's reasonable. And I think Yzerman could be reasonable. I think Berkly Catton is just outside of range.
Yeah, no, Catton's not reasonable. Again, I want offense. Give me Yzerman, Hellenius, Hage, even MBN. He scores. I know that. I just don't think offensively he has as high a ceiling as the other three. But that's the group that I would be zeroing in on.
In order?
Of those ones, I'll go Yzerman, Hellenius, Hage, MBN, but I could be easily swayed to flip-flop Hellenius and Hage.
Yzerman, Hellenius, Hage, MBN.
Yeah.
All right, Evan, your preferred picks.
Can I just put a catch-all and say anyone who drops as...
No, because that's
put that as number 4.
That's a given.
Put that as number 4.
Perek, Yakimchuk, Catton.
That Celebrini guy's a real asshole.
I'm just like dragging things around the screen.
Can we
right
start
now.
the Twitter rumor that Ivan Demidov only has one leg, the other one's actually wood?
We're too late. Dude,
I think
the Montreal Canadiens, outside of being the most rabid fans in hockey, they are also incredible posters because their GM is literally spreading rumors.
Hell yeah.
I mean, allegedly. Spreading rumors about Demidov to get him to drop.
To be fair, did you see, like, Corey Proman is usually pretty well connected, and his predictions the last couple of years have tended to be the closest to reality. Do you see where Demidov went in his last mock today?
No.
9.
No. Absolutely.
He was the only guy that was on Shane Wright at 4.
If Demidov's at 9,
I die inside.
I'm selling everything I have to move up to 9.
Even with the wooden leg?
Yes.
We can have pirate nights.
We got to pick.
Think of the content, Brad.
Hold on, we got to make our picks based off memes. Pirate themes for Demidov. Hage against the Machine Knight when we draft him.
Oh, dude. Come on. Yzerman Knight, you don't know whether it's going to be Steve or Cole suiting
one of
up.
them. Yeah,
one of them's GM, one of them's player. You don't know which.
And we're going to rotate this whole week.
What's that old movie, Trading Places?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, think of the content.
Imagine they like Freaky Friday it.
Oh, man. Yeah, what other themes could we get for the guys who are in that range?
Did you want me to make an actual pick?
Did you want to?
I thought you
I don't
No,
control
but you
anything.
asked.
I thought you said Yzerman.
Did I? Oh,
Yeah.
but
But
you gave
you're
Brad.
preferred.
You gave Brad like 4.
Your preferred picks. Okay, yeah, sorry.
You got to
okay.
give an
Yes.
order.
Everyone who drops.
I can't
That's
stand
4.
this guy.
There you go. There's 4.
All right, gonna catch up on the super chats. Thank you all so much for these donations. Luke says, good luck the next 2 days, guys. Yes, so what's gonna happen today? We are doing this live stream, obviously covering the entire first round of the NHL draft. Oh, we hit 10,000 subscribers. I just missed it. Thank you, guys.
You had literally one job.
Oh, it's at 10,001. We're okay. Oh yeah, I did miss it.
That would mean you missed it. Yep.
We miss milestones on this podcast like nobody else. Thank you, folks, so much. 10,000 is, we're blown away.
If you had to ask us anytime someone asks me how long we've been doing this, I legitimately need 5 to 10 seconds to do the math and figure it out.
Yeah. So we're doing the live stream today, and for patrons, we're covering rounds 2 through 7 in like a live open room where us 3 are there and patrons are coming in and out. It's a great time. What do you guys think the odds are that the Wings do not make a pick tonight? P.S. Love the hat, Ryan. Thank you. Yeah, I'm channeling. The Lions had a good draft, so I'm trying to channel that energy.
I think the odds of them making their pick are 95%.
Yeah.
I'll say within 3 picks of their pick. I could see a slight move up, move down. I don't think that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But like trading it for like Necas or something like that, I don't think it's particularly likely.
Yeah, I'll call it, 90+%. Kyle McClure says, what pick makes Brad and Evan throw Ryan out a window? Oh. There's no one that I like that you guys hate. Me and you like Hellenius more than Evan, but Evan's not jumping out a window because of Hellenius. I don't know. Actually, you don't even have to. I don't even have to like the pick, but you're just so mad that you tossed me.
I could throw you through the window out of happiness. I'm totally open to both options.
Yeah, Berkly Catton might do it.
Yeah. Oh, if it's Berkly Catton at 15, something's getting thrown.
That's fair. I actually don't mind it. I'd like to go happy. That's always been a goal of mine.
I think to throw you out the window, it would have to be. It's very situationally. The context there is very important because if there is someone who's falling, and it's like, oh my God, the Red Wings could take this guy.
Yeah,
and they take MBN, you're going out the window.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much who they pick. If Catton falls to 15 and they take anybody but Catton,
I'm going out the window.
You're out the window.
Yeah. Why is it me?
You're the lightest.
Yes. You have dad density and you're a milk bag, so. Wayne Gibbous says Stamkos declined Tampa Bay's $3 million by 8-year contract.
What the hell is that offer? That can't be real.
That's so insulting.
They're like, it worked for Tanner Jeannot. Maybe it'll work for Steven Stamkos. They're basically daring him to not retire. What would you offer him? 3-4 years.
3 by 7.
Greg Williams says, you guys are the best. Thanks for the company in this misery. That's all we can offer. Thank you, Greg, for your company in this misery. Will Smith Machine says, Yzerman plays like Verana. What do you guys think?
No, I like Yzerman in small areas better than I liked Verana.
I think Verana was a little bit more dynamic.
He was a little bit more reliant on the rush, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Kana 1005 says, congrats on the 10K, fellas. Thank you so much. I thought we would have to wait until September to get there, but yeah, we're so appreciative. GLJ says we finally have the cap for Suter and Parisi.
Holy shit.
Don't.
Dan Hedin says, seeing rumors on the Jets looking to move Ehlers, would you do a deal for Ehlers and McGroarty, 15 and who? Ehlers and McGroarty, 15 and...
Take your pick at that point.
Yeah, I'm willing to move quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's adding for the future and for the now.
Yes.
But also for the midterm future too. We're big Ehlers people on this podcast. Okay, the Trevor Connolly asterisk is there, and we talk about it a lot in the podcast. In a moment, after I do a quick, please subscribe thing, Brad is going to help us explain the Connolly situation with the qualifiers. That's right, I'm giving you the hard job.
Throw me under the bus.
That's right.
Fine.
But first, we have almost 30 of you in here. If you guys are in here, please give the stream a thumbs up. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. Draft coverage is going to start theoretically in about 20 minutes here, so we'll be walking through that together. But Trevor Connolly, peculiar player because he is probably going to be the most talented player on the board by a lot when he's picked and might not get picked for an extraordinarily long time. So why? And I am going to duck out for a second.
There's a non-zero chance he doesn't get picked today. Right? And so without getting into the details of the incidents, to give you, there was a swastika picture incident. There was a pissing on his teammates hockey bag incident. He had to change teams a lot in minor hockey. A lot of people say that was attitude issues. There have been stories in his defense where apparently he was bullied and a lot of what he did was in retaliation. But either way, it didn't work out with the teams. And again, this is just a little sample. There's articles about there where you can do deep dives on all the stuff that he has done and been through that have raised the red flags. But again, the production is elite. The talent is very high. Were those mistakes made by a 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old that he has matured from? Or is that who he is as a person? Trying to figure out teenagers. Easy science.
Yes. Yeah, it's never good when Katie Strang puts out an article about you, especially in your draft year. So, to say there's some controversy and a cloud that follows Trevor Connolly would be an understatement.
Yeah, if you get a phone call and you just see the name Katie Strang pop up, your career's about to end.
Yes,
you need
do
to
not answer that.
You need to start researching backup plans at that point.
I think I've said it quite a few times. If the Red Wings pick Trevor Connolly at 15, then I truly believe they've done their due diligence in the player interviews, doing background checks of some sort, I will have no problems doing it, or with them doing that pick. So
now Yzerman was the guy who drafted Tony DeAngelo in his draft year.
my God,
He also traded him a year later for a second-round pick, so do with that information whatever you will. But yeah, he's not afraid to take swings on talent.
All right, more donations here. Broseph says, folks, a gentle reminder, stay fresh cheese bags. Thank you so much, Broseph, for the very astute reminders. They're much needed, and it's much appreciated. Todd R. says, did the Wallman trade shake confidence in Yzerman? For some folks, yeah. Siv says, who is this year's Wyatt Johnston? I wish I could tell you.
The guy who... See, the thing is with Wyatt Johnston it was the COVID era draft. Like, there were so many unknowns, and we don't have that this year. If we're talking, guy in the OHL who might have more offensive upside than previously thought, but had a well-rounded game in junior, so you could maybe see the reality, would that be Jet Luchenko? I feel like he's probably... I don't love the stylistic comparison, but like the profile is there.
Yeah, Wyatt Johnston, yeah, you're right, is a peculiar case because you could project it really far out. And the thing is, if you can project that far out, those guys generally aren't falling. So it's not going to be as dramatic, but I don't mind that comp there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to score 30 goals in the NHL like Wyatt Johnston does, but...
Kyle Bowes, thank you so much. The extremely generous donation says annual draft day tithe. Hoping it's playoffs one day. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we have the draft stream going up here. I think the way this is going to work with just how the streaming services on our TV in front of us works, when the draft happens, a lot of you folks will be ahead of us. So we're not going to read the chat. Generally, we advise, don't spoil it in the chat. Do your best. Live how you will. But yeah. Kyle, thank you. That's an extremely generous donation.
Rick Celebrini looks like the type of guy who paid a lot of money for Macklin to be on a lot of teams when he was 7 years old.
And it works. Because, yes. He works in the NFL, right? Or no, Golden State Warriors, yeah. Riley Enright, thank you again for the donation. Says, I heard hockey savants recommend multiple buyouts for cap space. Is there a difference between bought out contracts and salary retained? Yes. You can only retain salary on 3 contracts at a time. So
and that has to be done via trade.
And San Jose can't. So for example, San Jose has all those spots filled on Hurdle, Burns, and Carlson. Buyouts, there's no limit on buyouts. There are limits as to when you can do it and what, the process you have to go through. And it gets a little complicated from there.
Basically, if the Red Wings are buying anybody out, we'll know tomorrow.
Dylan Holt voiceover says, Catton went to the D in Button's mock. How accurate has he been in his mocks recently? He's not. He's definitely pretty colorful in his opinions for draft rankings and mocks, but I wouldn't say he's inaccurate.
He's not the most accurate, though.
I think there have been, like, McKenzie, the modern version, Pronman, like, certain people are more connected.
Pronman, Wheeler, and McKenzie, I'd all give more credibility in terms of likelihood to happen. Button's a guy who leans a little bit more on his opinions.
Yeah. But, hey, I would love for Craig to be right on this one. Carl Thames, thank you for the donation. Says, anyone else been watching Magic Man highlights on an endless loop this week? Oh, man.
Just this week?
Yeah. It's
been my life since 2016.
That tab has been open for many years. Red Wings Fan Club says, after seeing that Mangiapane trade, having to attach a second to Wallman to move him is rough. Yeah, that was our immediate thought. We were laughing about that in the group chat.
Well, the good news is we've had a lot of time to digest all the ways that makes sense. And the conclusion we came to naturally was it doesn't.
Josh Terrell, thank you, says, any thoughts on Lucas Fisher from Sarnia? The son of Yuri Fisher, and I've heard a lot of good things. So, yeah, I'm big into Lucas Fisher as like a later, or, not a first-round pick, but beyond that.
Nepotism in hockey? Ryan, come on.
Look.
Never.
If anyone deserves it, it's Yuri Fisher.
Fair.
All right, we are 15 minutes away from draft time, which means we're probably, 6 hours away from the 15th overall pick?
We're probably 3 hours away from the first pick.
We'll see how they do. I don't know. I feel like the NHL's been hearing a lot of criticism recently, and I've seen them try to speed things up.
Like what?
The season's longer than it's ever been.
No. After the COVID draft was atrocious. They had
limitations there. They didn't
They're all
execute
100 years old, don't know how to use
Yeah.
laptops.
Yes.
They didn't execute it well, but the hurdle there was understandable.
We were horrified the year after that was going to happen again.
Oh, you couldn't have paid me to make it past round 3 if we had to do it that format again.
Yeah, that was tough. What are your more out there projections? As I set up some more things here on the stream, give us some of your more out there projections in terms of what might happen in this first round. It could be Demidov 9. It could be Catton falling.
So I've seen 2 names linked to Anaheim at 3 from very reputable sources, Zeev Buium and Beckett Sennecke. That would be way out there. And for me, that's exactly where Buium should go. But that is far from the consensus. I could see Yakimchuk making it all the way to Buffalo. I've seen a lot of varying opinion on him. I've seen Parekh out of the top 10 in a lot of scenarios. Like out there, like with some credibility, I could see Solberg and Brandsegg-Nygard both gone by 11. Trying to think of who some of the other big wild cards are that have been all over the place. It's the same.
I think Solberg close, if not in the top 10, is up there.
I've got I know the Yzerman rumors, but I've still got my eye on him in San Jose.
Yep, I agree. How about you, Evan?
I was going to say Solberg inside the top 10. Even that, like, that does seem crazy because I think there's just, at this point in their development, better defensive prospects you could pick. But man, are people really loving the Seider comparison, not only just from a stylistic perspective, but just the lack of coverage.
Oh boy, that's loud. Who is your prediction again?
For what?
Oh my god.
This draft?
What do you think?
I don't know.
I'll give you 100 guesses for what. What do you think I was asking your prediction for?
This draft?
Yeah.
Anyone who falls?
No, prediction.
Oh.
Who do you think
Who do they
it will
think?
Use your left ear, Evan, not your
I
right
said
ear.
Cole Eiserman.
Cole Eiserman. Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, I think we have some more donations to chat about here. Oh my god, you guys are being extremely, extremely generous. Thank you so much. Tyler Bigelow says, Ryan, show the banner your mom bought by you. Do you have it there? Yes. Here it is. Da 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 da. You gotta raise
Wow.
it. Oh yeah, there you go.
Look at it.
Hold on. I gotta have it so it's like.
No, we
labeling.
can't have this in front. Actually, if you want to hold it over my head the entire time, that's fine. Hockey in Alabama says, which Nepo pick not named Tij would you want? Example, Shatan, Koivu, Fisher. Bruce Hallmack says, appreciate you cheesebags and taking time out to do this tonight. Dayton folks in the chat, let's go. Thank you so much, Bruce. I hope I didn't butcher your last name and appreciate the donation. Ian Bush says, all I want to know is what bike Evan has. LOL, I'm training for an Ironman and I'm a nerd for this stuff. Let's go Red Wings. I hope Stevie finesses a move up. He donated to you, Evan. You have to tell him.
Why would you not just reach out somewhere else? And I could
Because
He
you're not
tried.
going to answer DMs.
You can't even
That's
read.
the whole point.
Quick, there's Trevor Connolly. Base your entire opinion on what he looks like.
Can he solve a Rubik's Cube? Yes or no?
Well, okay.
Can't draw for it.
Ian, DM Evan. He will answer you. Hold on. Remind me to remind Evan to respond to Ian tomorrow at noon.
Zane Parekh solved the Rubik's Cube. There you go. Top 5 guaranteed.
Yeah. Brad says, crazy prediction. Philly moves up and takes Demidov. Demidov and Michkov would be filthy.
That would be disgusting. They are aggressively trying to get up. There was all those rumors that they threw significant offers at Columbus for 4.
Broseph, very astute comment here. Thank you for the donation. Says, public service announcement, stay fresh cheese bags. Aaron Kiviharju is ranked 8th for international skaters, defenseman, was it?
And yet most mocks I have seen have him like mid-second round now.
Interesting.
And before you ask, yes. If he's there, yes.
In the second?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant first round
No.
for a second. Okay. 1,500 people in here. We are 10 minutes away from the draft time. This is the last in-person draft. Denver Wing says a red hand pointing up. I don't understand. Oh, it's an emoji readout. Yeah, because I'm on this stupid app. Thank you for the donation, Denver Wing. Sorry, it just reads out. And thank you, Wayne Gibbous, for another donation. Extremely, extremely appreciated. Tij Iginla, let's talk about him.
He good.
One, is his late rise warranted? And two, how funny would it be if someone other than Calgary takes him?
Hilarious. I hope Seattle takes him at 8. Just to watch the Actually, the funniest thing would be he's there for Calgary at 9 and they don't.
What about Yakimchuk for them though? Because you said his combine might push him down the order.
Yeah, he's not the most athletic guy, but like big Dougie Hamilton vibes from him. Like, yeah, he's not your typical hockey bro personality, and yeah, he's not the most naturally athletic person on the planet. But he scored 30 goals as a defenseman in the WHL. And he's mean. Like, he needs a lot of refining. Like, you watch him on the ice, he looks awkward. You can tell he's not an athlete. But you can also tell he gets it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Ice Debai. Sorry, I'm messing that up.
Ice Debai
Says, thoughts on Henry Muse as a potential second-round pick?
Meh. Lukewarm. Don't hate him. Not super infatuated with him.
All right. Let's take some questions and comments from the chat, which is going through. How many people do we have in here? All right, let's go back to live mode here. 1,500 of you. Folks, welcome to the Wind Wheel Podcast annual NHL Draft live stream. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, we just passed the 10K mark, we're so appreciative, and give a thumbs up to the stream. It helps us a bunch. All right, Trent Barney in the chat says, hot takes only. What is Yzerman's big move?
Hot takes only?
Yzerman's big move is he moves up today because Demidov or Catton's falling, if you want a hot take.
Marner.
Like on the draft floor?
I don't know if it's tonight, but this
Vegas
weekend.
is apparently all over it with Marner. The
I
cap's
said,
not real.
babe, you would need 15th overall as a minimum to get Marner, so do with that information.
The Mexanadian says, what up, boys? I'm watching at work, and my supervisor says hi. Hello, the Mexanadian's supervisor. Extremely diligent worker. Actually deserves many, many, many more days off. So just a suggestion from us. Anyways, who would win Norris first? Sider, Edvinsson, or Axel Sandin Pellikka?
Cider.
Sider just because he's more established. Axel Sandin Pellikka will at some point because of points. Because points win you awards in this league. But it's undisputed that both will, of course. Of course. Caden Lindstrom. Afraid of his injuries? If you're...
Not at 15.
No. If you're like
picking
high
like
in the
3
draft.
or 4, yeah, that would be
Montreal.
concerning. Not in a significant way, but you'd be concerned.
All right. Let's actually, what I'll do is from our last episode, we did our final mock draft. We'll read what our mock draft was, acknowledging that we were laughing at the players who fell during this. So we went Celebrini to the Sharks first overall, Levshunov to the Blackhawks second, Salayev to the Ducks third, Demidov to Columbus fourth, Lindstrom to Montreal fifth, Utah takes Bouillon sixth. That's probably
We're doing great so far.
Seventh, Ottawa, Tij Iginla. Eighth, Seattle, Beckett Sennecke. Ninth, Calgary, Yakimchuk. 10th, Jersey, Catton. 11th, San Jose, Dickinson. 12th, Philly, Cole Eiserman. 13th, Minnesota, Constantinius. 14th, Buffalo, Perrick. 15th, the Red Wings, Trevor Connolly. And then Jet Luchenko, 16th. Michael Hage, 17th. 18th, Michael Brandsegg-Nygard. 19th, Liam Greentree. 20th, Stein Solberg. 21st, Chernyshov. 20th, Solberg. 21st, Chernyshov. 22nd, Alphonse Frey. Yurchek, 23rd. Boisvert, 24. Basha, 25th. EJ Emery, Parasek. Ryder Ritchie. Igor Surin. Cole Baudouin. And then Dominic Basha, 32nd. Oh, wait. No, that's 31st. Dean Letourneau, 32nd. All right. More donations here. Todd R says, where are the Labatt Blue cans? We might need them. Saving them. We'll see
Depends
how it
how
goes.
15 goes.
Yeah, we'll see how 15 goes. All right, we have 6:55. All right, predictions on when the first pick is going to happen.
7:32.
Jesus, even I'm not that pessimistic.
Yeah, that's a little. I hope not.
7:21.
I got 7:17. No, I'll go
Great date.
7:16. 7/17 is an all right day.
It's a good day.
On the right year.
Fun fact, the day I became a legal adult was the day Connor Bedard was born.
Are you serious?
Do you know how depressing that
Oh my
is?
God.
That's sad.
Yep,
That's extremely sad.
it is.
Okay, more questions here in the chat, taking them in here. The sphere, they're not really doing a good job of showing off the sphere.
How
It's also
can you,
funny
really?
because everyone's just like craning their necks up.
I can't wait to see Gary Bettman's head just rotating around the outside of that thing.
Evan fired on air. Trust me, I can't fire this guy. Wayne Givas, thank you for the donation, says, do you think the 11th overall pick the Sharks received from Buffalo is the future considerations were owed from the Wallman trade? It is not.
Absolutely not.
I wish it was, but it is not.
People are going to be so disappointed in 2 weeks when they realize the future considerations was actually nothing.
Sarah Volley just predicted Sennecke at 3 to the Ducks.
Ooh.
Interesting.
I said it 10 minutes ago, even though I was just parroting something else that I read from someone else.
Clay, thank you for the donation. I'm not parroting more of what Evan said, but X was my favorite hockey player. What's up, Dubs? How's it going, everyone? Thank you for saying hi. Did they boo Bettman? They have to imagine they will.
If they didn't, they lose their hockey team. Those are the rules.
Who was it that Seattle booed, Vegas didn't, right?
I don't know.
I remember, I think it was, Vegas didn't really do a good job booing, and that was disappointing to me. Jonathan, I might hang the banner one day. Maybe when we get a bigger studio, if we move to a bigger house. Okay. More. Constant Helenius is a guy that we've talked about not enough. I think he's closer to the top of my list of who might. I actually think Constant Helenius will be gone. We have differing opinions. So between Brad and Evan, who I think represent the two sides of that, who's Constant Helenius to you in your minds? Brad, if you can manage to take your eyes off the McDonald's commercial.
It was a weird one. Anyways, in a perfect world, he's your poor man's Patrice Bergeron. Because that 200-foot, well-rounded game, not a lot of elite skill, but just so smart and competitive that he gets things done because he's efficient, effective, knows where to be, knows when to make the play, and can make it fast enough that he's not out of play. Now, there are questions. Is that pace enough to translate to the NHL? Because we know how smart he is. I don't think he's going to come into the NHL and be like some 80-point scorer or like first-line center. But I think souped-up JT Compher, does that make sense? JT Compher with a little more offense?
Yeah, I don't hate that.
I think that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, if all goes right, he's going to be a good second-line center.
I think
not elite, but good.
There's like, it's funny because people think high hockey IQ, and then they also feel like that automatically comes with high skill. And I think that's the delineation with Constantinius. He thinks the game extremely well, which is why I think his ceiling is high. The execution, at the very least, hasn't been there to a super high degree. Otherwise, I think he'd be going higher. Are you laughing at my message?
Yes.
Yes. Evan will read it tomorrow. But when a player has that high of a hockey IQ, like, you can't help but like it. But Evan, you're not as high on Helenius. So how come?
I'm not low on him. My whole point was he's just very vanilla. You know, he might be have the highest hockey IQ in the draft. Like, he's an incredibly cerebral player.
I think on one of Wheeler's scouts or executive polls, he did actually come in at number 1 for highest hockey IQ in the draft.
And it's hard to bet against that, right?
It's the hardest trait to teach. Some will argue you can't teach it at all. And I will argue, till I'm blue in the face, it's the most important skill to have on a hockey rink.
Okay, but for me, there's a lot.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
If it comes along with below average skating, shooting, and stick handling, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah, you can be the smartest guy in the planet, but if you can't put it all together, then what's the point? And for me, I just think Constant Helenius has just like very okay. Like, when I say okay, I mean like first round talent level, dynamic skill set. Like, he outthinks everyone, and at some point you need to have elite traits to really flourish and become a superstar top end player in the NHL.
I mean, he did have significant production for a 17-year-old in Liga. Like, it wasn't nothing.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's skating doesn't necessarily translate to NHL level skating that'll make a difference. Shooting, Red Wings fans know full well. Teemu Pulkkinen, Filip Zadina. Shooting doesn't necessarily translate to NHL level shooting. The sphere looks sick.
You mean you missed all those Martin Firk Rocket Richards?
Hockey IQ isn't a guarantee, nothing is, but of all the traits that you can bet on, that is the one that is the safest bet in my mind. Mm-hmm. And I get what you're saying, Evan. Like, does he jump out at you? He hasn't put it together in such a way where you're like jumping out of your seat. But if you also have to pick a guy who doesn't make you jump out of your seat now, but you think in a few years you go back and you look, oh, why didn't we see the signs? I think he's at the top of that list.
Yeah, if I'm talking, the sort of vanilla players I have in the draft, like Konstantinius, MBN, maybe even Chet Luchenko a little bit, he is the premium vanilla of all those players.
He's the French vanilla.
He's the Finnish vanilla.
Kana 1005, thank you for the donation, says, by my count, Vegas is $300 million over the cap, and all the Red Wings commentators are saying that the Red Wings are broke after paying Sider and Raymond. When does the cap is fake come to Detroit? When they start to do what Vegas does at the deadline.
Win?
Yeah. Jacob, thank you for the donation, says, who wins the championship first, Bills or Utah?
I hate it here.
You got a couple years for that answer to be Bills.
As long as Josh Allen is on the team, all things are possible.
Todd R says, thank you for the donation, says Connolly, Cleared, and Hage also there. Debate which one. Are either at the same skill level as Raymond coming in?
No, they are not at the level of Lucas Raymond. There were 3 points separating them in the USHL this year in Connolly's favor. He did finish ahead, and I think there was 1 or 2 less games played. Like, where I fall on this debate is they are so close. Don't take the risk, just take Hage.
If you have any character doubts in Trevor Connolly after doing all the interviews and whatnot, then you take Michael Hage.
But assume he's cleared. Assume he's 100%, won't be a problem that way.
If you're 1,000% sure, yeah, he's the pick, obviously.
I think Connolly as well. Okay, catching up, they're showing Demidov. Oh, that's just a super cut of everyone catching up on the chat here. How many people do we have in here? We have 1,500 of you.
I was gonna say at least 3.
Yeah, well, 2.5 at any given moment. Thank you all so much for being here. If you haven't already, give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. It helps us a ton. Is going. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Okay. Berkly Catton, I saw a question in the chat earlier. Why are we so high on Berkly Catton?
Because there are no flaws to his game outside of the fact that he's 5'10". Like, what you look for in a top 6 center, he checks every box. Skating, compete, hockey IQ, playmaking, score. He scored over 50 goals, and he's known more as a playmaker. But he's 5'10". That's the drawback. You are taking Berkly Catton because you legitimately think that could be Braden Point. And I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Braden Point, but I think he's got the potential to get pretty damn close.
I'm just shocked by all the indications that he'll fall. I get the run of defensemen will naturally push forwards down.
Yeah,
and I get there's the Lindstrom who's bigger and Demidov obviously.
Here's my hot take: he makes it to 15 and we don't take him. I'd have an aneurysm.
But here's the thing: if Catton's there at 15, I couldn't give it more than a 60% chance that they'd take him. If MBN is gone, and if Solberg is gone, then I could see it pretty confidently. But I don't know.
But he's not getting to 15. That's the pipe dream.
Jacob, thank you for the donation, says, I really like the names in this draft. Shatan, Mustard, MBN. What is your favorite name called in the past couple of years? There were some really good hockey names. Oh, there was an excellent hockey name draft. I want to say it was a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was like an all-name draft, wasn't it? Was that the Red Savage draft?
Yeah, maybe. It was Red, Savage, Brad. Help us out here.
Sorry, what was that?
All-time hockey names. From the draft. There's
from the
something,
draft.
something
Man,
with
you gotta
Thunder.
go back to
something with Thunder or something.
All-time draft.
Rutger McGroarty is a great hockey name.
That one's always going to be a classic. I'm only thinking of guys from the 90s and like the 1940s right now. Dit Clapper.
Yeah. Cutter Gauthier is a great one. Red Savage was an awesome one. I found a thread. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's a good one. Marcel. Oh,
yeah.
Ivan.
The middle name was proven to not be true, but yeah, still Ivan.
We all believed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everything on the internet's true.
Cal Clutterbuck, but that's not a draft pick name. There was another one. I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with like Thunder. If you're in the chat and you know, just remind me if you can. John, great to see you here. Welcome. How's it going? If you can in the chat, let us know where you're tuning in from. It's always fun to see where people are. Amadeus Lombardi is a great hockey name. Oh man, Frege has relatively tamed hair and is clean shaven.
That's how you know. That's how you know
It's a real
stuff's
deal.
going down tonight.
They got to him. All right, where's the draft board looking here? Evan,
Yes.
favorite player of the like projected top 10. So you're talking the Zeev Buyam, Zane Perrick guys. Like,
Macklin Celebrini.
all right, all right.
Outside of them, though, I still think Ivan Demidov is objectively the second best player in this draft. When I started doing some deep dives on him, he's had the best MHL season of all time for a draft eligible player. He can do things that no one else in this draft can do. He's got a great shot. He can manipulate time and space. And I'm not even talking about on ice.
He's just a wizard.
He's just a wizard. So he's a human highlight machine. He's dynamic in every sense of the word. He is definitely one of my favorite players in the top 10.
We have someone tuning in from Japan. I love reading where everyone's tuning in from. The UK. This is awesome. Why is it? Oh my God. Why is it zooming in on me? No, go back here. Jeez. Sorry.
Is there
guys.
anybody from Jackson Hole? Because I have yet to confirm that's a real place.
Sorry. I don't know how long we were zoomed in on me, but it was just a zoom, like a close up of my face. And I think at one point I was doing this, just looking at my laptop camera. My bad, guys.
Fantastic.
Jackson Hole is Jackie is in outside the window. Someone's in the walls for sure.
Oh, I've always wondered what's in that crawl space.
You asked too many questions. That's actually where Evan sleeps. And believe it or not, he is still late to the podcast.
With the right amount of donations, we can find out what's in there.
We open the crawl
We
space.
will sacrifice Evan to the crawl space at pick 14.
Are they starting coverage? I think my 717 pick is way off because they're just starting like a video montage now.
What? Oh, no.
Of the NHL draft.
Yeah, Evan's going to nail this one.
What'd you say, 732?
They're gonna have Alfie Turcotte picking his nose up on the
I forgot about that.
on the sphere wall.
That was the moment we should have known his kid was going to be a bust.
Well, there's that. All right, more questions in the chat here as the draft hopefully gets started soon. Do we all have favorite ECHL teams? Yeah, the Toledo Walleye. Mackenzie, of course. Great question, though. Sorry that the Ryan Nose close-up cam is gone. Chris Ripley says Jackson Hole is 100% real and 1,000% haunted. Is it haunted?
I don't know.
Brad's basement. That's where this podcast. Actually, Brad's podcast started in the kitchen, and then it moved to the basement, and then it moved here. Which the
Oh, are they booing him?
oh, I can't tell.
I'll listen on my laptop. Yep, they're booing him.
Good for them. They learned their lesson. I hated the scarves, and the most predictable thing happened with the scarves that they originally gave to Vegas for the Cup. They had an ad on them this year.
Of
for Florida.
course.
They were just showing off ad space. Windsor, Ontario, hometown. Great to see everyone. Okay, more questions in the chat as they come up here. Gary is up on stage being booed. Miroslav Shatan Jr. Wait, did he actually name his son Miroslav?
Seems like something he would do.
Hell yeah. I love, well, no pun intended, but hell yeah.
My biggest regret in life is that I didn't manifest Shatan playing for New Jersey at some point.
Yeah, right. Matt, thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Folks, almost 1,800 of you as the draft starts. The Red Wings have the 15th pick. We've made our predictions. We have our preferences. We are no longer on Ryan close-up cam. If you haven't already, give the stream a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you don't, I'll go back to the close-up cam. It'll be uglier this time. Aaron Jameson says, speaking of ads, what are the chances of no jersey ads next season?
0.
Unless we make $1 billion and we buy the ad space and leave it empty, it's 0. The can of worms has been opened. Super chats here reading out. Actually, Broseph says, thank you for the donation, says, beat the summer heat with a Stay Fresh cheese bag. Oh, God. All right. Gary's getting started. Another annual tradition we have is reminding these two on either side that we are doing a live stream. They got big TV in a restaurant syndrome. And
Yes, we do.
You can't help but look away.
No, it's closer to an iPad child.
That's actually... Are you saying that because of our bet?
No, that's a formality.
Okay. Is San Jose on the clock? Oh.
They're on the clock.
Oh, I think I'm going to be
I'm
right.
going to be wrong.
Oh, my God. I think I'm going to be right.
I don't see a timer on the board.
Christchurch, New Zealand. Oh, amazing. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go. Praying for Catton or Hellenius falling. Benjamin, I am very much on board with you. All right. Any other draft thoughts on the prospects ahead as I take care of some stream stuff? Are there like the Luchenkos, the Boisverts, those guys we talked about?
They're all right.
Yeah, but
That's kind of where I'm at. Like I'm lukewarm on them. Like not worth flipping a table if the Red Wings draft them, but much deep dives would be needed after to hopefully identify something we missed, because I just don't see the upside there for 15th overall with those two. I see the floor, like high floor, and I like their games and their compete, 200-foot play, yada, yada, yada. Those are two guys that, quote unquote, would run through a wall for their team. But yeah, even with the guys like MBN, like you see the upside, you understand what it could be. I have a harder time seeing it with them. Not that it's not there, but it's middle six forwards who can play any situation would be the best case scenario.
It's not, I don't want to say, like, it's not the end of the world if they go with someone that we haven't talked about. I actually think we haven't talked enough about how likely that is. I wouldn't call it extremely likely. Like, we've talked about quite a few people, but it could be, Solberg. It could be Luchenko. It could be Boisvert. It could be, Luchenko's not a bad pull, actually. You think about it?
He's textbook Yzerman tape.
Which, I mean, you're happy.
And we know how much they've picked out of their former Guelph Storm. They had a whole line dedicated to him a couple of years ago.
Oh my God, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Is the pick not in yet? I have 2 minutes for this to be.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, do we say when the pick is in? I'm correct?
No, it's when
they go up
the
there.
San Jose Sharks select Macklin Celebrini.
They put it up there. I am running out of time here. Oh, they haven't even walked up to the stage. No.
And don't forget, Glenn Sather retired, so every team is going to spend 30 minutes thanking him before their pick.
Bob Smith says, we know Steve enjoys draft distractions. He must really love this sphere thing. Someone could count bathroom breaks.
The amount of bong hits going on in the bathrooms at this place right now has got to be insane.
Jen Reed, thank you so much for the donation. We miss you too. Sending love from Grand Rapids. Can't wait to be back there, Jen, to see you and everyone else.
Ryan,
they're walking up.
they're standing.
Run. You guys have 120 seconds
if
to
they
make this
think
pick.
less than 2 people, you might nail this.
They're not. They're thinking everyone. They're thinking everyone. They're going to do the in memoriam. It's going to take forever. Mike Greer's going to thank the Red Wings.
This is
with
way
second
earlier
round
than
pick.
I thought, though. So.
Oh, and they're super close to the stage. That's saving you too.
Watch the,
Well, yeah.
it's weird they're standing in front of the podium.
I was wrong.
No. Okay.
There's some guy sitting right under the mic there that just yelled.
It is a pretty tight. They talked a lot about the sphere, and they're like, "This is going to be awesome." It's not meant for this exactly.
No.
It's very tight.
Yep, someone's literally wooing. I can hear it.
Well, he has to wait 9 seconds.
How do you know that?
Because he has to wait. I'm looking at the clock.
Oh, I see.
Now it's 7:16.
Jumbo.
Joe.
All right, this rules. For a first overall pick, Jumbo,
Yes.
love it.
He's got to go faster, though. He has 50 seconds, 5-0. Dan Hedines.
Oh, they're not going to ask him to talk too much, man. That's a risk.
Yeah, remember when Carey Price was up there?
Hold on. Oh, my God. $7:16 on the dot. I am a god.
Yeah, I would say you're a god.
That is the greatest. Fold the show. End it all. I have peaked. I've recovered from Ryan close-up
Okay,
cam.
enough about you. How hilarious was it? How obvious it was that Joe Thornton spent 3 hours rehearsing that word for word.
Okay.
He was focusing on every word there.
He was like, I can't do what Carey Price did.
Oh,
Macklin
Imagine
Celebrini's
how-
coming down on a zip line right now.
Oh, wait, I said 7:17.
Yeah, I
No.
don't know what you're talking about.
I thought I said I switched
I
it to
thought you switched
7:16.
it. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, I switched it.
but how immensely hungover is Joe Thornton right now? He's hiding it well.
He's not hungover. He's
What
staying drunk so
is-
the hangover doesn't kill him.
It's Vegas,
It's
yeah.
Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, it's
This is
Vegas.
from Nick Schrift. Thank you so much for the donation. Says not from the NHL, but another all-time great name is Will Clapp from the NFL. That's
Oh, if you're going in NFL, that's not even fair. DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
Is it? What's funnier?
Easton Stick. Why it pisses me off every day I exist that he is not a hockey player.
Macklin Celebrini is.
Oh, another substantial number 71 in the NHL. Meek is going to be thrilled.
The Red Wings are going to pick Catton. Someone in the chat named Rye says, please predict Wings pick Catton. Say it quick while you're hot. Prashant Iyer says, cheaters never win. Ryan, mods, please ban him.
I agree.
That we should ban him?
Ban you.
Ban me. Brother, don't threaten me with a
When
good
am I allowed
time.
to open my beer? Should I wait?
That's after what you did to it. That's up to you.
It's up to you, man. It's not getting colder in here. Break My Computer, thank you for the donation. Says, send Celebrini to Detroit for future considerations. Mic drop from Stevie at pick 15, then pick it up and say, I don't know, just talk shit about us for talking shit about the trade. The Stay Fresh cheese bags thing is a joke, a running bit that happened when it was like a way to leave the room. Hey, the beer didn't go everywhere. That our good friend Joseph Fournier, he put it in a Patreon comment, and it kind of just stuck with us. Also, when we get into like the late stages of this draft stream, I'll bring my dogs in. You guys will know Abby and Tully's. This will be your first time meeting him. Great point, Chris.
Are they not doing the pick is in graphic this year?
No, I guess not.
In this economy, Brad,
Yeah, they spent all the money on the sphere. They don't have
it's
enough
on the
money
sphere.
for the
You
score
can't
bug
see it
anymore.
because you're at home.
Are we thinking guaranteed Levshinov?
Guaranteed, no, but there's all the insiders seem to have been predicting that for the last couple hours. So there's enough smoke that, yeah, if you're a betting person, you're probably comfortable laying down some money on it.
I think the Booyam to Anaheim makes the most sense to me. Of all the noise I've heard around them, I think that one is like the one I believe the most.
I love the Sennecke rumor because maximum chaos. Plus, like, I really need someone to say his name out loud, like in a professional setting like this, so I can figure it out.
yeah.
Sennecke,
that's fair.
Sennecke, Perek. There's too many of these.
Yes.
And like normally, if you watch enough of broadcasts and like highlights, you can pick it up. But I hear both for everybody.
All right.
Oh, Macklin Celebrini was a junior shark.
Is that like
Yeah,
just like a
it's
dolphin
going back
or
to the
something?
Bay Area. Like this is
He was a
perfect for him.
baby shark.
Oh, he was left shark at the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a
believe it or
career
not.
already.
I know. Evan, check your messages. Eric Vanek says thoughts on the new Ducks jerseys. Also would love to see a purple version of those.
I love when teams lean into color.
Yeah, I would have preferred. I think for both LA and the Ducks to go with their purple version of those jerseys, but I'm happy they just changed it. Their the logos and things that they picked are better.
San Jose, when they went to the teal pants, big upgrade. When Colorado went to the blue pants, big upgrade. Anaheim, like, not only going orange jerseys, but like orange bucket, orange pants. Like, hell yeah.
We need more color.
Someone did a mock-up of Dallas did it with green. Their uniform immediately improves by 200%.
I like the Dallas mock.
Like, and the traditionalists say, oh, it looks weird in the NHL. It's like, my guy, there's been a team since the 20s that has been all red. Like,
yeah, it
works.
It's also funny is like someone said, what would you have done if like the Red Wings were a new team and that was their name and logo now? Everyone would be like, that's the stupidest. Like, there's so many teams across the league.
Logo rocks.
The logo rocks, but like, what is that?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Well, we know the origin of it from the Winged Wheel and the Athletic Club in Montreal. Yeah. But there's so many names that people are like, oh, that's dumb. What even is that? But it's like the history behind it will eventually lead you to
even the Maple Leafs one makes me laugh because you trace it back to it had something to do with a unit in the Canadian military or something like that. But but then they just misspelled it.
John Helmkamp says, thank you for the donation, says, what's up, boys? No question here. Just want to tell you that you guys always crush it, and I'm excited to see another draft covered by the best. John, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Stoli70, thank you so much for the generous donation as well. You guys are all being incredible to us. How many do we have in here now that the draft has started? 1,900. We're pushing 2,000 already, which is awesome. We're still 13 picks away from the Red Wings. Welcome all of you to the Winged Wheel Podcast annual.
Did Macklin Celebrini live in Steve Nash's house? I think that's what I'm hearing right now.
I think there was something with them because his dad works in basketball, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
His dad works for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, but that's still so bizarre.
Yeah.
It's just so heartwarming to see these rags to riches stories at number one. It's not his fault.
No, he's a great player.
I know.
Every hockey player is rich.
Every hockey
player who's good is rich in the NHL.
In the NHL. Yes.
I meant what I said. I'll talk my shit.
I was going to say, I'm like, Mika's doing all right. We ain't rich.
Mika will be rich. Mika will be richer than you.
I need the PWHL to thrive. It's my retirement plan.
Stoli70's tuning in from Phoenix, Arizona, soon Prague, Czechia. If we get Trouba, can we sign Shorzy? Yeah, that'd be great. That offsets.
I would.
I really don't want to see Demidov with Bedard. Yeah, I don't either.
No, I don't want anything good to happen to Chicago.
They already have too many good things that have happened to them. What do you call it more likely? This is actually a good comment here. More likely for the Red Wings to trade down or up?
Down.
Down is always more likely, but even if you handicap it, I still think trading down. There's just, even though I think New Jersey would move, Buffalo already did move. Yeah.
I would prefer they trade up because they need more premium, not quantity, but.
Yeah. Chuck, the doggies are a little espresso depresso right now because Mel is not here currently, and so they're mad at me for that.
Here you go, Ryan.
Chicago walking to the stage.
Who do you guys think
they are like right on top of the stage, eh?
Yeah.
I think it's Lev Shunov.
I think it's Lev Shunov as well. Yeah. Someone saw Kyle Davidson and David Thor was like, oh, it's the guy from the YouTube video. First of all, I'd like to thank blah, 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 blah. We're behind, so as usual, we won't check the chat for the Red Wings picks. I don't mind these ones getting spoiled. Don't say shut up, Brad. People will watch. They selected Connor Bedard.
You want to turn the volume up there?
Not too much.
Yeah, no. Oh, Bedsy.
Some would say Hawks legend.
Hey, wait,
Connor
they were
Bedard.
allowed to pick Bedsy 2 years in a row? Feels inefficient.
Well, he's good enough where it's justifiable.
Fair.
Sweet suit. Black shirts, eh. Chicago selects. Lev Shunov.
Oh.
As expected.
I think it's cool to have the previous first overall pick draft his. I think that's really cool.
Nobody wants to see executives making picks. Like, well, that's why I'm excited for the draft next year. Is like with this not being one location, you're gonna have to like assign someone to make the pick.
Oh my god! Are they gonna do Bettman announcing all the picks? Like
no. I thought they already said it would be like a team would select a representative or something like that.
I'll do it.
Please.
I can't wait for the Red Wings pick and to just watch like Eminem or Kid Rock go up there.
Because of Evan Lobsinger's unruly comments, we've had to cancel this live broadcast of the NHL Draft. We'll update it in a ticker below. Lev Shunov's he's an all-time guy. Like, he is just a hilarious dude.
An absolute dude.
Yeah, First team all dude. Great. Like really natural in front of the cameras, not nervous. And it's hard for those kids too. The dude is already bald. Hey man, we'll all go through it. I trade what little remaining hair I had left for both his height and talent. Oh wow, you do get a little depressed seeing the ad on the draft jersey, huh? I don't know why I expected anything different. What's going on with that draft hat?
Are those Fanatics jerseys?
Yeah, that's a Fanatics
and
jersey.
hats.
The jerseys actually look good. Like the Fanatics jerseys, they're made in the same factory as the Adidas ones were. Like
now.
They look good.
They're going to go to their own factories eventually, and then the concern sets in.
Are they really?
I thought I heard something like that, yeah.
I hope they never do. The hats, those hats are terrible. This is a hat for ants. 5 hairs for all that, Ryan DF. God, I'm getting cooked in the chat. Oh, that's a big hit. Lev Shunov as a prospect. Who's Chicago getting?
Oh, they're getting a guy who can do it all. If you want a top pairing defenseman, he better be able to play on your power play. He better be able to play on your PK, throw him out a minute left in a close game, and that's what he is. He's probably more offensively driven than defensively driven, but with his skill set and size, a little bit of refining, and he should have a tremendous defensive game. It's already, like, good. It's not bad.
Is that the pick? Considering what Chicago has and needs, is that the pick you would have made?
I would have still went Demidov, but this is perfectly justifiable.
Because
Although, to be fair, he's my second-ranked defenseman. I do like Bouillon more. But, like, we're splitting hairs at that point.
is Bouillon next to the Ducks? Oh, their updated logo looks sick, man.
Yeah, that's nice, eh?
It's sick.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they could never go back to their OGs because of some like copyright or legal issues. I think I remember reading way back when. But if they can get like that close, hell yeah.
Yeah. I don't mind at all that they're at least doing some color, even if it's not the egg.
Not enough orange in hockey.
It's hard to pull off. I mean, they tried.
Hey, Philly's
orange,
been doing it forever.
and their
jerseys are sick.
Ones. Well, they actually change their shade of orange like every 3 years. Okay, so next pick here. What are you doing if you're Anaheim?
What would I be doing if I was Anaheim? Again, they don't need another forward, but Demidov is my best player available. I think they'd be best served going for a defenseman. Like, you look at their team and their system, they are loaded with forwards. Like, they just traded away Drysdale. What do they have left on the blue line beyond Minchikov for the foreseeable future, right? I'd go Bouillon, personally, if I were Anaheim. Obviously, then any of the top 6 defensemen would be somewhat justifiable here between Salayev or Perek, Dickinson, Yakimchuk, whatever. Bouillon would be my pick. There's been a lot of smoke around Sennecke. I could, like, Lindstrom and Demidov would be perfectly justifiable.
Salayev is just such a fascinating pick, too, because of what he could be. It's hard to pass over the other guys there, like, but he really is a fascinating pick. I don't think personally I could pass over, Demidov, Bouillon, etc. But in a weaker draft, Salayev would be guaranteed.
Yeah. Do you think he can turn into Chara, or is he Tyler Myers? That's the question with Salayev.
Who was also off the board, by the way. Tyler Myers re-signed. Was it 3x3?
3x3.
Yeah, not terrible.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep. If the Red Wings didn't have the depth defensive contracts that they had, I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, same. But wow, that looks cool.
Okay, we hit the 2,000 mark in the stream. 2,000 viewers. Welcome all of you. 2024 NHL Draft is underway. We are on pick 3. We are going to be covering, obviously, all the picks as they come. It'll be a little while before the prospective Red Wings picks come off the board.
Who is that? Grabowski?
Grabo's always doing content. He does a lot of content for Sportsnet too.
Oh yeah, he's
good friends with.
Speaking of all time dudes.
Yeah, Grabo's great. I don't know if that was actually him.
Look like him. I mean, there's a Grabowski jersey behind him. It's probably a decent hint.
Maybe he's just like a super fan.
You mean how many other players have worn number 84?
Yeah, that's a great point.
With all due respect to Guillaume Latendresse.
If you guys, if there's 2,000 of you in here, if you guys are enjoying this, please consider subscribing to the channel. We just passed 10,000 subscribers, and also like the stream. It is a big help. C-Clan, thank you for being the 2,000th viewer.
The first truly wild card pick of the draft here.
Yeah, we'll see what Anaheim does. They are up on the stage. They'll be thanking everyone in just a moment. They're just thanking. They're doing their pleasantries and things like that. Yzerman drafting Yzerman would be a lot of fun. Brad, they're thanking people. They're not going to be
I
picking
know,
for
but
a
they're
while.
going to eventually start making a pick.
I'm using my bad ears. Can you turn it up just a touch?
I know what the pick is.
Yeah, I know. You've got the chat in front of you.
No, I didn't even get it from the chat. I got it from the NHL live tracker. What are your predictions?
Sennecke.
What's your prediction, Evan?
I already know what it is.
Oh, okay. Well, Brad, we'll see if your prediction's right.
Sennecke. Okay,
So
Sennecke.
our switch was
We're
good.
going with Sennecke.
Oh, he's shocked.
Immediately an all-time dude just for that.
Beckett Sennecke stood up and went, "What the fuck?"
I thought he said holy, but either way,
Oh, yeah.
it was one of the two.
Good for you, kid.
I love it.
Look, I don't care about NHLE. That is would I have made that pick? No, but I think that kid has a ton of
Oh,
upside.
he's sick.
There are going to be some.
Dude, that's the best reaction since Cider, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here's the thing, though. If you're a Ducks fan and the Ducks are going forward and they go not Demidov, look, Sennecke is about as good as, like, Sennecke, Catton. Like, that's as good as you could hope for. But, ooh. I don't know if I do that.
I mean, for me, he's not the best player or best forward available at that position. Maybe he had a very strong interview. He did have he had a very impressive second half of the year. Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't be my pick.
Look, here's the thing. Do they really want him and Zegras on the team? Just ship Zegras out to Detroit.
Exactly.
There are a lot of
they can even
similarities
throw in a
between the
second.
two.
Social media G just said the same thing. Got to before me.
Oh,
Sorry,
man.
comment.
Seen that jersey, like, live? That is sick.
Yeah, that's a great jersey. Oh man. Okay, if that's the Red Wings at that pick and they go Sennecke, I don't know that like
I'd be okay with it. Again, not preferred pick, but man, he's a 6'3" dude with like. You're basically making this pick.
That's nice.
He's only 6'2".
6'2", but basically
6'2" and 3/4. It says 3/4
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, it doesn't count. That's the
what
girls
people-
on Tinder.
we
doesn't
know
count.
guy rules.
May
If
as well
you're
be
within a
5'5".
quarter, you round up.
That's like I told everyone I was 5'10" because I was 5'9.5".
Yeah.
You round up.
So he's 6'3". Like you're hoping this is like
Astro
almost.
Sennecke.
You're basically making this pick because you think he could be Tage Thompson. That's
Yes.
what you're looking for here.
And if he is, but Demidov is there, man.
Listen. How many times does someone like Demidov fall down the board, and we're all wondering why he falls down
Last
the board?
year. It literally happened last year.
Well, we knew there was circumstance around that, but it's like, and then they always end up being sick, and it's like, well, nevertheless, maybe next year teams will learn their lesson, and they never do. Now, Columbus is interesting because they already have a metric ton of Russians on their team. They are not scared of
Who,
Russians.
sorry?
Columbus.
Oh, yeah. Hey, who mocked them who mocked them taking Demidov?
Did you?
Yes.
I'm surprised you remember that. How do you remember that? You have no memory.
Because I'm
Oh my
always
God,
right.
you did.
I know.
Sorry.
The year of Lobsterdomus is back, baby.
Are you? Oh, don't are you? Because you lost that title.
Yeah, I know. It was the year of Krishna.
Oh my God. How far does Demidov fall before you're banging this table going, pick up the phone, Stevie?
Like, if I were the GM,
Now
we're there.
How many digits into the phone number have you put in? 1 digit? 2 digits?
Right now, it's ringing if I'm the GM of the...
I'm calling 911 and ask me to dispatch. Blake Lister says, have we heard more about Connolly today? No, nothing specific. Any reason? It's just the upside. It's just the upside and how late that upside might be available. And with how much Detroit needs high end. Oh, the parents nearly jumped out of their seats. That's a nice moment. Oh, that's a nice moment. That's going to be you one day in the PWHL, Brad. But it's not going to be surprising because Mika's going first.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, yeah.
Also, when Mika gets picked at the PWHL draft, it's going to be you, Crystal, Mika, Hank, and then me and Evan loaded by that point in the draft on TV. GoPros on our heads. Okay. For all of you who made donations,
Okay,
thank you so much.
I got a
Extremely-
clear gif here. He definitely said, what the...
Yeah. Extremely generous. Evan Weber, Ryan Wallman. Who's Brad's lookalike?
Gollum. Just kidding.
Too much hair for Gollum. Brad with my hairline is Gollum. Who's the shortest play? Tyler Ennis.
Yeah, with my long blonde flow.
Yeah, well, close enough.
I wish I had his jawline. Come on now.
Timu Reapy says, Brad, why were you so reactionary about trading our 7th defenseman in a throwaway 2nd round D-man pick? Appreciate your work on the show, lads. Keep it up. I love any comments stoking a Brad reaction.
I wasn't even fully listening to you.
That's fair.
It was just, I had a reaction to something that happened in the past. Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that is. I also love, I can't believe I'm about to say these words. I love the Brad self-awareness of like talking to Brad. It's like, yeah, I knew I was overreacting the moment. Then I settled down later. And then I get to my rational thoughts. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
Brad does kind of look like Sam Gagner. Someone suggested
it.
that in the chat.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's
can
not
see it.
bad. Columbus Blue Jackets on the clock. All right.
Well, now that every mock's been thrown for a loop, thanks to Anaheim. Oh, they're walking to the stage.
I can't watch the chat again. I made that mistake.
No. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I don't like when things get spoiled. I like
Like when Frank Saravalli ruined the draft lottery. Like
it
2
wasn't the
years ago.
draft lottery. It was the expansion draft, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, you're
the
right.
day of. The last one to get leaked was Detroit.
Yeah, of course. Lou Lamoriello was probably so jealous.
So the pick isn't in on the Jackets tracker yet. So I'll tell you when we're on pick warning, Brad, because that'll be a little bit behind what I have here.
I'm gonna assume it's when Rick Nash gets to the mic.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yep.
Here we go.
Oh, God. Hopefully this is not a David Reinbacher incident.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Caden Lindstrom.
Yeah,
That's a good pick.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not saying oh my God because that's a bad pick. I'm saying no Zeev, no Demidov.
I think the most mocked pick I seen Demidov was 5 to Montreal.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Now I didn't have Sennecke there. It was other players at 3, but yeah, Demidov to Montreal has been pretty consistent. Now if he gets past Montreal, stuff's gonna start going wacky.
All right, guys.
And we know how much Utah loves the Russians in the draft. They took 2 in the first round last year.
Just want to take a moment here saying pray for Caden Lindstrom. Nothing's wrong with him. He just has to move to Ohio now. So
Great point.
just to all of our Ohio listeners, I saw a bunch of people in Ohio. I'm just giving you a hard time. It's okay.
And we'll do it again.
Yes, that's the beauty between Michigan and Ohio, and it's like how I make fun of Chatham, Ontario.
Yeah.
There's some Chatham people in the chat, and I love the responses like, "Hey, what the hell?" I mean, you're right, but what the hell? Yeah.
Uncalled for. This, there's something like super interesting about Rick Nash picking Caden Lindstrom, who
There is a comparable there.
Yes.
strong comparison
Yes.
between
Yeah.
the two.
They're about the same height, too.
Yeah. Oh my God. I guess it's just like the era of hockey we grew up with, but you can't help but be like infatuated with the idea of a true power forward in the game. I always root for guys who could turn into that because there's just so few of them, right?
Yeah, well, Caden Lindstrom literally looks like a grown-ass man, so if there's anyone who could become a true power forward in the NHL out of this draft, it would be him.
Montreal, Demidov is guaranteed, right? It has to.
I don't think it's guaranteed. I think they're going to take a long, hard look at Bouillon here. At least, I mean, they should. I would still take Demidov, but
Their fans want Demidov in a bad, bad way.
yeah, they're like the thing is with their defense, they have a lot of them, but they don't have anybody elite. With all due respect to Reinbacher.
Passing up on the highly talented Russian to take a defenseman again, Brad, they're going to burn down this city.
They've done it before.
That's what I'm saying. Reinbacher and Bouillon, different players.
I think if there was a French Canadian superstar there that they passed on, then yes, they would burn down the city. I think if they pass on Demidov here, only one taxi will get flipped.
Just one. That's a Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Oh, God. Montreal taking Catton? I actually don't hate Catton to Montreal.
Yeah, they have such a large forward group. It makes a lot of sense. I would still do it or consider it.
First 4 picks, 1 defenseman taken. It might be first 5 picks, 1 defenseman taken. That's shocking, right?
Utah could use a defenseman. Ottawa could use a defenseman. Seattle definitely could use a defenseman. Calgary could use a defenseman. New Jersey could use a defenseman. San Jose definitely needs a defenseman. Like, there's going to be the run here.
We're also entering Tij Iginla watch.
Yeah. I'm not saying all those teams will take defensemen because the draft is never that predictable, but the run is coming. And if it doesn't, that could be very good for Detroit.
All right, next up on the board is Montreal at 5th overall, then Utah 6th, Ottawa 7th. Please no Demidov to Ottawa.
The way this week's been going, there's a very strong chance.
8, Seattle, 9th, Calgary, 10th, New Jersey, then San Jose is 11th. They got that from Buffalo. Is Tij Iginla making it to Calgary at 9?
I think so.
Right now, I think so with the way things are going.
Yeah. I think he makes it.
What if he goes 5?
That'd be great.
It'd be fun. It'd be funny to see Montreal's reactions.
Oh, yeah, because not only...
even on his head? Oh, he can't.
You don't know how kids wear their hats these days, Ryan.
No, it looks normal from the front.
But either way, if Tij Iginla goes to Montreal here, 2 Canadian fan bases get pissed off, and that would be tremendous content.
Yes. 2,300 of you in here. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. If you haven't already, give the thumbs up on the stream and subscribe to the channel. We are going to be posting a 2024 NHL Draft review episode right after day 2 is done. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the Winged Wheel podcast, join our Patreon. You get not only bonus episodes and giveaways and the Discord access, but we do our day 2 draft hangout where we cover rounds 2 through 7 with all of us here. Running list of picks on the screen. I can try to do that. Yeah, let me put that together here as Brad and Evan take away some commentary.
This better not be Demidov. I just want him out of division. I understand he's not getting to Detroit, and Detroit's not going to trade up for him, so please just send him west. Is that too much to ask?
Judging by their faces, it appears like they're deliberating who they're going to take.
There's no way teams wouldn't have their list set in stone by now and mocked every scenario. I understand how incompetent some front offices are, but Gorton and Hughes don't strike me as the type to be that unprepared. Like, they've probably done a million scenarios, and unless they were dead set on Sennecke right now, like, they know who they want. Like, you got to think for any team that didn't make the playoffs, this is all you've been doing for the last 2 months. Is hypotheticals, mocks,
well, that just means
lists.
your homework is due so much later. You don't need to worry about it.
Yes. Which team is the biggest procrastinators?
Brad, when you went to college, were you a procrastinator? Or do you...
Oh, 100%.
So we weren't very different students then.
No.
Shocker for all of us.
No, depending on the class, I had a tradition of...
All right, they're going
I'd
up.
sit down at the kitchen table with, like, once I moved out, with a 6-pack and basically went, I'm not moving till I finish one of these 2 things. It didn't go well. I passed, but like
you got your
by
diploma.
4 a.m. like there were a lot of bad vibes.
Yeah. All right. Montreal's going up.
I could see this is the first pick where I see a lot of range of outcomes.
I still predict Demidov.
This is where the table really starts to get set.
Like, they got to, right? He's so good. Okay, we only need it in one language.
Ken Hughes is getting booed.
Good.
Carey Price.
Oh hell yeah.
Celine Dion's coming up. They should have brought They should have brought Carey Price up.
Yes.
I love this.
She's like a hero in Las Vegas too.
Who has the most complicated name? Please pick them right now.
Is there any French top prospects? I don't think so.
No. Bad year for the Quebec League.
All of it. What are you doing here?
She's the best.
Good for her. I still think they should have given Carey Price the option to
redeem himself.
And he doubles down and screws up again.
Best possible outcome. All right, chat, remind me in an hour to go feed the dogs.
Let me hear how much she's going to nail this.
Demidov is okay for her to say. All right, Celine.
I like how they gave her a piece of paper.
Sing the pick.
Oh, she's the best.
Just say Demidov, Celine.
The fifth overall selection in the 2024 NHL Draft,
Here we go.
the Montreal Canadiens apply
Today, Celine.
to select
Oh my God. Demidov.
Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Damidov.
Damn it, Dom. It really has been a bad week for Red Wings
Yeah.
fans.
Well, look how happy those Habs fans are.
No shit. I'd be doing backflips right now.
Can you do a backflip?
Is there water behind me?
That is the most iPad kid thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
Can you?
Oh, well, this is bad news.
Why?
Well,
Oh,
He's in our
I thought-
division.
Damidov is now in the...
I wasn't sure if you were talking about
Division.
this or so you looked down at your computer. I thought
So
something else
everything
happened.
nice I said about Demidov leading up to the draft, it's all null and void because he's been playing against children for the last 2 years. So
That's
he's
right.
probably terrible, right? Yeah.
Al Rhodes Jr., thank you for the donation. Says, when do the little bats come out, boys? Again, we'll wait. We'll see what happens after pick 15.
Yeah.
We'll see what goes on from there.
Yeah. EJ Emery at 15. I'll need a couple.
Utah's pretty pissed off right now. Yeah. Although they are.
I don't think they expected Demidov to get to 6, right?
This will be Zeev. It has to be Zeev Buium for them.
That
It'll be a defenseman for them.
they need a defenseman. Buium is by far the best one still available. Here's the thing, though. 4 of them are 5 of the premium defensemen are still available. 4 forwards in the top 5 in the defense draft.
Dan Campbell coming out for.
Marshall Mathers.
Yeah, Danny Campbell or Eminem coming out for Detroit. It'll just be Yzerman or
Yeah, I love our team, but our organization is not the most creative when it comes to stuff like that. Seriously though, we need to repeat how much it ruled that Celine Dion came out in an NHL draft to make a pick.
Ivan Demidov's like,
sick.
who is this? Oh, no. Now we got to watch Ivan Demidov highlights. This is great.
All
And
right.
he wears number 11 too, such an elite number.
One more time. Who's Demidov as a player? How talented could he be?
Maybe the most skilled offensive player in the draft. Sick hands, good, not great skater, unbelievably creative, great vision, wicked shot. Not the most complete 200-foot player in the world, but if he's going to shovel in 90 points a year, I don't think they're going to care all that much. Look at that highlight. That's sick. Come on. How did he go 5?
Yeah, that's a great pick.
I'm pissed at Chicago and Anaheim.
Feels like he's doing a bit of the Shane Wright walk right now, kind of looking around at teams.
Good, do it.
Shane Wright's still in the AHL, so
Gallagher's going to have to retire, though. Demidov needs his number.
yeah. Paul Cracklin, thank you so much for the donation. Yeah, Demidov will be the title of the episode the first time he has an OT winner against us. Yeah. It was fun. It was fun while it lasted. Okay, so not 9. Not that I'm happy. That just seemed insane. For him to go that far would have been nuts.
Yeah, I trust Prodman more than other insiders with the inside information on draft stuff, but that one I couldn't wrap my head around.
I think that's just Montreal running smoke. They just run smoke and mirrors.
It could be, yeah. Friedman's favorite line the last couple of weeks. Hey, draft time, everybody lies.
That's right. No one's telling the truth. But so-and-so said this in their presser. Why would they say anything other than that?
Yeah. Yeah, we every GM right now. Yeah, there's a lot of defensemen in this draft we really like. A lot of forwards too, and we're going to have to look at the state of our team, and we'll just end up taking best player available because every team will say that, even if it's positional need.
Dimsdale Demidome.
Yeah, Demidov, Ivana jump off a cliff.
All right. Who's going to Utah? I think Booyah makes the most sense here.
Yeah, Salayev. When is it considered a fall?
Salayev is interesting, actually.
Ottawa's got to be happy with all these D falling, right?
Yes. Yeah, they'll have their pick. Ottawa's taking Sam Dickinson. no matter
Calgary's
what.
probably thrilled because I would think the next 3 picks are going to be D.
It's going to go Booyah. Ottawa's going to take Tij Iginla. Calgary's going to be mad at that. Seattle, Catton in Seattle, does that make sense?
I think Seattle needs defense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, look who's falling. They're gonna get one of them if they so choose.
Does any one of these like top 10 consensus picks, do you see any of them falling deep? Like, I don't mean to like 12 or 13. I mean like 19, 20.
Perek, Yakimchuk wouldn't. It would be shocking, but it's like not the craziest thing I've ever heard, if that makes sense. I don't think either of them gets past like 13, but I mean, can't rule anything out.
I think Cole Eiserman falling super late, like into the 20s, would be shocking. I know he's not like a consensus top 10 pick, but seeing him drop that far would be very surprising to me.
Val Boyd, thank you for the donation. Says cheers, boys. Cheers, Val.
All right. And the first pick in the history of the
Utah HC.
Utah
Here's my thing.
Yetis.
Okay, you don't want to pick purple from the Utah Jazz, whatever. How are you just going to pick the Kraken colors?
These
Why
aren't
is that
Kraken colors?
It's
This is like
li-
University of Maine colors.
light blue?
It's like North Carolina. They are
Yeah,
the Tar Heels, the
it's-
Utah
I
Tar
like
Heels.
it.
It's not bad. First off, F.
Shut up, Gary.
Morello.
They're booing Gary again, I think.
Good.
For them.
Why does he need to talk right now?
Yep, they are absolutely booing Gary Bettman.
We submitted our pick via Qualtrics.
And then the system crashed. Sorry, this will be a
Yeah.
few minutes.
Someone said he's the owner's dressed like Elon, and he is. Look at him. That is the most.
Oh, is that right?
yeah,
See,
you're
that's
not
like-
wrong.
That-
All right.
that's a big dude.
Oh, it's Ryan Smith's birthday, too.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
What did he just say?
Can't boo us. We haven't even done anything yet. That's
And they're
funny.
booing him.
I love it.
All right.
That's a phenomenal intro.
I think they're gonna make a fun pick.
Yeah, you can see the chat.
No, I haven't looked. Booyah. Oh, Tij Iginla, let's go. That's a fun
Oh
pick.
my god.
That's a very fun pick. The defensemen, though, they're all.
Who cares?
I love
Defenseman,
it.
schmefenseman.
Yeah, defensemen are overrated. This is my type of draft.
Oh,
Calgary
man.
seething right now.
Should have traded up. Oh man,
Wow.
I love that pick so much.
Good for them. Good for them. Tij Iginla. All right, is that a
Ryan Smith going full villain arc in 10 seconds on the stage. I love it.
G Phaser? Thank you so much for.
Utah's in the same division as Calgary, yeah? They're in the West.
If my laptop wasn't so slow, I could confirm that for you.
Late to the party, your opinions on the biggest needs for the Wings and your picks to fill them. So biggest needs for their Wings.
Points, offense, full stop. Do not care if it's left wing, right wing, or center. We need someone who can put some points on the board.
They are not Bradley.
They are in the Central Division. I don't know if they're going to realign anything, but they're in the Central.
Boo.
Oh man, Calgary has to be seething right now.
Yakimchuk still. I mean, that's the thing. Calgary has a bigger need at defense by a lot. Like, you could argue Utah just did him a favor.
Well, they need a lot of things though. Does it have to come in a certain order?
No, but now they're going to have one of Yakimchuk, Perek, Dickinson, or Salayev for sure. Or, yeah, Buyum, Dickinson, Salayev, Perek, Yakimchuk. All still sitting there, and they're 3 picks away.
And who are your biggest? Who are your picks to fill those needs? Any player who can put up high end offense. Like example, if Catton falls, if you
Catton,
think Hellenius
Hage.
will produce, if you think Hage or Yzerman will produce, if you think MBN has enough offense to produce,
Yeah,
they all fit the bill.
yeah. If you want to go tiebreaker to the best 200-foot player, if you think the offensive ceiling is equivalent, sure, great.
Yeah.
Go nuts. But this team is going to be struggling for goals in the future as their organization stands right now.
All right, let me update the tracker here.
Run on defenseman when?
I was going to say 5 forwards in the first 6 picks. Even
That is truly surprising to me.
Yeah. Hey, Utah just going for that name recognition. Last time an Iginla played in Utah, it went pretty well. I'm just saying.
Nice pull, Brad. That's great. For a second, I was like, what? And then I remembered Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I was gonna say, making a reference from 22 years ago. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's gonna get that, right?
Oh, God. I just went
Has anybody tweeted that yet? I should tweet that.
Okay, Tij Iginla. So next up, we have Ottawa. Ottawa has some options here. You're right, Brad. They're going to be happy with all these defensemen available.
I hate that Bouillam's going to Ottawa. I hate that with a passion.
Do you think it's Bouillam?
I hope not.
I kind of got a Dickinson vibe.
I would prefer they take him over Salayev or Bouillam.
Okay, chat, what do you feel about the scrolling ticker style I just put in for the draft tracker? Tell me if you like this. I can't tell if it's good or not. Bouillam, I think, would be the better pick. I just feel like Dickinson's not going that low. When are these defensemen going to go?
It has to be now.
This is crazy.
Ottawa, like, their D sucks. Right? And they're going to lose Chikrin. They have Sanderson, Shabbat, and...
Sanderson, Shabbat's Bouillam would
they-
be
nuts.
really nice.
Okay. So again, Ottawa is on the clock, Seattle after them, then Calgary, and then New Jersey. A lot of teams have talked about being okay with moving, trading. We haven't seen any big trades like right now on the actual draft floor. I still wonder if New Jersey hangs on to it.
The pick? I think they are. Like, someone would have to absolutely knock their socks off with a pick. And, like, what would New Jersey want of who's available that they would immediately say yes for 10th overall? Like, Markstrom wasn't even good enough for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Those kinds of trades, they always have to be like a picks trade. Like you always have other picks going the other way, right?
Trade down? Detroit?
Yeah, maybe.
Bouillam, Catton?
Yeah. All right, I got a suggestion to make the ticker go below. So let me know how this looks with the ticker at the bottom here. I moved everything up a little bit. Who's Ottawa? I do think Bouillam.
It makes way too much sense.
And
for them.
that sucks with Shy Bouillam in Detroit and the better Bouillam in Ottawa.
And they don't have Dorian anymore, so I can't expect them to do something hilariously dumb.
Well,
I don't
we're
know
about to
I
find
don't know if
out.
Staios is any good, but I mean he fleeced Boston this week already, so
I don't think it's a fleece. I think it would have been a fleece with an extension. But he did make a great move overall by
yeah, I
getting
was
rid
gonna
of
say they
Korpisalo's
got
contract.
Allmark and unloaded Korpisalo's contract. That's
Yeah.
a tidy piece of work.
Sorry if I missed any donations here. Appreciate all of you. Ottawa's going up on the stage. Their pick is not yet in, so we don't have to worry about them reading it out yet. Oh, man. You know what? I'm just happy it's not Demidov. I can't complain because that would be like if Ottawa walked away with potentially the top pick and the like most talented player in the draft or top two.
That would suck.
Yes, it's already
'Cause
bad
it-
enough that he's in division. The Atlantic's a Thunderdome, man.
Come on, Ottawa, you're in Ontario. You don't need to do it in two languages.
Brad, I'm telling you, it's not even done on the tracker. They're not picking yet. You're good.
Wow.
Yakimchuk.
Okay, it's in on the tracker now.
Wow.
Okay, like they understandable. Not the defenseman I would have picked.
Wow,
They
Calgary.
they did have a bigger need on the right side. I'll give them that. Man, Calgary's
Wow.
getting Salayev or Bouillam. They're gonna forget about Iginla very soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Bouillam is massive for Calgary.
if he gets there, I think Seattle's taking him here.
Yeah.
That makes way too much sense for Seattle, right?
Yes, it does. Seattle, yes, and you know what? The offense is added too. What if Seattle takes Perrick?
That'd be fun.
That would be fun. It's
That'd
a
be real fun.
big swing. Frequency says, "Okay, guys, I'm here. We can start the draft now. Sorry, I'm late. We are all waiting for you, man." Yakimchuk, who is he as a player, and why did he fall down the board when some had him going higher?
I think this is higher than I was expecting him to go.
Me too.
Who is he as a prospect?
He's huge, very unathletic for a top 10 pick, as we learned at the combine. Like big Dougie Hamilton vibes, you know, tall, goofy, lanky, sick offensive mind. competes hard. I mean, I can't repeat enough. Dude scored 30 goals as a defenseman in the WHL. That's insane. Now, there was about 5 other players I would have been upset more if Ottawa picked. So, like, I'm A-okay with this, but he's a stud. He's going to be good. And he's like, 6'3"? He's huge. So you got a 6'3" defenseman with that kind of offense, like.
Again, Calgary's not mad, but they're definitely not happy.
Yeah, Iginla and Yakimchuk off the board. They can't even go for the hometown vibes in any way.
Con at 10:05, thank you for the donation, says Berkly Catton. He's falling.
Yeah.
Yeah. When are you calling?
I think he's going to Philly.
You think so?
I think Philly. Because as much as he makes sense for New Jersey, I struggle to see them taking another small forward, even though they should. I could see Seattle doing it, if we're being honest. I mean, he's so good. I could see any of these teams doing it, really.
Yep.
But I see a string of defense-needy teams coming up, and then Philly.
Hockey in Alabama, thank you for the donation. Also says Catton gets where before you're calling? 10? 9? 10.
10, probably.
Yeah. JM Rhapsody, thank you for the donation. Says, there goes my pick. I did my mock based on the names Mick would be most likely to butcher. Who's left? Who?
In the category that it is reasonable, Cole Eiserman, because he'd accidentally call him Steve a dozen times a year.
Yes. Oh, God. Yes, he would. Seattle Kraken on the clock. MBN would be a nightmare for him. The thing is, is he just going to go colloquially by Brandsegg?
I would think Nygard.
Carter Yakimchuk. Zane Perrick.
Oh, look at the Kitchener Ranger on there.
Ryan Murphy. Hey, Bowen Byram on the screen.
Hey,
Bowen Byram mentioned.
That's good juju for us.
There you go. Okay, how's
Chris
everyone?
Russell scored 26 goals in the WHL. What?
So the floor is Chris Russell.
Scoring goals to stopping him. Good for him.
14 empty netters.
When does future considerations getting drafted? That's a great point. Okay, here's my thing with Sam Dickinson. Just he's viewed as too complete and safe of a pick.
I don't know. I think there's risk in his game.
Who did you say,
I don't
Ryan?
think he's
Sorry?
Sam
refined.
Dickinson.
Yeah, I don't think he's great under pressure.
Yeah, there's risk with Dickinson. I'm not as sold on. He was I think 5th out of the top 6 defensemen.
No, but I'm saying I think that's what his draft stock is, like general consensus.
Yeah, well, he's the exact type of defenseman that NHL GMs drool over. You know what I mean? The 200-foot, enough offense to really keep you happy, skates well, big.
7 picks in, only 2 defensemen taken. If we said that yesterday, would you have said shocked or no?
I would have been shocked, no. Surprised, yes.
Dude, this Sennecke reaction is still... That's got to be the highlight of the draft. His parents, too. That was hysterical. 4 nations face-off.
It's weird Marchand was one of the 6, right?
Yeah,
he
it's
was
like
going to
a
be on the team no matter what.
Captain's thing. I think it's like a respect
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I could see that. I did see all 4 of those 6 players for each team get released today. Mm-hmm. And I found it hilarious in the online reaction how little people cared.
Oh.
We're hockeyed out right now.
Yeah. Like, A, you didn't give us what we wanted, and B, was now really the time to release it? Like,
It's really it's a slow week in the NHL, Brad. We need a little bit of content to keep people engaged.
Gotta get something to the front of mind.
Are Sens fans mad right now at that pick?
I wouldn't be thrilled.
I wouldn't either.
It was their biggest position of need. That's probably okay, we needed a right-handed D pretty badly.
I don't think you can be angry, but I think it's going to be really tough to watch Steve Yzerman play.
Oh, again, not my preferred pick, but that's going to happen with Detroit. I know who I'm going to want. They're not going to take him, but they're going to take another guy that I'm going to be like, yeah, he's good. I'm fine.
Yeah. Seattle's pick is in.
This has to be Booyam. It makes too much sense for them.
All right, as we get ready for this, 2,350 of you in here. Thank you all so much for joining our annual live stream. If you're not already, subscribe to the channel. We passed 10K subscribers today, we're massively grateful for it. And give the thumbs up to the stream. It is huge, huge, huge for us when you guys do that.
Beniers and Booyam kind of look alike, eh? You think they're doing this on purpose?
Maybe. Maybe. You might be onto something,
The
Brad.
Red Wings are desperately seeing what Shai Buium is doing right now. How quickly can you get on a flight?
Oh my God. I
The
told
dream-
you they were a good fit for Catton.
They were. I thought they
man.
needed a defenseman more, but that's
This
a really
is
good.
crazy.
You know what we should have seen? Seattle, Spokane. It's right there. They probably
That is
watched
true.
him more than anybody else this year.
That's a good pick,
Yeah.
man. I like that
that's
pick.
a great pick.
It was always a pipe dream for Catton. It just wasn't happening.
The defense.
My
pick
God,
is-
another forward.
Oh my God.
Red Wings might be forced to take
We-
a defenseman here.
We might be getting Brecker Dickinson here.
We're going to be drafting Salayev.
How do you feel about it? Wow.
That is
what?
a-
Two defensemen.
That is okay. That's
Calgary,
a bit
New Jersey, and
crazy.
San Jose have to be taking them, right? This has got to be San Jose's dream because that was the theory why they traded up to 11 because they figured one of the 6 would get there.
Calgary has to. I say Calgary Dickinson. That's my prediction. Calgary Booyam.
Okay, forget Catton. When does Detroit start calling up for Booyam? I'd be getting close.
I'm sorry. Is Brad Crisco right now saying trade up for a defenseman in this draft?
One of the elite
This
offensive
economy?
defensemen, yes. The team needs offense.
Let me tell you,
Booyam provides a lot of
At
it.
least the area code's in the phone number now.
For Booyam?
Oh yeah.
Man, like, he was my 3rd rated prospect. And he's sitting there at 9. Like,
Well, it looks like you're an idiot.
not yet, because I think
Yeah.
he's still going to be sick.
This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I'm missing these requests. If do you guys want something else on the screen? Did you want our picks back on the screen? I just didn't want to clutter it.
At least Catton went west, or stayed west, I should say. Like, look at that. That's sick.
He is a talented player, man.
The only downside about him is he wears number 34.
Yeah, because his favorite player growing up was Austin Matthews.
Lars, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Thank you for joining from the Uppsala region in Sweden. All right, let's get our predictions back on here.
Man, I knew this top 10 wasn't going to be predictable, but I didn't see any scenarios like this.
I thought Solberg. Is Solberg
Yeah.
the next defenseman taken?
Could you imagine? See, here's the thing that's going to conflict me is there's going to be a really good defenseman there at 15 for the Red Wings now. Like, there's no way they're going 5 in a row, right?
Who are you? Okay, Salayev's on the board. Are you taking him over Hage?
No.
It'd be hard not to.
I mean, me saying no is like counter to my whole point of like swinging on like high upside at this point.
Yeah.
But I really want a forward.
Like,
Because at the end of the day, will Salayev's, produce as much as a forward at that position in the
yeah,
draft?
but you put Salayev and Sider together. That's 21 feet of defenseman when you're trying to cross the blue line, and like mean defenseman.
Yeah, and that's a Steve Yzerman type pick, right?
Like if Salayev's there's no reality Detroit isn't taking him.
Christian Colmos, thank you so much for the donation. This is nuts. I love it, though. Agreed. This is fun. All of you have donated. Thank you very much. This is
For entertainment value a
Yeah.
great draft. Not going well for Detroit so far, but because
oh man.
all the forwards that we thought maybe Tij falls, maybe Catton falls.
If Calgary takes Zeev, we might be back on track. If they don't take Zeev, all
We
bets
need
are off.
Calgary and New Jersey to take 2 of the defensemen, and
Yeah.
San Jose is going to take one of the defensemen. Like, those are 3 very defense. New Jersey's not needy on anything, but I think they have a bigger need for defense. Like, Calgary and San Jose need defensemen.
All right, Calgary is still on the clock. They're not even they're just waiting. What are they waiting it out for? They want to
Trying to figure out if there's another Iginla kid.
Your
So he
Honor,
only had one son.
Gary, we ask you to rescind the Iginla pick. On what grounds? It's devastating to my case. You're gonna ruin the tour.
That's a depressing graphic right
Yeah,
there.
I wouldn't be putting that one up.
Did you see
man.
Nazem Kadri's being shopped?
That contract's going to be like Kadri's good still, but that's going to be a tough contract to move.
Can you? Yeah, I almost thought, are they going to retain on him? But Calgary is notorious for not wanting to retain.
And for what? He's got 5-6 years left or something like that. Nobody's retaining that long.
San Jose did it on hurdle. Retained
Yeah, but
forever on
San
hurdle.
Jose hasn't. They've made like one good trade. We don't talk about it. Shut up.
It's because I was talking about how many bad moves Greer made that trade happened.
Yeah, we kind of. What's the reverse manifest?
Yeah. We were tempting the hockey gods too much.
Who else have we been criticizing too much? We've criticized Conroy a lot. So who do you want the Red Wings to take the most? Because they're going right now.
God. I really want them to take Solberg, is what I want.
That would be the dream.
All right. Predictions?
Dickinson.
I
Strikes
say,
me as a Calgary type.
I say Booyam.
Yeah, I like the Dickinson pick as well. A little bit more of a meat and potatoes, real Alberta boy kind of energy.
Just saw the pick.
Okay.
Well, Ryan can't talk now.
Interesting. Zane Parekh.
Okay.
Don't hate that pick.
It's
hate it.
it's
I
a
like it.
high upside swing.
Yep, I like it. When you're starting a rebuild, take your swings. Don't take your safe picks. I like that pick for Calgary.
Brad with a super chat donation. Thank you so much, Brad. Says, can we manage a Salayev, Sider, and Edvinsson, Axel, Sandin, Pelika cap? Yeah, sure. Cap's going up.
If you pay them by the foot, we might be in trouble. But Sandin Pelika balances out a little bit.
My God, should you play for the Red Wings?
They might if it gets by the foot.
That might
they
be
would
all they
need
can
me to
afford.
Yeah.
No, they should grab Mika for a couple more years.
Yeah, she's still only like 4'2". Like she'd be downright cheap.
Oh, so just another inch before she's more expensive than you.
Yeah. She's like
Zane Parekh. Okay, who's Parekh as a prospect? And why is this a swing?
It's not crazy to think he could be in the Erik Karlsson tier. It's not, again, ceiling versus likelihood of panning out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the dude scored 33 goals, almost 100 points this year. 17-year-old, shoots right, which is always at a premium. I mean, his defensive game isn't bad in the sense that he competes. It's not like he just gives up on defense, but it needs a lot of work. He tends to be reckless at times, as a lot of highly gifted offensive defensemen do. But, man, is he skilled, creative, smart. Like, all things are possible when the puck is on his stick.
You think of the criticisms of Quinn Hughes, and I think they're fair, like what the deficiencies are in the defensive zone. But in the modern NHL, for a defenseman who can just get to serviceable, or at least where it's heavily, the ice is heavily tilted in your favor with the puck on your stick, like it or not, that's what the modern NHL is. So offensive defensemen can thrive. I grew up watching and appreciating defensemen who could do it both ways perfectly, but that's just not the nature of the game. So I think this is the era where the Quinn Hughes, the Pareks, those types make sense to risk on. Not every time, but
like some guys, all you need to watch is a highlight pack to go, oh, yeah, I get it.
okay.
He's one of those guys.
I just look at this comment from Jonathan B. Can you imagine San Jose walks away with Celebrini and Booyam? Thank goodness they're in the West.
Coming to fruition.
Well, if they need a defenseman, they're getting one of Salayev or Booyam if they so choose.
If you're Steve Yzerman, are you calling about the New Jersey Devils pick right now?
Nah, I'm waiting for San Jose. Listen, you little bastard. You owe us one.
It's the future. We considered it.
But San Jose
Man,
just
Booyam
traded.
and Woolman on their top D pairing. That's pretty good.
They did trade up for 11, so they're not likely
And
to
they got
trade
a second
back.
round pick. They could bundle that in, get back into the first round.
they could use that second round pick to trade away Woolman.
Damn it, they could.
By God, San Jose has the opportunity to do the funniest thing here. All right, Parekh off the board. Booyam's still there. Dickinson's still there. Salayev's still there. The defenseman, Solberg's still there. The defensemen we thought were going to run off the board. 1, 2, 3 in the top 9. It's not a bad ratio, but wow.
Yeah. Not expected. Like, this is throwing my whole, I was so steadfast on the Red Wings taking a forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if Solberg's still there, there will be forwards I prefer more. But, man, if, like, Salayev or Booyam falls.
Red Sergey, thank you for the donation, says Booyam, Dickinson, Salayev, Iginla, Iserman. One will be available to the Wings. Who would you prefer?
Iginla's gone.
Iginla's gone, but Booyam, Dickinson, Salayev, Iserman.
Booyam, Salayev, Yzerman. Oh, God. Booyam.
Yeah, it's
Like,
Bouillon
this
for
is
me.
where positional need goes out the window. He's just too good to not take.
Favorite comment so far from DF. Brad's wearing a medium shirt. That shirt's extra medium. Oh, it's Travis Matthew.
Yeah, it's
You guys are both wearing golf things. All right. You know what? Take this opportunity while they do their Rubik's Cubes. Oh, another super chat. Frank Stanley, thank you so much for the donation. Says, thanks, guys, for the #1 podcast. Thank you, Frank Stanley, for the generous donation and all of your support over the years. And another donation here from Brizzy Bones says, will you guys be at the Stadium Series game 2014 Winter Classic jersey reverse colors? Remains to be seen, but I think it'd be fun to do.
When is it again?
Stadium Series? Oh, did they get released?
November?
No.
I genuinely don't know.
Series Ohio Stadium is on. Dun, 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 dun. Give me a second here. March 1st.
March 1st.
March 1st. Smarch 1st.
Smart weather. All right, Devils. I don't have a good read.
I have got nothing going on that day. So
They're going Dickinson. I feel it.
Imagine they get Bouillon, how sick that team
That
is.
team's going to be.
They're
Send-
like already sick.
Send Detroit back to the West, man. I'm ready to stay up late.
Oh my god.
Well, Holtz didn't work out, so they should take a primo shooter in Yzerman.
They got to take a defenseman, right? Devils. Yeah, Tom Fitzgerald does look like he has to pee. Mike Lennox says the money you guys are making, YouTube is going to think you're showing skin. Oh, brother,
Marty
everyone's showing
Brodeur, they're
skin.
taking a
That's
goalie.
Oh my god, imagine they took a goalie.
Salayev.
Salayev.
Yeah.
I like that pick for Jersey.
Yeah, that's
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Bouillon out of the top 10 though. I can't wrap my head around that.
I'm very glad that Slive is not there for Detroit.
You didn't want the project, yeah?
No.
All right, Brad, talk about Salayev while I go feed my dogs.
The range of outcomes is Tyler Myers to Zdeno Chara. He's massive, 6'7", had a good year in the KHL, and we know how notorious that league is for 17-year-olds, 18, even 19-year-olds don't thrive in that league. So as a defenseman, to go into that league and do well is hard, exceptionally hard. Now, being 6'7" does make it easier, but he can skate. He's a good skater for the size. He uses his size well. He's not, the gentle giant. He'll run you if he gets a chance. Little bit of questions on the hockey IQ, a little bit of question on the puck skills, which, when you're a 6'7" defenseman, that's not the end of the world. It's not the number 1 and 2 traits people are looking for in that, I don't know what to call it, mold. But yeah, for New Jersey, where their team is at and how their team is built in terms of roster construction and size, yeah, taking the 6'7" defenseman makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, unlike Chara, his skating is incredible for someone his size. Not only mechanically is it impressive, but he has the explosiveness as well. Really, for me, the big question mark is, can he develop the rest of his game to put it all together at the NHL level? And that's big.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big thing. Like, I guess at the end of the day, he's got the floor where he can just be a mutant and run guys over. But at 10, 11th overall, you want a guy who's going to produce at the NHL. And that would give me a lot of pause if the Red Wings had him available at 15.
Like, it is easy to forget because it was in the 90s. But when Chara broke through with the Islanders, he looked like Bambi on the ice. There was no coordination, no skill. He was the definition of a project. And look at what he turned into. I'm not saying he will be as good as Chara, but that's the bet you're making with Salayev. He is way further along in his skill and development than Chara was at the same age. Like, light years difference. I know, different day and age, better training, better yada, yada, yada.
The reason why this pick doesn't make a lot of sense to me for New Jersey is because I think they're a lot closer to being a contender than they are a rebuilding team.
I think he could play next year.
Really?
I don't think he will, but he
could see Bouillon play next year?
Yes, absolutely he could.
That's my point, is there's a better defenseman readily available who could, I mean, this is good for Detroit. Bouillon being on New Jersey next year is really bad for them to make the playoffs.
See, this is where teams overthink it. I can understand them not picking Bouillon because, like, between Luke Hughes and Dougie Hamilton, who are you pulling off one of the two power play units to put Booyam in there, right?
Who cares?
Exactly. That's my theory. Just take the best player, but Salayev, the bet is he's going to be a better defender.
Yeah.
And I think Booyam's a great defender.
Yeah. Well,
But-
Sam Dickinson's was there too, so he must have been number 3 on their defensive list.
Yeah.
Because I think he plays already better defense
So
than,
who's coming up? So
than some of those guys.
we need 3 defensemen to go in the next 4 picks, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Trade up for Booyam. Just do it.
Let's get weird.
I want it to happen.
I've got the area code and the first 3 digits in my phone number now if I'm Steve Yzerman.
Yeah.
All right, did I miss any super chats? Brendan Neindorf, thank you for the donation. Says, go Wings, don't draft MBN. I want a bigger swing. Craig says, any reaches or is it expected, not just not in order? Craig, thank you for the donation. Sennecke is a great player. I think that is a bit of a reach at 3, just considering Demidov was available. Yeah, just in a different order, I'd say. It's hard.
Yeah, there was ultimate variability in this draft in the top 2 to 10, 2 to 11 at this point.
Oh, I want Detroit to trade up for Booyam. The more I think about it, the more
Me
I
too,
think that
man.
makes sense.
Me too.
That is such great talent. Kip Tira Jr., thank you so much for the donation. Says, love the Pod Boys, and who do you think we are taking given how this is all shaped out? Nothing has touched the Red Wings possibilities yet. Catton outside shot.
Solberg.
Well, now here's the interesting thing is what does San Jose do? I doubt they thought Zeev Booyam was there. Do they also want the Cole Eiserman, BU, Macklin Celebrini connection?
Celebrini's not going back to BU.
Well, I mean, there was that
apparently they
connection.
played at Shattuck St.
Yeah,
Mary's.
they played at Shattuck together too. So,
Well, that was the
and
rumor.
Mike Greer went to BU.
Oh, they made their pick, San Jose. Oh my God, they're gonna take
Cowards.
Celebrini and Booyam, aren't they? Oh my God.
No looking, Ryan.
Unless they go the safe.
no
pick.
looking.
I scrolled down. Oh, they did. They took Sam Dickinson. They went the safe
Didn't
pick.
pick up the phone, Steve. We are at the point
Oh
now.
my God. Oh
Nick S.
my God.
thank
What
you for
am
the
I
donation.
missing about
Says,
Booyam?
Is San Jose able to get Celebrini and Booyam? Nope.
You would be incorrect.
Please. Thank you for the donation. But please call Philly. Call Philly now.
I don't know what I want to happen. The forwards that we wanted to fall are like outside of Catton are
Oh
falling.
my God, they're gonna have the choice between everyone.
I can't wait for Iserman and Helenius and Hage to be there, and we take Solberg. Like, you know it's coming.
No, Brad, stop. Dickinson, 11 for Dickinson is a fine range.
I think.
Booyam's on the board.
Context matters.
Yes.
It
Yes.
always matters.
Yeah, like that. Like me with Solberg. I love the player, but how this board's going. Oh, man.
What if Detroit moves back?
You know what? If a team at 17 or 18 is calling with the way this is going,
Man, Booyam is 2, and if Booyam goes off the board, then I'm thinking move back. Right?
maybe. There's
a couple
too many
picks.
forwards there I like still.
If it's a couple picks and someone's getting, like, they're giving you an extra second for it, sure.
Oh, get that second back. Perfect. This is incredible.
Wow. Why? What are we missing with Zeev?
He's only, what, 6 feet? Is that it?
I would kill for 6 feet. Holy.
My God. So Brandsegg-Nygard's still there. Connolly, obviously. Iserman.
Hage.
Philly, what do they have for defense in the system? I'm drawing a blank. It's not much, right?
They just traded for what's his face from Anaheim.
He's a forward.
No, defenseman.
Oh, no, it went the other way. I'm
Yeah.
thinking Goche. Yeah. Drysdale, he's a
yeah.
righty.
Yeah.
Steve Booyam shoots left. That's not good.
I heard Philly's hot to trot on Yzerman, though. That's one thing that I heard. I just haven't heard a lot from Philly.
Can you do like this into the TV? Like, you are hot on Iserman. Like,
Oh,
make
you
it
want-
happen?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
magic hands. The Simpsons like laser
Yeah,
things coming out of
yeah.
our fingers. That's gonna be a great clip.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well,
Buffalo has a lot of lefty.
Vision Quest. Have you forgot what you were hoping at the beginning? Connolly. It's a great point. If they go Connolly, it's really not.
Like, if the next 3 picks go
Booyam, Iserman.
If it's Booyam, Iserman, Solberg, we're where we expected. It just took a real weird path to get there.
We haven't even talked about Hellenius.
Well, Minnesota's picking, so
Man, they're like, we have Nygard and Hellenius available to us. Can we have both?
Great comment here. Jethro Nightify, first of all, thank you for the donation, says, I'm excited to see who we get, but I can't wait until I can quit caring about the draft because we're consistently in the playoffs.
No one feels that more than us.
this is as hyped as we're ever going to be for a middle six forward second pairing defenseman.
We've done it 2 years in a row. I think we can do it one more year.
When Detroit's picking like 24th or later, the first 24 picks are just going to be us drinking Labatt's.
Yeah,
Exclusively
just
reading the
reminiscing
chat.
on the
If
playoffs.
if you think I will be there in my physical body, you are wrong.
Are you here in your physical body now?
Not at yes, but in pick number 24, I will not be. I'll do a Sea-Doo stream.
Just Evan on FaceTime ripping through Lake Ontario.
Philly's pick isn't in. I don't see pick is in. They're on the clock. Trade up, Detroit. Trade up, trade up, trade up.
I'm frantically refreshing Twitter on my dying laptop. Nothing. I don't see anything yet.
Call.
Like, this is one of those ones I'm trying. Like, what did we miss on Booyam?
I don't know.
Booyam going past Tij Iginla, Demidov, that all make fine.
Sure.
Berkly Catton, fine. Yakimchuk, I'm starting to question it.
I'm
Perek-
definitely questioning it.
Perek, I'm like,
Steve
get
Yzerman isn't the best skater mechanically, but I mean, he's extremely effective and efficient with what he has.
taking Salayev over Booyam, even that, I'm like, I can see the vision. It's not my vision, but I can see it. Dickinson, I don't understand.
No, you need a left shot D. Like,
He's a better
with
version
offense.
of
Yes.
Sam Dickinson.
Why would
Yes.
San Jose could have walked away with Celebrini and Booyam? I like Dickinson. I think he's a good prospect, but Booyam could be special.
Well, when you pick first overall, your job is extremely easy.
Yeah, that's fair.
The real nuances in your picks after that.
Man, and there's a Philly, Minnesota, and Buffalo could go a lot of different ways.
I'm gonna be
This is
real
wide
upset
open.
if Buffalo takes someone like Zeev Booyam, and then we get to watch it in front of us for a couple decades.
That would.
That would hurt.
Some movement coming here with the 12th pick. Elliot Friedman, some movement here coming with the 12th pick.
Refresh. Everybody, who's got the fastest?
Trade coming.
Please.
I'm begging you, Steve. Please.
There's a trade at 12.
Oh God.
There's a trade at
Who's
12.
jumping over us to go get it?
How do you know this? What are you refreshing
Freeze,
that I'm not?
Twitter.
Yeah, 30 seconds ago. Elliot Freeman. Some movement coming here with the 12th pick.
Yes, I did see that.
Who? What?
We don't know yet.
I said I wouldn't be like this year, and I'm once again like this. I'm all nervous and clammy.
Oh, chat saying St. Louis.
That would not be ideal.
Well, Briere kind of looks like an Addams Family character.
Yeah,
It's
he
the
does. He
hair.
looks like Gomez. A young version of Gomez.
Does look like Gomez.
young
That's
version.
hysterical. How long have you known that? Or did that just come to you?
It
on the
just came
spot?
to me when you mentioned it. I went, yeah, he does look like Gomez.
And
And I
then-
thought that's where you were going with
In
it.
his era, what you'd think Scott Gomez, but no, we're talking the Addams Family character. Hard-hitting analysis here on the Winged Wheel podcast.
That's right. This is
is
what you pay the
content
big bucks for.
that almost 3,000 of you are tuning in for. The dogs are now thankful for dinner, so they're up here and they want to. We'll bring the dogs in after the 15th.
I need
Where
my-
were St. Louis picking originally? 16, 17?
Let me look here very quickly. St. Louis was 16, one pick after Detroit. Oh wow! If the team right after Detroit,
I'm gonna die inside.
where are people? I don't see St. Louis.
I have been refreshing Twitter every second and since that was announced, and nothing has popped up.
Yeah, I don't know. I love Sportsnet tweeting out, Danny be on the phone. Eyes after your insider already reported there's a trade.
What's that noise? Is that Tully groaning outside, or he's? Like,
I just hear the collar jangling.
Chris Blair says, my brother said Danny Briere looks like the white shrimpy bad guy that hires Dolph Lundgren in every 90s movie.
He looks like the fake Joker from The Dark Knight.
Oh, they're fighting outside the door. They're wrestling,
yes. Yes, they are.
Chat, can you hear that? I have two big dogs, and it's if anyone who has two big dogs, you understand the sounds.
Big dog.
Can we...
We need an ISO cam of the Red Wings desk right now to see if they're on the phone.
We need an ISO cam of the dogs. All right.
Oh, God. I have 4 Twitter updates.
I'm just watching whatever my top tweet is go 9 seconds, 11 seconds, 13 seconds.
Still nothing else on the trade.
No, I'm not seeing anything either.
Like the whole point of the in-person draft, figure out who else is on the phone.
The tracker hasn't updated.
Zoom in, zoom in.
So clenched right now.
Oh, Minnesota is moving up a spot.
Minnesota.
One spot? That's not fun. That changes nothing for us.
So Minnesota really...
They really like Consta Helenius, huh?
Can you imagine they do? That'd be the funniest thing ever.
If they do and move up for Constantinius, I will die.
That's hysterical.
Minnesota, yeah, moving up a spot. And they moved up one spot for a 3rd-round pick.
A third?
What? That's it?
They're only going up one spot.
Yeah, but
They did it. It was a 2025 third.
I guess
The
it's
context of Booyum is what makes it... yeah, I know. I'm not happy about it either.
we have a trade. Tell us, Gary.
It's
All
if that's all it costs, I wouldn't mind that.
All right, 3rd-round pick moves you up a spot.
But, like, the drop from Booyum to everybody else is substantial.
What would a 2nd round pick have gotten Detroit to move up?
Booyum.
Please stop.
Can you imagine? They could be picking right now.
Who took Perrick again? Calgary.
Calgary, yeah.
And then
Okay,
New
you
Jersey
made the
took
trade. Get to the stage. You know who you're
Salaya.
moving up for.
San Jose took Dickinson.
Look at Garen. He's so happy. He doesn't even notice his hangover right now.
Again, not hungover, still drunk. That way the hangover can't get you. I'm afraid the cumulative hangover will literally kill me.
It's 2 Archer references for us this week.
Yeah, it's a good show to reference.
It's a great show.
The thing
I've
is,
been still trying to figure out a way to say the secret ingredient is phone, but it hasn't come up yet in casual.
making trades on the draft floor. The secret ingredient is phone. The thing is, moving up, I understand it might, like we're saying, oh, that's dumb to move up. You want a guy, you want to guarantee you get him, even if the other team's like, yeah, how do you know I'm not going to take him? If you know you're not going to take him, take the free 3rd-round pick.
Well, when someone like this falls that far, if Minnesota's going up for anybody but him, like,
There's comment in the chat, traded up, and they're arguing about who to take because it looked like they were just debating on there. We can't trade up and take Helenius.
like, no, the conversation right now is, okay, yeah, we traded up, but it's a you, I, and you. How the hell do you pronounce that? There's 3 vowels in a row. This doesn't make sense, and 2 of them are U's.
Wait, no. How many spots did they move up?
1.
The 1 or 3?
1. They were picking 13, now they're picking 12.
Jeez.
Evan, you're the stats major here. Help us.
That would be 1, yep. Can't confirm.
Yeah, you're right.
I ran the
I
numbers
don't know,
really
I got
quickly for
confused
you.
for a second. Oh, man.
These were 2 teams that were hot to trot on Yzerman, apparently. Is there anything to that? Like,
Well, I got bad news for you. I've spoiled the pick for myself.
Oh, why'd you do that for?
Because I was refreshing to see if anything was happening. And Elliot tweeted it.
Thanks.
Oh, has he been tweeting it?
No, he didn't. He hasn't been.
He just did this one specifically to spite you?
He knew you were there. Well, like, I mean, the trade up
Is
candidates.
Bill Guerin going to go in front of the microphone?
He's hammered. You're telling me he's not hammered?
God damn it.
Shy boo him. Hey, he's...
Steve Booyah?
Or sorry, yeah, they get shy. We
Wow.
get Zeev.
We don't need a Z-Buoy. We have one of them at home.
Wow, imagine if we had that second round pick right now. We could have made that move up.
I don't know that it wouldn't have been enough, but
I absolutely
I
think it
would have
would.
happily added
It was a
more.
second round pick in this year's draft. The third is next year's.
so Booyam to Minnesota Flyers. Wow, that you're like, yeah, make that trade, man. Make that trade.
That costs you nothing.
So which of the defensemen are left? Is it just Solberg?
Oh yeah, who's still on the board?
Salayev, Booyam, Perek, Yakimchuk, Dickinson, and Levshunov. The big six are now gone.
Yeah.
Solberg. Someone take Solberg. Someone take him. So Detroit will take EJ Emery.
Shut up. Do you know how awful I'm going to feel that I'm not going to be completely stoked about the great player the Red Wings are going to take?
I told you, context matters for good and bad.
Okay, but no, let's look at this. There's going to be one of the preferred forwards there guaranteed.
Yes, and they're going to take whoever the best defenseman is available. Ryan, we've been through this.
Are you doing like a little reverse? You don't want to let yourself
No,
believe?
because it's happened. Hey, the picks turned out great, but it happened with Seider and it happened with Edvinsson. But those are far better defensemen than anybody available here.
Seider was off the board.
Yeah.
No one expected Seider.
Yeah, I'm not saying it worked out poorly, but we've been through this before.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about Booyam for a second. First off, good for Minnesota. Go
Yeah.
get your guy, and that is breaking the mold. Secondly, who's Zeev Booyam as a prospect?
Sick, man. He's first of all, let's start off with Denver's whole thing was they suffocated the other teams. And so many 1-goal games and shutouts down the stretch in key games. Zeev was a huge part about that. He was like their top defenseman. So let's get the offensive defenseman can't defend well right out of the gate. Oh, and of all draft eligible defensemen, he had the most points, 50 in 42 games. Unbelievable.
Brad, you keep talking in general about what might happen here as we try to fix this.
Michael Buffer is going to introduce Bill Guerin back up onto the stage, and he's going to fight someone. Man, Philly, I'm surprised they traded away from Booyam.
Me too.
But Minnesota, man, that's such a smart trade up for them. Faber and Booyam on that blue line for God knows how
Drysdale
long.
Booyam, though,
That
that would have been nice.
would have been sick. But Faber, Booyam.
Yes.
Okay,
Solberg's still there if one of Philly or Buffalo fancies a defenseman. We've seen connections Philly to Cole Eiserman. I should probably actually refresh her to see. The pick's probably
you
been-
want to know what happened? Jet Luchenko
Yep.
to Philly.
You're kidding.
Jet Luchenko to Philly.
Wow.
Wow, that's surprising.
Wow. So almost all the forwards we were hoping would be there for the Red Wings are going to be there, depending what Buffalo does. Oh, man. Jet Luchenko. Well, that explains why Philly was comfortable trading back.
No kidding.
Man, if I was Philly, I would have went back a few more spots to 15.
Yeah. Wow. They could have got another pick.
Oh, man.
Just trying to get to the.
Yeah, no worries. So what does Buffalo do here? Do they go D with Solberg? Do they take Yzerman? Do they take one of the other forwards? Because they don't really have any
They're
significant flaws.
They're like the inverse of Detroit. For ultimate upside, they could.
They're not taking Solberg.
Constellanius?
Yeah, they're not taking Solberg because they have Samuelson, Dahlin, Byram,
Powers.
Power. Their left side's set forever.
Yeah. Imagine if we took potential in our other drafts. We could have this luxury.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's well, we're about to find out. The table is now set.
Okay, so Jet Luchenko. Talk about who Jet Luchenko is as a player. That's a reach, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a reach. I like him. 200-foot center, tons of compete. Like the type of player, it's not hard to see why teams would fall in love with. But I don't know if the upside's high enough there to justify.
Only scored 20 goals in the OHL this year on the Guelph Storm.
Do
Maybe there's more offense to be unlocked. I'm not sure, but he's a high energy physical guy.
Yeah.
All right. Jet Luchenko, 13th overall. We had a little mini hiccup there. Appreciate the 3,000 views still in here. I'm hoping the video will catch up a little bit. Apologies for the buffering. We are 2 picks away from the Red Wings. We have, if you're looking at our predictions list and our preferences list, everyone's still there.
Yeah, 100%. This is.
Who does Buffalo go here?
I gotta think it's a forward, right? Adam Yurchek, maybe if they want to reach for a right-handed D. Like, again, they got 4 stud left-hand D. Like, I just can't see them taking Solberg. I gotta think Brandsegg-Nygard makes a lot of sense for them. Hellenius makes a lot of sense for them. Yzerman makes a lot of sense for them. I mean, they all make a lot of sense for Detroit, too.
Yeah.
All right, they're on the stage.
Buffalo's pick is in. This one I might spoil for us as it comes in just for the sake of...
I got it here. We're good.
Lindy Ruff. Good
Lindy
for
making
them.
the pick. Oh, Lindy's taking a defenseman for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
What handedness is Stolberg again?
Left.
Buffalo making their pick.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense then.
Consta
Costa
Hellenius.
Hellenius.
Yeah.
I like that for them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like that for them. Yep, good for them.
All right, is this where I get it out of the way? I really, really like Solberg, but I would much prefer them take a forward here.
Yep, that's fine. Like
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
But seeing as the Red Wings just traded away a left-handed D,
Hellenius off the board to Buffalo, updating the ticker now.
So we have Eisman, we have Hage, we have Connolly.
Detroit Red
And
Wings.
Brandsegg-Nygard.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's going to happen, isn't it?
The Detroit Red Wings are on the clock.
It's happening live.
Trade back. That's my pick right now. Go back 3 spots. Call Chicago.
I am actually happy with the trade back.
Yeah, this would be where I'm calling Chicago.
Just a few picks.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Chicago. That's
Yeah,
as
yeah,
far
yeah.
back as I'd be willing to go right now.
Yeah.
But then you're guaranteed still one of Hage, Eiserman, Connolly.
Okay. Just want to make sure the feed quality is staying. All right. Think we're back. Evan, whatever you're doing on your computer, you'll have to download that.
Okay, let me know if I need to pull that back up at any
Okay.
point.
Perfect. Thank you, chat, for all of that. The Detroit Red Wings are currently on the clock. The pick is in. Final predictions with how this has gone. Actual prediction and actual preference, 1 pick each.
Right now, as it stands right now, my prediction, trade back. My
Okay.
Not prediction, my preference, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. Trade back. If not, if I'm gun to the sphere again, if I have to make the pick, taking Cole Eiserman.
My prediction still is Connolly. If I had to make the pick, I don't know if Connolly's clearer than Connolly. If not, Hage.
So my prediction is Solberg. My preference is trade back. If they make the pick, I would go Eiserman.
Okay. All right. It looks like the last cutout, we lost a few people, but that's okay. Hopefully everyone comes back. The Detroit Red Wings are on the clock. 15th pick is coming up here. Consta Hellenius off the board, 1 pick before Detroit hurts a little bit based on.
Yeah.
Whew, I'm
right.
nervous.
Yeah, come on, Elliot. Who's picking behind us? St. Louis, Washington, Chicago? Come on, when do you pick up the phone? Let's go.
All right.
Pete Blackburn trying to manifest Eiserman here. Eiserman to Detroit would be funny and also cool.
It does. It is.
It would
funny.
be funny. Like, for the memes, we need the content.
Yes.
I need Mick to accidentally say Steve Yzerman a bunch. But is there a player in this draft who, like, available right now who seems like less of an Yzerman type than Yzerman?
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. Fair
But
enough.
that's the thing. I don't even think that's true. Like, Yzerman's not a guy who shies away from, like, the physical end
Yeah.
of the game. He competes.
So
like-
then,
Like, I feel like he was over-scouted, hence why he'd still be my pick here.
we all want to see the clip of Steve Yzerman saying Cole Eiserman, though.
Yes, 100%. And, like,
Is
he
it
doesn't,
always a
he
cra-
doesn't say a lot of words when he goes up there, He just walks up to the mic. Iserman. He
Yeah.
just backs up.
Is it
Oh my
always
God,
a
will that be
commercial
great?
before Detroit's pick?
Always, 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 always. Like,
Jeez.
it's a meme at this point.
Visit the USA. Wow.
Which Booyam was picked this round? A brother of ours? Yep, it's a brother of Shy Booyam. That's Zeev. All right, I have to catch up on these super chats, these donations. You guys are all extremely kind for something that we messed up. All right. Luke DeWitt, thank you so much. John Mosey says, here's $20 to fix the stream. Brad says $2 to fix the stream. Michael DGI11 says, you dropped this Kings and it was $10. Fresh Squeeze Cider says, get better interwebs provider. I wish we could where we are. Break My Computer says, stream fix funds. Ironic. McTyman, thank you so much. Luke DeWitt says, could Booyam be the next Zadina? Different position, but
I'm going to say no.
Toph Smith says they have to trade down now, right? So many names left. It's good thinking.
I would go back to 16, 17, or 18 given the option.
Jacob Lowe says, who's number one on the leftovers list? Leftovers list.
Leftovers list?
Like who's left?
Oh, God. Right now, my list would be Iserman, Hage, Connolly, Solberg. Brandsegg-Nygard, Solberg, sorry.
Brian G103 says, y'all good. Remember to say fresh cheese bags. Thank you. Denver Wing says, thanks, gents. Off to the bar after the pick. All right, folks. If you're still here, how many of you do we still have with us? We are up to 3,200. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Literally all Evan's fault. He sprayed beer all over my router, I think. That's what we'll blame
I
it on.
would do that. Yep.
Although it might have been a strategic decision from the dogs to like knock over the modem or something.
Maybe they'll have to leave the room and then pay attention to us.
Yes. I love the chats coming in that were like, Ryan doesn't look at the chat, or they're not looking at the chat. They think we're dumb. They literally don't know that it's broken. And it was like the sad hamster meme. I'm like, I'm trying as hard as I can to fix it. Prashant was literally calling me. Donation from Dograt19 says, love from Australia picked up the pod this year and keeps me updated with the mighty winged wheel as we get F all down here. What time is it over there? Oh, you're in the morning. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. And chat, thank you so much for the support and the heads up. I was literally using you to figure out whether the stream was good or not. So thank you. And if it goes bad again, let me
Stevie's
know.
on stage.
Steve Yzerman's on stage. The pick is in.
All right. Didn't trade back.
I am not looking at Twitter.
Okay.
Might need to turn
no
this up a little
spoiling.
bit.
Yep. This is a live reaction to the 15th overall pick.
All right. Here we go.
If not Connolly, I say it's Brandsegg-Nygard. No, Hage. Chris
2 or
Drake.
3 have been on the podcast.
That's right. Not Gary.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, he's drafting a defenseman.
Oh, yeah. They're getting Listerman to make the pick.
That's Solberg. If it's Lidstrom, it's Solberg. Is it Solberg?
He's already up on the stage.
Brandsegg-Nygard.
I love it, but
This is the
how-
most predictable pick.
the most predictable, imaginable. Like,
Yes. Michael Brandsegg-Nygard, 15th overall to the Detroit Red Wings.
great player, boring pick.
It is probably the most predicted pick in the NHL draft.
Every one of you who are yelling at everybody doing their mock drafts, can you please pick someone else? You go.
This is why they don't.
You have to go apologize to all of them because the Red Wings are the most predictable organization in the league.
If everyone can say a prayer right now for Mickey Redmond, he's going to be going through it saying that name.
Yeah, love the player. Like the predictable nature of this doesn't take away from how good
Yeah, that part's-
Brandsegg-Nygard is. Again, he's your 200-foot like all-out competitor who's got a wicked shot and can score some goals, right?
Yeah.
I do have questions about his mediocre production as a late birthday in the Allsvenskan. Like, that is a bit of a red flag. But if they're drafting someone out of Sweden, I know he's Norwegian, but if they're drafting someone who played in Sweden, I trust Hakan Andersson.
Yep. Yeah. Hakan Anderson generally, like, that is Detroit's drafting inefficiency. And if they are taking someone out of Sweden, you're right. Like, he has been prolific over the years. And what it means to take that kind of talent over the talent that you see, out of the North American leagues, it means he's banging the table. He means, I'm certain that this guy's the right pick. The name is hilariously compressed in the back of that jersey. So, Michael Brandsegg-Nygard, give us the full rundown on who he is as a player, what he brings. You talked about the shot, you talked about the 200-foot game, and where is he in the Red Wings system?
Well, for where this organization is at, and it's probably unfair to put this on him, he needs to be the top scoring prospect in the system right now. Just because we've talked about the lack of goals that are coming up through the system right now. Again, I expect Danielson to contribute. I expect Mazur to contribute, but I don't think either of them are 30-goal scorers. The hope here is that Brandsegg-Nygard could be that guy. Because again, that is this organization's biggest hole in, arguably on the roster and in the pipeline. Definitely in the pipeline. So the offensive upside is intriguing. The shot is intriguing. The fact that he also is a balls to the wall, 200-foot, run through a brick wall to make a play type of guy is the cherry on top. I have questions about, is he going to be a 30-goal scorer? Right now, my prediction would be no, but it's definitely in his range of possibilities. It's not that far-fetched to think he could get there.
I don't like the fact that his shot is that good makes me think that I don't even think it's in like the highest range of possibilities. I think he absolutely could be. He's going to be one of those prospects where it's pretty tough to tell. The Allsvenskan's not the truest indicator of, what his future performance is going to be.
Yeah.
It's certainly not a massive green flag that he didn't produce a ton in the Allsvenskan, but it's also like, even though it's not the SHL, it's still a hard league to play in as a young player.
The hope here is that because he was playing in a weaker league, the people getting him the puck were not as proficient at that for him to unleash the shot, and maybe going up levels and playing with better players. Maybe he gets a few more touches if he can find the right spots. Again, I don't know the Allsvenskan well enough to be able to make that assessment fully. That's the hope, if you will. But yeah, I'm intrigued. He's got enough playmaking that I don't think teams can fully sell out on his shot. But I don't think it's like going to be an upper tier trait of his.
And up and down the ice is where his impact is like, it truly stands out. It's the fact that he can combine a really, really high-end shot, like one of the better shots in this draft, with a very complete 200-foot game. And I know
Good skater too.
Yes. The Red Wings fans are going to like cringe when they hear that, but it's actually like it's a good thing. And it's not like that's all he has. That he's a full package. I think there were guys with higher offensive upside, like a dramatic comparison to either end of the spectrum is Yzerman, for example. Not a complete player, not a complete 200-foot game, but has that wicked shot and that, really, really high-end dimension. And that's the gambit that the Red Wings took. They took a player who was going to make an impact all over the ice. Let's see what Steve Yzerman has to say here. Talks about a shot. Yep, two-way player, good on the power play. Something else I'll say. So Yzerman's talking about him filling a void, and they feel like he's bringing that off. He talked a lot about the offense, which is good because it means they see the offense in him. And something else I'll say is they love this pick because they went up on that stage and they took him despite everyone else that was there. They were set on him.
Yeah.
They were set on Michael Brandsegg-Nygard.
Nobody's surprised.
No.
Nobody's surprised. The fact that he did reference the offense mostly
That's very promising.
is encouraging because that's, again, the biggest organizational need. Watching Michael Hage or whoever here go will be interesting. But actually, St. Louis is taking Solberg for sure, aren't they?
You think?
They got to.
All right, Evan, your thoughts on MBN?
Yeah, I think this is the quintessential Detroit pick. As long as we've been doing this, other than Philip Zadina falling, this is like very quintessential. Brandsegg-Nygard. What can I add that you guys? What can I say that hasn't already been said? He's an elite middle six
Adam
prospect.
Yurchek, 16th.
You're a check. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, keep going, Evan.
He's an elite middle six prospect.
Elite middle six feels like an oxymoron, doesn't it?
But you know it, but the funny thing is, you know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I do get it.
I think the one thing I really like about his game is he plays to the inside.
The dogs like the pick.
The
Or they
dogs
hated
do
it,
not
we don't know.
like my opinion on that. He plays to the middle of the ice. You know, there's a lot of guys on the bigger ice surface over in Europe who play to the outside. He does not. He forechecks like a dog. Where's the bark now? There it is. There it is. He can run guys over. He is an excellent back checker. Like, he is a 200-foot prospect. I have questions about his creativity with the puck and his dynamic.
Yeah, he doesn't play a complicated game.
No, he is. But I feel like saying meat and potatoes is kind of underselling him a little bit.
Yeah, there is skill there, but there's not the creativity, the
get out of your seat
Yeah.
type skill.
more power forward than
Yeah.
elite playmaker.
Yeah, I would agree.
Who's a good comparable here in the NHL? Not less Kucherov, more. Who'd be the?
If it helps, EP or elite prospect said shades of Arturi Lehkonen.
I can see that.
Like, Arturi Lehkonen likes to throw the body around, is pretty good all over the ice. Not an over producer by any means, or a high level producer. But
can
this
see
is
that.
like he's got. I don't even want to say this because I think I said this about Casper too. He's got incredibly high floor.
God, I love those high floor guys.
I'm not gonna say he's the most NHL ready, but I'm gonna say he has a high floor.
Like, I don't know about you two, but like, I understand high floor is a compliment, but I still wince a little bit when you hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It brings up scar tissue.
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely nothing wrong with this pick. But it goes back to the whole, I would rather the Red Wings swing for someone like Trevor Connolly, who has top 5 talent, Cole Eiserman, who may have very ordinary skill set other than generational goal scoring.
Yeah, he's an average middle six winger who just happens to drop 40 goals. Like,
Exactly.
The thing is, though, what was the most likely outcome with the 15th overall pick?
We've been
Apparently.
saying, us and everybody else have been saying this for weeks. The only reason I didn't predict him before the episode, and I qualified it, was I don't think he'll be there at 15, but if he is, he's absolutely the pick. And here we are.
Like, what I worry about is that he's going to get pegged as like a, absolutely just a high floor energy third line winger guy. It could be an outcome for him. Absolutely. That is very much within the range of possibilities, but he is like an outstanding player to the point where the Red Wings you can see the fascination with them. The funny part here is that, yeah, the predictability was there.
The 200-foot forward, the high compete, great character, like, man.
But
This just
the Swedish drafting and development contingent has been incredibly successful.
Yes, like I said right in my immediate reaction, I trust Hakan Andersson. If he's saying, yeah, this is the guy, fantastic. And the Red Wings North American drafting history has been suspect. So there would be that lingering in the back of your mind if they did take someone in North America.
Yep.
So,
Or you would say they're so confident that they did it that they went past what they.
until Danielson turns into a superstar, I'm going to still be skeptical. And I like Danielson before everybody comes at me.
Yeah. But their success has come from the Hakan Andersson scouting.
Yes, 100%. Well, look at even going back out of Sweden this year. They did have a first-round pick out of Sweden last year. Year before that, where did they draft out of? Right, Sweden. Year before that, Sweden. Year before that, help me out here, Sweden.
It's worked. It's
You have
worked.
to go all the way back to Mo Seider.
Brandsegg, the thing is, I see a player of MBN's quality, and I think compared to some other drafts, he's actually like he would have been top 10 in the Casper year.
I like him more than I like Casper going into the draft, but that was a weaker draft. I don't like him as much as I like Danielson or Sandin Pellikka, but he's in that range. Also, he shoots right, which is always at a premium.
Immediately Detroit's best forward prospect.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, Danielson would still come in.
I would still have Danielson above him, yes.
And depending on the day, Axel Sandin-Pelkey, even though he's a defenseman, with the forward qualities.
If we're talking offensive prospects.
That's right. Yeah. But outside of that, like outside of Danielson, he's actually, where would you have him stack up compared to Danielson?
Not far behind. I'd give Danielson. They're almost tied in my books, but Tij goes to the center.
Okay.
That's probably their.
I also
super
like
close.
that Danielson plays in the WHL, which is, maybe as close as you can get to the NHL. in terms of
Parasak
pro
at
ready.
17.
Parasek at 17 to Washington.
All right, who's going to be the one that falls to the late first where we're going to be yelling like second, Bergeron, and whatever the hell else you have to give up to get it back into the first?
Hage.
I don't think he's getting that far, but man.
What's the development path now for MBN? What's his most likely next steps?
He's a late birthday, so he's a year older than most of the kids in this draft. He's very physically developed. He's already playing in a pro league. I would hopefully think one more year and then NHL, but I said that about Casper as well, and we're not there yet, so who knows? He needs to get out of the Allsvenskan this year, and I don't know if he's off the top of my head if he's committed to a team this coming year. In a perfect world, Grand Rapids, but my guess would be SHL.
Catching up on donations, Denver Wing says, thanks, gents, off to the bar after the pick. I caught Dog Rat as well. Carl, thank you so much. Brent Neindorf says, cheers, I'm out. Brad says, imagine it, a handshake from Lidstrom, Draper, and Yzerman, and then throwing on that damn jersey. Chills. Jacob, thank you, says, hot take, Yzerman trades back into the first for Solberg. Brad might implode if they trade back into the first and take Solberg.
I'd love that. Are you kidding me?
Well, if Hage was still on the board.
Okay, yeah, but you're not trading back into the first round unless, one of them falls. And you think multiple of them are falling?
The Mex-Canadian says, Yzerman collecting long last names like Infinity Stones.
I'm kidding.
Jacob says, does Yzerman trade back into the first? How much would it cost and for who? There's a lot of players you still like here. I don't consider it likely, but yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently it doesn't
They
cost a
don't-
lot.
They don't pick for a long time. They're almost 30 picks off. Keep that in mind when you're thinking trade up. I don't think trade up's even going to be a scenario till we're getting into the late 20s. And even then, it's unlikely. I think the conversation about trade up's going to be more so between the first round and the second round and trading, see who falls out of the first round that you want to go up for.
For Michael Brandsegg-Nygard, what's the ultimate upside? Highest upside, it's not likely that the player will end up being this, but what if all the tools land, the development lands, who is he as a player?
Oh, man. If everything goes exactly right... Brandon Hagel? Maybe that's a little a 30, 35, 30 guy, a 60, 70 point guy, putting up north of 30 goals. Lehkonen was a good comp. So something in the 30, 30, 60 to 70 point range is probably where you're hoping. I think his most likely scenario is a 25-25 guy, which is still great.
Yeah. 30-30, I agree. Maybe, yeah. That's a higher end outcome. I think 25 goals in when he's in his prime years is not crazy to think about for him.
Yeah.
With his shot. He would need power play time, of course, but Yzerman talked about that. They liked his work on that power play.
And keep in mind, average value you get out of 15th overall pick. That's not crazy far off of what you can expect or should expect for 15th overall.
So the part of this that I think that's what I keep coming back to. The Red Wings realistically needed to walk away with someone in a mid first round pick that they'd be able to add to their offense. I think that was the most important thing, barring Bouillon falling that far. So there were, in my mind, different picks that I think other people I had Hage equal to MBN on my list. Hellenius was higher, etc. But there were other options that had a higher end offensive upside maybe, but MBN I think is the most projectable in terms of what the Red Wings needed. Would you agree in terms of him being the most projectable, or Safe seems like a pejorative here, but I don't mean it that way.
The lack of production this year in the Allsvenskan leads me to say no, just because I think we have a better feel right now for what Danielson and Kasper are, but that's because we've seen them more, we've watched them closer. I think the tools are the most projectable combined with the size, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But it's a draft. Who knows?
He's a big frame, man. Already 6'1", 200+ pounds. Like
That's a big kid.
That is not a fun player to play against. He plays like a dog. If he comes in and plays like a little wrecking ball while still providing offense, and he's up and down the ice, like that's fantastic. What would it cost to trade back into the first round? You're talking future seconds, maybe, or your current second at least. It depends on how many picks you're moving up. If you're talking moving up 20, 30 picks, that's steep. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, what's Detroit's next pick? 47. Let's say they moved up to 27. Just make it a nice, easy number. Yeah, you're probably looking at another second-round pick, at least.
All right, so Parasek went to Washington. I have Chicago's picks here. It will be I don't know if this is necessarily surprising. I don't know if we're in surprising range anymore. Jeff Goyer, thank you so much for the generous donation. Says, thanks for all the great content, guys. Do you think there's a chance Sasha Boisvert to Chicago, by the way?
Boisvert?
Yeah.
Dude, what is happening? This draft is... the Red Wings had to do something predictable because the rest of this draft sure as hell hasn't been.
Cole Eiserman still on the board is weird, right?
Yeah.
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 Like that to me, remember what I was talking to you about before, and I can't remember if this was on stream or not.
Yeah.
If he's still there late, doesn't that indicate something to you?
So here's the thing. Everyone up to Brandsegg-Nygard, you can see the upside and you can see the floor. Like, they all made sense. Luchenko, a bit of a reach, but you can see the floor. Parasek and Boisvert have a lot of question marks. So if you're worried about question marks, why not take Yzerman? Because the upside's much higher than the guys that are going now. And I don't think more risk. You know what I mean?
Is there...
Like, you pass on Yzerman because of the risk. Parasek, you can't tell me has more risk or has less risk than Yzerman. Boisvert, you can't tell me has less risk than Yzerman. Like, yeah, Brandsegg-Nygard, definitely less risk than Yzerman.
Is there a little bit of like, they didn't really think Yzerman would be there, so they overscout these guys and they get really set on them? Because that does happen from time to time.
No, there were enough reports that he was in this range. Like, these teams shouldn't be caught by surprise.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right. I saw a question come through.
Oh my God, he could go to the Leafs.
Cole Eiserman?
We're getting not far.
Yeah, we're a few picks away here. Leafs are 23rd. We're on 19 right now. Vegas adding him would be...
Oh my God. Well, he never played for him. If you want Yzerman on the Red Wings, let Vegas take him because there's a trade possibility within the next year or two.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Where does MBN stack up against previous picks? We talked about Danielson. We talked about like previous forwards, let's say.
I have him between Danielson and Kasper. Like him more than Kasper, not fully there on Danielson yet.
I think that's fair. I think the offense for Danielson in terms of production, even though we talked a lot about the production on Danielson was lower than what you'd want in his league, this is biased by the fact that we've then seen him produce, right, on a better team. It's kind of similar questions, right?
They're very similar players, but I would give a slight edge to Brandsegg-Nygard's shot, but a substantial edge to Danielson's playmaking.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Winger to center, right?
Yeah, and the center position is what makes the difference there. Yeah. Danielson still, to me, projects as if he makes it, he can make it as a center.
Oh, he better. He absolutely better be a center at the NHL level.
Well, you always know with centers. I don't know. Everyone always says this guy could be a center, and how many of them
He's north of 6 feet, skates really well, good playmaker, competes his ass off. If that's not an NHL center, I throw every center out the window.
Yeah. All right, Michael Brandsegg-Nygard at 15th overall to the Detroit Red Wings. They kept the pick. They made the pick. And some of the other names that we were talking about are still on the board. I know the chat was going crazy, just going to catch up on that over the next little while. Now, with the rest of Detroit's pick in this draft, does this affect what you're looking for from the Red Wings?
In terms of
What they go with next? Because they took Brandsegg-Nygard. Do you want to go for more offense right in the second round? Because their next pick is in the second. They have 47, and they have one pick in each round until the 7th, and then they have 2 picks in the 7th round.
yes, they could take it forward with every pick in this draft, and I'm okay with it. They're not going to, and everything outside of the first round is a crapshoot. Take the best player available. Like in the second round, don't overthink it. Like if you're looking at Aaron Kiviharju or Teddy Stiga, a defenseman and a forward, they're both going to put numbers up.
John Mustard season, baby.
Let's go. The only thing that's gonna piss me off in the second round is if they take another one of these low ceiling depth defensemen. Like, I'm sick of that. Like it's arguably, before the Woolman trade, arguably Yzerman's biggest flaw as a GM so far is his second rounds have been terrible. And he takes low upside, safe, projectable guys, which the curse of the draft is when you do that, you know what happens with them? They don't pan out because the talent's not good enough for the NHL level. Look at how many Brady Clevelands and, we just traded him, but Andrew Gibson, again, to me, was a long shot to the NHL. Remember when we took Dylan James in the second round? How many of you watching even remember Dylan James?
Yeah.
Like, I love the swing on Augustine. I loved the swing on Buchelnikov. But outside of that, it's been a lot of could have done better. And not just from I understand the second round's a crapshoot. You're more likely to miss than hit, but just the whole strategy of it all.
With MBN, I know you were joking about like Solberg and we're like, we really like the player, but we hope that's not the pick for what they need. For me, that like MBN was firmly on the other line of that. Like I would have much rather, like MBN to me is like, even if he's not at the top of your board, he's your favorite pick. He was tied for second for me based on who's available. I would have actually, if it was Solberg, been like, who's shooting the puck?
Yeah.
Who's putting up points?
Yeah.
With
100%.
With MBN, this is like a version of some of the players we talked about, at the top of the draft. We're like, you can't be mad at that pick, but you left, this forward on the board.
If they had taken Solberg, I know exactly what my Twitter feed would have looked like for the next week. A bunch of paying, what, you don't like the guy? He's sick. Look at him. I'm like, I never once said he was bad. I really like the player, but who's, again, like you said, would have been putting the puck in the net.
Oh, wow.
Vegas.
Guess who they took? You can guess.
It's Eiserman, is it not?
Mm-mm.
Hage. Connolly.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. Well, I mean, I don't know the player, but if that's not a problem for them, that is a incredible value for Vegas there.
Great value for a team who thinks they can compete for the Stanley Cup next year.
Which, who knows why they can't?
And he might never play for them.
Trevor Connolly goes about where he was projected the entire time. And you know what? If you're Vegas, that's the kind of swing you take, right?
Oh, 1,000%. Because they're never going to be they won't be picking this high again for a while.
If they can help it, they won't be.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
look at their team. They can help it.
Yeah. So,
Except unless Mark Stone gets hurt 2 months earlier than normal.
no, that's right. Well, they would never risk it that way. All right. Poor Mickey Redmond. Is MBN ceiling comparable to a winger version of Nugent Hopkins? That's the donation from Brad. I think RNH would have a higher offense.
Yeah,
right?
he's got 100-point season.
I was about to say.
Brandsegg-Nygard's not getting anywhere near that.
Dan B saying Buyam, Wallinder, Johansson, Tuomisto, Johansson. If you're listing players like previous picks, I think when we were talking about second round picks translating, it's just like NHL games. So Johansson will make the second round picks look better when he plays games this year. Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, what's his ceiling? Again, anytime you get a regular NHLer of the second round, it's great, but he's still probably just a bottom pair guy.
Yeah.
Like you can get those in for agency for nothing. Like that's the whole point on the philosophy.
Montreal picks again in 2 picks.
Oh no, please God. If they walk away with
Davidov and Yzerman.
They'll have 2 Coles.
They can't have that. They have to give one of them away. We'll take one of them.
I agree.
Two small Coles who can shoot.
Yeah, not good.
2 lumps of coal, if you will.
Yeah, 2 lumps of coal.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. How's the chat feeling about MBN? How are you guys feeling? It's not underwhelming.
About the same as
but
last year.
I'm whelmed.
It's whelming.
Yeah, it's hard to have an emotional reaction because
You knew it was
we've been reacting for 3 months because we knew how this was gonna go.
Derek and Stan, thank you so much for the donations. This is for all your hard work tonight, Ryan. Great content from all of you guys. Much appreciated. What pick should we bring the pups in for? I think it should be late because it's going to be hard to get rid of them after.
Yeah,
Tully's very excitable.
and if they lay on my feet, it's already hot enough in here.
New York Islanders on the clock. Did the AC?
Cole Baudouin seems like the most Islanders possible pick, right?
They must already have a guy with that name. You're telling me they don't?
Oh man, yeah.
Okay.
My who I have my eyes on right now on the drop watch is Liam Greentree.
There's a lot of guys on the drop watch right now, like so much so that it's almost not worth talking about. Till the
I
next
know.
few picks.
That's why I didn't really want to mention it because I think there are quite a few options still. But he's on my list now. He was one of my top 20 picks, and we're getting into that point where I just need to start thinking about it a little bit more.
The more I think about it, the more I can't get over that Parasek pick. I like the guy, but at
That's a big swing.
17
Yeah.
with who is available, like that just feels like Washington forgot to scout some guys.
Okay. Hage falling. What does that say to you?
NHL teams can't get out of their own way.
You're that sure about him, eh?
I'm not sure about anything. I think
That's the motto of our podcast.
I think therefore I am. Everything else is up for interpretation, but teams don't pick for upside anymore, and it's infuriating.
I think some teams pick for upside.
And those are the teams that, if you look at the league, do well. Dallas, how they doing? Vegas, how they
Buffalo?
doing? They're getting there. Like,
We're starting to get to the point in the draft where the actual good teams are picking now.
And you're like, oh,
And I'm like, there's a lot of talent still on the board. This is not good because the rich will maybe just keep getting richer.
just send them west, please. It's all I'm asking. Send them west.
I agree.
all right. What pick are we on now? The Islanders are
Islanders?
still. Is the pick in for them? No, they're still on the clock.
The Hawks really traded up for Boisvert, huh?
Yeah, that's weird.
That's very weird. You trade up generally when you want to take a swing. And they made that trade like 3 weeks ago, which
It's
makes it
so
even...
weird how early that was. Yeah.
That's out there.
Yeah, crazy.
Does Trevor Connolly looked like he was crying.
I would. If I got drafted. No, he just got red cheeks.
No, I'm looking at his eyes.
No, it's not crying.
Oh, man, he is
relaxing.
in Vegas.
He's relaxing. He hung out with Stevie beforehand. All right, how's the chat doing?
So,
Brad, you're getting yelled at.
why? What'd I do?
I don't know.
Yeah, who
Tony
cares?
Ferrari actually had MBN really high on his ranking. That's a great point. Red Wings and Jazz fan, thank you for the donation. Says getting tired of all these safe first rounders. Yzerman was the goal scorer this team needed. MBN isn't a needle mover. He's not. Yeah, there's gonna be players with higher offensive upside for sure. I still think MBN is within the range of a guy who moves the needle for the team, but in a purely offensive or skilled way like other players could have, he's not the same player. No.
Anders Lee doesn't have enough chest hair to pull off that look, yeah?
No.
Nope. I see the Islanders pick.
Yeah,
Let-
yeah. Islanders.
Let me
Wow.
have fun with it.
All right, you can have fun with it, Brad.
I don't like it being spoiled.
I won't spoil it.
Cole Eiserman to
Oh.
the Islanders.
No, at least it's not the Atlantic. They are also the team that whiffed on Oliver Wahlstrom, so, maybe.
Maybe they have a type.
Cole Eiserman goes 20th. I really thought he'd be gone.
Yeah.
I did too.
20th felt like a hell of a free fall.
Solberg, I'm surprised, is still there.
Yeah. Yeah, since the Red... again, you look at the top 15, if you ignore the order they went in, that's probably a top 15 you would have guessed outside of Luchenko.
Mm-hmm.
Everything since then, though, has been weird.
It has been a much different draft. I wonder how much was like intentional obfuscation. I wonder how much of it was because people were nervous because they're going to be on the draft floor.
I don't think that plays much into it.
If you ask Steve Yzerman, he's paranoid about it.
Yeah.
Cole Eiserman, who's still here that's like shocking to you?
Hage,
Yeah.
Solberg.
Yep.
That's about it. Everything else, everybody else still being available makes at least a little bit of sense to me.
Yeah, Greentree's the only one for me on that list. I
This
think
is a-
everybody else is kind of unsurprising.
This is about the range I would expect Greentree. I thought maybe someone might reach a little bit into like the late teens, but this is about where I thought.
He was on a very, very bad team and made lemonade out of literal potatoes.
Who said?
Liam Greentree.
Oh,
He's Russian?
Yeah.
he made lemonade out of cinder blocks.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot more to his game. I think his skating needs to develop in a big way, but I think if they can get that figured out, he's a no-doubter.
Man, 20th overall. Imagine saying that back in September.
It's not the most insane thing in the world, but I really thought he was climbing the draft board.
Yeah, all those rumors around San Jose, Philly, Minnesota, and Buffalo is connected to each of them. Now, mind you, this could be because of everything that happened in the top 10 where the defense fell. Like, does Minnesota take him if they're not trading up for Bouillon? Does San Jose take him if, Bouillon and Dickinson aren't there? Right?
Yeah. How many teams' draft plans got thrown out the window because of how far those guys were falling?
Probably just those two.
More than you'd expect. Made lemonade out of Windsor. Rude but fair.
Yeah, wow, that is good.
Okay. Who is up on the board here?
Montreal.
Montreal, and then
Oh.
Nashville after that, and then
God,
Toronto.
if they take Hage, I'm going to be mad. But they already took a forward, so maybe they're Solberg here? That would make sense. Don't love the rest of the defensemen available here.
That's actually a nice pick for them at 21.
If they go that route, but man, there's a lot of good forwards still.
Yzerman fell deep.
Yeah, I know, I can't.
Everybody
said it was a possibility, and I believed them, but it still feels weird.
It does.
You know what I mean? All right, Montreal, I've already had a pick. Let's go.
Get up there.
The Red Wings drafted a Viking. Why are you guys mad? We're not mad.
We're not mad.
We like the pick.
Our whole criticism is it was boring because
That's right.
everybody predicted it.
For me, like, I know you're saying that. Legitimately, that's like, that is joking. Like, this is predictable, but it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You, I actually think are like, you actually want to feel something so for you, I think it's a little bit more real, but it's literally nothing to do with the player.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Michael Brandsegg-Nygard himself. I've been the most vocal critic of Yzerman getting too married to his type, which is kind of my only disappointment with him, that he is so married to it. Everybody in the world predicted this for the last 2 months. That still doesn't mean he's a bad player, right?
Oh, sorry, Dan. I didn't realize you're talking about the chat. All right. Detroit is still quite a few picks away. 26 picks away.
Yeah, they're picking at what, like
27 picks away.
12:30 tomorrow?
If he becomes a 70-point two-way guy, that is a thrilling result for 15th overall.
That is a gigantic win. Like, Dylan Larkin is one of the greatest 15th overall picks of all time, full stop. Like, that's how rare a player of that caliber here is.
So if that's what this becomes, then yeah, very, very, very happy. If he becomes a two-way player, 50-point guy, you're happy, right? Like, if MBN settles into a good outcome, I think that's, like you said, 25 goals, 25 assists, two-way impact player.
That's where context starts to matter, right? Because if he's a 50-point guy, objectively, in a bubble, 15th overall, that's great. You're happy.
Oh, Brad, you're about to be very sad.
But if if Connolly, Hage, and Yzerman are popping off for 30, 35, 40 goals each, then it's harder to justify. But that's an if, right? Well, I know they're going to take someone good here because it's our division.
Yes, absolutely.
Piss off.
Michael Hage to Montreal.
Yeah.
That's a great haul for them.
Do you know how mad I am right now?
Good play.
Demidov and Hage.
That's a great result.
Yeah, it's a tidy piece of business right there.
Demidov, I am full of Hage against the machine.
How are they pronouncing it? Hage.
Hag. All right,
Wow.
we're going with Hag.
I'm gonna find that announcer who's saying Hage. I'm mad at him. Michael Hage.
Well, he's in Montreal now, so they basically just sent him to the Hague. I don't like that city. I'm sorry.
I love Montreal. think
I
it's a
love
great
one
city.
part of Montreal.
Yeah.
The rest of it sucks.
It's like the teams in your division are going to get good prospects, and whether they turn into your good players is another
I wish
thing.
they didn't.
But
Well, he's playing for Michigan, so now I kind of got to hope he's good.
but it's still annoying when it's the players that you liked go to the teams in your division, because then you're like, that seems personally. It's
Yeah. Eiserman going to the Metro is like, okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. Solberg's still there. Oh, my God. How far are we from the Leafs pick? Because they need a defenseman desperately.
two picks. It's Nashville next to them.
Oh,
Toronto.
Nashville, please take him. Nashville, I need you to take Solberg.
All right, let's catch up on what's happening here. Eiserman's going to sign Elias Lindholm. It's definitely gonna be an option.
Please, no. Please, God, no.
Yeah, he's going to sign on a 3-year deal for $7 million per. So
A
it'll be fine.
3-year deal would be phenomenal. What did Lindholm just turn down from Vancouver? 7 by 8? Yeah, no. No.
Again, cost of living in Vancouver, man.
Now, is that actually on, so imagine walking down the street and seeing that, if you're this kid's family or
That's got to
Montreal.
be cool.
That'd be so sick.
Nashville is up on the clock here. How's everyone doing in the chat? How many do we still have here? Still 1,600 here. Still a shame that the internet just died. I'm mad about that. I'm livid about that. I'm sad for all the people who are watching then tuned out. But then I was panicking. I'm like, oh my God, the Red Wings are picking in 2 picks of all times. Could this not have happened to pick 24?
We were testing everyone's faith.
Brother, we were testing my faith. I can't believe I told you to tether, and you made me tell you again 10 minutes later. Why didn't you do it the first time?
I didn't even do it.
You haven't done it yet?
I don't have any internet going right now. Well, I do now. I have Twitter up again.
Why don't you just tether to your phone?
I don't even know how to do it with this thing.
You select a Wi-Fi network. Are you okay?
What's your job title again?
Oh, I'm not. I just manage.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. That's good to know. All right, let's catch up on this comment here. Nick S says, yes, I really like our 200-foot complete forwards, but does Yzerman have the least amount of goal scorers / playmakers in the Atlantic at this point? Sorry, it's a bit negative. Love the channel.
Not it's not. It is negative, but it's objectively true. They have. Look at what
Buffalo more.
Lot more. Montreal definitely
in the
more.
pipeline now. Toronto, yes. Tampa Bay, yes.
Florida, yeah.
yes.
Boston, yeah. Not in the pipeline, but their roster's got Pasternak and Marchand.
So really, you're just competing with Ottawa.
Who already has graduated Norris and Kachuk and Stützle.
Norris doesn't play. Norris lives at the hospital.
Fair. Pinto for half a season.
Yep.
You can bet on that.
I think I don't know that Ottawa is necessarily.
They're not that far ahead, but I still if we're talking long term for Detroit, what is it? Larkin, Raymond,
DeBrincat.
long term, 3 years left.
Yeah, he'll resign. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. Brandsegg-Nygard helps, and right now of all the players in the system, outside of who's already on the roster, he's the most likely 30-goal scorer. So
Now, the thing is with offense, like we talked a lot about.
Oh wait, Hage was a Montreal fan. That's kind of cool.
That is pretty cool.
That's cool.
We talked a lot about, what the Red Wings could do. I don't imagine, based on just what we've heard, Yzerman is seeking to do and, freeing up the cap space, that he's not going to be aggressive. But let's say they do take a let's just let the kids play season. It's unless goaltending comes through in a big way, that's not going to represent a jump in the standings. In all likelihood, anything could happen.
I'd still argue in the bigger picture, it's probably better.
Right. Could be a top 10 pick next year.
Exactly. That's the thing. Because you look at their system, it lacks the high-end, surefire star power. And they don't have a lot of that on the roster. So another swing at the can wouldn't be the worst thing in the world unless they go swing a big trade for somebody. Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't want them to regress too much, right? Like, they got to plug a couple holes no matter what.
Yeah. If they stay about where they are, but the other teams around them, it's not such a low entry threshold for the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's not the worst outcome in the world.
You got to think New Jersey's coming up. They're coming back. Ottawa's probably not going to be as bad as they were this year. Washington's making enough moves to probably stay at least relevant. The Islanders are going to hang around. Who knows what you're going to get out of Philly? You can improve and still drop in the standings, right? Because I expect a lot of teams to improve.
Also want to qualify this by saying this was going to be the case no matter what the pick was in all likelihood. A 15th overall pick isn't moving the needle on
They
this.
were not one forward away from us going, oh my God, their offensive problems are solved.
Yeah. This isn't.
Michael Hage had a 65-point increase year over year.
That's because he barely played the year bore. That is the most deceiving stat they could have put up.
It's not. That is still wild, though. Berkly Catton had 61.
He hit almost 120 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that's crazy, too.
All right, come on. Solberg here. I don't want Solberg getting to Toronto, please.
Is Barry Trotz not going to take? Oh, wow. Barry Trotz making Nashville's pick. Here it comes. Nope, they haven't done it yet.
That guy's a monster.
He said he wants to thank all the fans for watching.
Yegor Surin? Did I hear that right?
Smashville.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Not a bad pick. They took or was that Minnesota? Who's the one guy that dropped a couple years ago? The Russian. I think it was to the 20s. Owl.
Now, thinking about MBN and his toolkit, think of his tools. What is he already doing? He already has, the mature game, the size, the skating. You think of that guy and the fact that he already has that shot. I understand what you were saying, Brad, about the Allsvenskan and the production didn't blow you away, but you also talked about how playing in worse leagues without great players around you, not every player with a great shot can create and fire off without any space kind of thing. I actually think and I'm not saying this is likely, but high end upside or outcomes for him. I don't think the ceiling has to be so low. I don't
30 goals is low. You know how few players score 30 a year
No,
in the
that's
NHL?
that's what I'm saying. Why can't he be unicorn is a word that's thrown around too much. But a 200-foot player who is still people think 200-foot player and then they think, oh, whatever offense is limited. But why can't he be a guy who is an offensive weapon on the power play when he has some time and space and that complete 200-foot player, right?
Because in the NHL there isn't a lot of time and space. That's the crux of it.
He skates well enough to learn how to generate it.
Yeah.
So the tool, what I'm saying is the tools are there.
The tools are there. I don't see the vision and the playmaking.
That's fine in my mind.
Right. It's okay. It does make him a little easier to defend, but that is also balanced out by his compete and speed. I'm trying to think. There's not a great comparable in the NHL that I can think of for him. Like, poor man's Quentin Byfield. Like that big power forward, high compete, high skill, great skater. Playmaking's not really there, but can get the puck to the net.
Can you pronounce it for us?
In the region? Brandsegg-Nygard.
Okay, well,
That's not bad.
Our English version of it's pretty much bang on.
Brandsegg-Nygard is not terrible.
Yeah. Whatever
It's polite
motion
enough.
he made with his mouth there on the Y, I can't do. So,
Yeah.
Brandsegg-Nygard.
Also, he took like 7 syllables for the R alone.
It's just like, brrr, and it gets stuck there.
The Leafs are getting.
It sounds like
the
your
Leafs are
radio's
getting
about to
booed.
cut out.
As they should be.
Good. I'm
for you,
going to be so
Vegas.
mad if they get Solberg here, though. Is that not the perfect pick for the Leafs?
Does he seem like a Troy Living guy?
I
Yes,
don't know.
absolutely yes.
Tree Living's kind of plain Jane. I don't really. Like, he's not. it's hard
Tree
to know.
Living, is he not an Alberta boy?
Well,
Big,
no.
mean, physical defenseman?
Toronto's not making the pick. Anaheim's trading up.
Who'd they... I like that for them. Hey, what could go wrong? The last time I remember the Leafs and the Ducks swapping picks, the Leafs ended up with Tyler Biggs and the Anaheim Ducks ended up with John Gibson and Ricard Raquel.
Oh, what a pull! Are
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, that's insane.
God.
John Gibson's been on the mind lately, so... And let's not forget, we are familiar with John Gibson. He did spend 2-3 years with the Kitchener Rangers. It's like... He was very front of mind around that time.
MBN equals Cam Neely 2024 version.
I wish,
Sign
my
me up,
guy.
man. Hell yeah. We have a donation here from MC says, wish we had less vanilla, more Superman. Come on, Steve. Still 6 rounds left after this. Yeah, could trade back up. MBN is poor man's Draisaitl. That is like,
God, no.
that's not Draisaitl, but I would love the outcome.
Draisaitl is one of the best playmakers, passers in the league.
It skates like,
I'd argue that's Brandsegg-Nygard's weakness. Weakness isn't the right word. It's not a strength for him, though.
and Draisaitl skates like Evan at 3 a.m. at his bachelor party. Which
Yes.
I'll tell you, he was in no. Actually,
I-
8 a.m. the next morning.
Bad friends if you put skates on me in that condition.
Well, I think we would have been great friends. You're lucky that that lake wasn't frozen.
That's true.
All right. MBN. Sorry, this is a comp that's been made elsewhere, and I actually really like it. I'm reading this chat. Sinji Theone says MBN Adrian Kempe.
I think Kempe's a better skater, but I don't hate it.
I don't like comps. I hate player comps. I think that it just creates unrealistic expectations and pigeonholes players. But I do like the general thought there.
I could get down with that as a best case scenario. I don't think he's going to score 40 goals like Kempe, but
That would be nice.
that would be an ideal outcome.
Toronto is pick 23.
$31 and $58. Wow, they went back.
So they moved back 8 picks and grabbed an extra second rounder. They must.
Yeah, Leafs are low on prospects. I get it. That's probably a little further back than they probably should have moved here, but
I bet they waited as long as they possibly could.
What
Like
do you
they were holding out to not have to move back that far.
man, Anaheim jumping back up to. They took Sennecke. If they take the D here,
It's a nice haul for them.
that's a really good first round
Seneca
for them.
Solberg. That is a nice haul for them.
That would be a really, really good outcome for them. They deserve to be rewarded for finally getting proper jerseys.
Yes, they do. Yep.
Good karma in the universe for them.
Pat Verbeek is so Steve Yzerman coded, man. Same facial expressions.
They're the same person. It's why a trade for Gibson will never get done, because they both drive too hard a line.
Yeah. Yeah, he's determined to not retain salary and still want something back.
Yeah. He's probably still hard set on a first round pick for him.
Yeah, sure, man. You have a 2024 first round pick.
God, Zegers, McTavish, Carlson, and Seneca. That's sick.
Must be nice. Must be nice to see a rebuild accelerate like that.
It's amazing what happens when you can get in the top 3 or 4 of the draft regularly. Pat,
right.
you traded up for the pick. Get the hell to the stage.
You know who you want.
You're not figuring it out now.
No, Daniel Sprong is not the right comparison for MBN. Daniel Sprong is a
No, not at
defensive
all.
liability.
They could not be more different outside of the shot.
Daniel Sprong in the offensive zone, sure, because of the shot. Daniel Sprong is not going to return to the Red Wings because he cannot be trusted on the ice. Yeah. All right, where are we at? Wow. I won't spoil it because you don't want it spoiled, right, Brad?
Correct, although you're already kind of.
What do you think it is?
I would think Solberg.
Based on how I reacted? All right.
How did you find out? I don't see it on Twitter.
It's on the NHL tracker.
Oh,
Oh, they're getting Sudsy to make the pick. That's nice.
That's awesome. Steen Solberg. Is it Steen?
I thought it was Styan, but whatever.
Yeah.
That's a great haul for the Ducks. My God.
Good for them.
yeah.
Matt says MBN, Connolly, Eiserman, who makes it to the show first and who has the most goals their rookie year?
MBN, Connolly, and who?
Eiserman. Ooh.
I think they're all a year away.
Yeah.
I think Connolly probably has the best first year.
Goals wise?
Well, he's going to be playing
Yeah.
on potentially playing on a better team.
Detroit still has this bad habit of over-ripening their prospects too, so we do have to keep that in mind. Because even if Brandsegg-Nygard is a year away, doesn't necessarily mean he's actually a year away. You know what I mean?
Nick S says, by percentage, what is the chances of us trading for Marner? If so, what would be a somewhat realistic package? Maybe Edvinsson and a package of picks. They would love Edvinsson.
Yeah.
Detroit would want to limit.
I don't think Detroit would do that, though.
No, they would want to limit it. Like, I could see them moving a Casper type. I could see them moving a Johansson or a Wallinder and then future premium picks. I don't think they'd want to give up Edvinsson. They certainly wouldn't give up any of the core. They wouldn't give up Danielson, Axel Sandin Pellikka.
God, I love those jerseys.
Apparently, there's another trade in the works.
Interesting. Any thought on who?
No.
I don't even know what team's picking right now.
Next up is Colorado at 24th.
And they're trading out of it.
Don't know if it's this pick specifically, although I could see Colorado doing that.
Has there been a Swede picked yet?
Let me go back.
I don't think there has been.
Caden Lindstrom.
Be careful, people are going to believe you.
Um,
No.
and
Yeah.
only one
No.
Finn.
2 Norwegians before
That's
Sweden.
what I was just thinking about. 2 Norwegians, more Norwegians so far than Finns and Swedes combined.
Yeah, because Constant Hellenius is the only Finn.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. All right, how many people do we still have in the stream? How many of you are sickos like us still watching this? We still have 1,500. Oh, that's awesome. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. If you haven't already, give this stream a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. We just passed 10K subscribers. Much appreciated. Andrew, Andre the Tyrant says Leo Celine Wallenius sounds like Detroit Red Wing at 47. 100%. That
Sounds
just
like it, yeah.
You could have told me that was the pick and I blocked out and I would have believed you.
Trade alert.
Oh, Utah
It's
moved up.
the Utah Utes.
$30 and $71.
Whoa. 38-71 in a 2025 second. Wow.
I don't hate that. 2 seconds and a third to get back into the first round with.
No. 38 and 71. Oh, yeah. Haha. Yeah.
I don't hate that for Utah.
No, it's not bad.
Vermillion says, when does future considerations get drafted? Oh, any second now, I'm
He
sure.
already did, Sam Dickinson, but unfortunately San Jose decided to keep him.
Thank
so
you,
who
Brandon
are they going
Nims,
up here
the
for, though? There's
donation.
no obvious candidate here. Green Tree?
Yeah, maybe. Andrew
They,
Basha.
they like big. Utah likes big.
Maybe they wanted Steen Solberg.
Wait, what do you mean he just got drafted?
Are they about to do a double pick?
My God, Evan like teleports out of here like Star Trek.
Yeah, who could it be? No one seems obvious to me.
Yeah.
Lars says, "You want dedication, Ryan? It's 3:52 in the morning here, and I'm 10 beers and 2 whiskeys deep."
Well,
Hell
that
yeah.
the second part of that answers the first part.
Yeah. Interesting.
EJ Emery.
EJ Emery, I could actually see.
How big is he? He's 6'3".
Steen Solberg?
I've heard everything. No green tree.
It's not.
No, like no green tree so far.
That's what I'm wondering if it's like he's probably worth trading up for.
Trent Thorough says, "Would prime Franzen be the best scenario for Nygard?" Shooting wise, yes.
You know what? I don't hate it. Like big physical. I think Nygard's got more compete,
The-
but
the
Franzen was just bigger.
The
more
motor was
physically
different.
Yeah, the better motor with Nygard, but like Franzen was a physical specimen.
It's
Like,
not.
He was.
yeah.
They called him the mule for a reason. Like he would go through you. I don't know if Nygard can do that.
I don't hate that comp. It's obviously not 1-to-1, but I don't
Yeah.
hate it.
In terms of what you can expect production wise, yeah, you're probably in range there.
Yeah. Thank you for the donation. And Brendan Nims tried. I think I said it earlier as Brad was talking. All right, Utah on the board, and then it's Boston, LA, Carolina, Calgary, Dallas, New York, Toronto, Philly, San Jose, Chicago, Anaheim. Oh, I'm into the second round now. Ended at Philly.
When do we draft some new chairs?
Those are the future considerations, Brad.
Sign
I-
up, sign
it's a
up on
gr-
Patreon so we can get new chairs.
I'm not-
Patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast.
I'm not saying I would have sacrificed Jake Wallman to San Jose to get some new chairs, but I'd consider it.
You can sit on that pillow over there. It is often used by Abby. She sometimes sleeps in here at night.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
By all means. All right. Is Utah? Yeah, Utah's going up. Oh, look at them with the coordinated ties.
Well, they did that when they were in Arizona still too, right? They all
Yeah.
had matching suits,
Yeah.
so they
I
kept
didn't even
the
notice that the
tradition
first
alive.
time.
Well, because I think there was only 2 of them up on stage, and 3 of them, and 2 of them were the owners. I love that line. Why are you booing me? I haven't done anything yet.
Fresh squeeze cider, $10 donation, chair donation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, I hate that
Baudouin.
trade up now.
Who'd they take? I did miss that.
Baudouin.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about your high floor, low ceiling pick, man.
There we got Tej. Tej is their fun pick.
Yeah, that's fair. Guy's going to be an elite third liner his whole career.
You know who Elite Prospects says their comparison is for Cole Baudouin? Andrew Kopp.
What a pick.
Andrew Kopp at 24th overall. You can do a lot worse.
That's fair.
What was their comp for MBN?
Arturi Lehkonen. Which I actually think is
Oh.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not bad.
Cord
I'm
Proman said Tyler Bertuzzi.
What? What? Tyler Bertuzzi's shot sucked and he couldn't skate.
It's just it's just funny that it's like it was a Red Wings player. Why not Anthony Mantha?
I don't know.
You know?
I mean,
No, Bertuzzi could not move on the ice.
if you put
I don't
Bertuzzi,
think MBN skating is like
That's
if you put
outstanding.
Bertuzzi's motor into Anthony Mantha, maybe.
If you put Bertuzzi's motor into Anthony Mantha, he'd have 90 points a season.
Fair.
Remember for the longest time we're like, he doesn't have low motor. He looks lazy because his strides are long. And then he'd like get hit behind the net and just sit behind the net and like take an hour to get up. And you're like, Jesus.
Yeah, like because
man.
if he got into a race, he won most of them. And then you're just, oh yeah, I haven't really noticed him in 2 periods. And then he just rip one from the top of the circles, and you're like, oh right, yeah.
Nick S, thank you for the donation. Says, what about Marner for Edmonton straight up? With an extension every day of the week.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Toronto doesn't do that, but I don't think there's a world where Toronto doesn't do that, but I could see their return being not great on Marner depending on how crazy this goes. And that's not a knock on Edvinsson, but if you have a chance to get a 100-point forward, and with the direction the Red Wings are trying to go, you would want to try to add the offense, right?
Would you shop Berggren now to try and get in the first round?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't love... Nobody that I would do it for has really fallen.
Yeah,
You know what I
I'm
mean? Like,
struggling.
who's really jumping out on your board now? There's guys that definitely intrigue me right now. But, like, I don't know if that's worth a trade up. Like, Teddy Stiga is really high on my who's left, but I'm not... Like, I could see him just dropping into the second round,
Yeah.
right?
The only two guys I can think of right now are Chernisov and Green Tree. Those are,
Sure, yeah, but I'm not even so high on them that it's like a
Yeah.
must.
Mustard. Izerov,
Yep.
yes, we did take the pick that everyone was joking was the obvious pick. Yep.
It happened.
What other obvious picks? Macklin Celebrini, that one doesn't count. But like, what player matched the team the most?
Like, in terms of predictability?
Yes.
Levshunov,
Yep.
Lindstrom, Demidov.
Lindstrom was yes. Yeah. The fact that Nash was there was funny.
Yeah, we should have seen that coming a mile away.
We should have seen Catton to Seattle.
I tried. I got talked out of it.
Then we had a run of three guys who shouldn't have been there get picked, so we can't say that. Hellenius to Buffalo makes sense. Brandsegg-Nygard to Detroit was the most obvious one after Celebrini.
Blake Lister, thank you so much for the donation. Says, thanks for giving me something to cheer about. Cheer for in hockey right now. I'm a Wings fan, but it sucks when Utah steals the local team. I paid $200 to watch the Wings lose 4-0 last year. Guess I'll see them in Vegas. Oh, that 4-0 loss.
That's
to the
$50
Yotes.
a goal.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry you were there for that. At least you got to see hockey in that unique experience.
Yep.
Go to Vegas next time. That's a fantastic arena.
It's only like $300 a ticket.
But it's Vegas.
Yeah. Everything's so expensive. I went to buy Blue Jays tickets this week and almost shot my computer screen.
Is that what happened to mine?
That's why the internet went out. We shot the router instead.
They haven't caught the memo of how bad they are this year.
Yeah.
Well, they got a brand new renovated arena or stadium.
Yeah.
They need to pay for that.
It's tickets everywhere. Every pro sport now, like post-COVID pro sports tickets are, I don't know any cheap ones anymore.
Here, I'll give you, just guess, just for laughs. So baseball game, you get like 80-something home games a year. Your team is hot garbage. Last row of the lower bowl between the outfield wall and the first base.
$80?
What? Hundo.
Per
Oh
seat,
my
per seat per
God.
game?
Per seat. It would, and that was American dollars.
Oh my
The website I was
God.
looking at. So to take my family there would have been almost $500.
That is absurd.
Sorry, no, that wasn't the game time. That was the one directly on the Blue Jays website. $400 before taxes and fees
No.
for a team that can't hit a.
You can get that hotel room at the stadium.
Honestly, meanwhile, I went to one of the like secondary sites and I found upper bowl, front row for $8.
Jared Sparks, thank you for the donation. Says great stream tonight. You guys should have Will Scouch back on. He had MBN Town on his board. Yeah, I'm happy to see Scouching is back doing his thing. We should have him on again. It's been a while. We love Will. The San Jose game was embarrassingly ridiculous. Yeah, there was a couple tough games down the stretch there in 2024.
Yeah, the last week of the season being so fun makes it easy to forget how many of those key games down the stretch they lost.
Sarah, that's a great point about. I don't want the Tigers to stay bad, but it is actually Tigers games are very easy to go to. I also love Comerica Park so much.
It's sick.
Oh God, I just like that is an elite social outing. Just like I don't care if you
Yeah.
like baseball or not, go to a
I
Tigers game.
do not like baseball at all, but
It's a social
just a
event.
good, yeah.
Everyone's right about Marner, all the things you're saying, but I'm just like, those are the issues you complain about once you get to the playoffs. No, I don't know. I'm not here saying sell the farm for Marner, but I just think you could use the offense if you're the Red Wings right now. It certainly couldn't hurt. All right, now that the Boston Bruins.
So the Bruins are going to make a good pick because they're in the Atlantic, which is upsetting.
Yep. We know how this goes.
So day 2 tomorrow for the patrons, rounds 2 through 7. And then right after that, our draft review episode.
What time does round 2 start tomorrow? 11 usually.
Day 2 NHL draft. 11:30.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. All right, Boston's up making their pick.
They're going for it. Boston went for it.
I didn't hear the name.
Dean
Dean
Letourneau.
Oh,
The 6'7" guy who was basically playing junior B in Ontario.
good for him.
No, it's actually funny. Like St. Andrews College preseason every year, come down to Ayr to do a like tournament against the Siskins, the Centennials, and like a German team. Which, by the way, Stutzla did play in that tournament years ago, so we could have watched him in Ayr.
Seriously?
Yeah, could have. But he wasn't a big name yet. He was an underager. He was only like 15 or
He's-
16 at the time.
Dean Letourneau is 6'7", 209
Yeah.
pounds.
Boston's pick originally, it was Boston's and then Detroit's, then Boston's, then Detroit's, then Ottawa's, then Boston. So it was
Yep.
Boston to Detroit in the Bertuzzi trade, and then from Detroit to Ottawa in the DeBrincat trade, and then Ottawa to Boston in the Allmark trade.
Yep.
Is MBN the Norwegian Brendan Shanahan? Polar Baron? You trying to turn me on, bro? Oh God. Also great. I'm not talking about Marner all night because it was like a throwaway comment in question, but it's a great point that you're gonna have to pay him $1 billion, and that's actually something you have to consider too.
Letourneau is making Cam Neely look small right now.
Oh, that's a big kid. 6'6", 214. That's a big boy.
That is a big boy.
Can I say something? I'm surprised he's not a Red Wing. 6'6". They like their big boys.
How big's Nygard? I thought he was like 6'1", 6'2". That's big.
He's
isn't it?
6'1".
Yeah, that's
It's
big.
not 6'6".
No.
Evan, how tall are you? 6 feet? 6'1"?
6.
It's not special.
Yeah, that's fair.
Donation here
He
from
looks like he's on stilts.
Detroit Wings 1090 says, "Hey boys, Admiral Matt S here." Oh, hey man. Says great stream in the LCA was rocking tonight. Also got you each a gritty Wally bobblehead if you wish to remember him by. Cheers! Can't wait for the next Winged Wheel podcast night. Oh man, we are first off. That sucks that they had to get rid of their gritty bobbleheads, the Wallman ones.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for grabbing those for us. We are planning our Winged Wheel podcast nights, and you guys don't know it yet, but we have something exciting for this year's item.
When you say we don't know it, do you mean Brad and I?
You and Brad, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I wasn't listening
I
to
was
you
like,
at all. What?
we have something exciting planned?
Where do we think Zadorov ends up? David McKinstry. I think he goes back to Vancouver in the end.
Seems like the most likely.
Yeah.
Trying to think of who else would have the cap space for him.
Yeah,
Toronto, if they strike out on Tanev.
could see it. Familiarity there. Dan, I actually like the comparison there. Like if you look at players who could be the Tage Thompson type, Dean Letourneau, there's an outcome where he could.
Yeah, he played at such a low level and is so raw. Like this is like a project pick for sure.
But that's the right time to be making a
Yeah,
project
if you're in
pick.
the late first, these are the exact type of picks you make. High upside, see what happens, right? And he's going to Boston College, so he's gonna be playing in their backyard.
Yep. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left in the first round of the 2024 NHL entry draft. We
It's
have,
already after 10 o'clock. Oh crap!
I think they'll be done by 10:30. So what we'll do is we'll see out the rest of the draft. We'll recap our thoughts on the Red Wings pick, what to
Did you say
expect
you
for
think it'll be done by 10:30?
10:45. We'll recap our thoughts on the Red Wings pick, what to look forward to tomorrow. We'll wrap up the stream, and then we'll go from there. I think teams are scared by the effort conversation around Greentree.
I wouldn't even call it effort. I just call it pace. Because, like, Windsor was so bad that everything had to go through him. So, obviously, the stats will get a little inflated because someone has to score, right?
LA, Carolina, Calgary, Dallas, New York, Toronto, Philly. Can you trade up with one of these teams?
What are you giving up?
Second.
If only we had an extra one of those.
Is there anyone on the board that you're...
Like, right now, banging the table to trade up? No. No, the board, there's no real fallers here where I'm like, oh my God, how is that guy still there? You got to go get him. There's enough guys, like high risk, high upside guys in the second round that I think you can get a lot closer to your pick to trade up for. Between Alphonse Frey, Teddy Stiga, Aaron Kivaharyu.
Chernyshov is still there. Greentree's still there. Alphonse Frey's still there. Did Juracek go?
Yeah.
No. Yes.
The
St.
pick
Louis
after
16,
Detroit, yeah.
Blauvert gone. Andrew Basha, EJ Emery, Ryder Ritchie. I'm reading out our mock draft.
Yeah, none of those are.
Badinka. Yeah.
Yeah, not. They don't excite me all that much.
All right, Lars, take care. Have a great night, brother.
All right, who is LA going for?
Thank you, Matt. Have a great night.
Way better logo.
Oh, it's way better. I still think a crown or the purple version of that logo. Luke Robitaille looks like a Luke Robitaille with a white wig on. Greentree.
There he goes.
There he goes. Okay, not too much of a drop for Greentree, then.
Yeah, not really. This isn't crazy far from where he was expected.
Greentree, 26 overall to LA.
Man, from Windsor to LA.
That's an improvement. Minor at best, though.
LA is the Windsor of California.
That is true.
But he already knows the lifestyle. It's practically, you're going to have to get, the weather's practically the same.
There is water right there.
Certain parts of Windsor feel like LA. I'll tell you that.
What parts of LA?
Under the bridge. Under the old bridge. Hey, look, man. I take the shots at Windsor on this podcast. Greentree equals Anthony Mantha 2.0. Not the same.
No.
Not the same profile, but
Favorite non-hockey athlete, Tom Brady. Bust.
I forgot you're a Bills fan. Is there a chance Detroit gets Teddy Stiga at 47?
Chance? Yeah, I wouldn't call it a high one. And also, given the type, no chance they take him if he gets there. Like, that's going to be the hardest thing for me. Like, I'm going to watch all these high-skill guys drop to the Wings pick knowing full well there's no chance, and they're just going to pick Ben Danford or somebody boring like that.
Doug Flubbit. Ben Barron, thank you so much for the donation. All right. It keeps scrolling me to the top.
Is that white bar on the bottom of that jersey too wide?
Yes.
Okay.
Mel saw it. She's like, it looks like they're wearing crop tops.
Yeah, something looked off there, and I think that's what it was.
So Timmy B says I put a yawning emoji on the Wings posting MBN, and he liked my post.
Hey, he can take a joke. I like him already.
Oh, that's so good.
He's collecting receipts.
The Canes are trading their pick to the Blackhawks.
Chicago going
again.
all out for what?
Kyle from YouTube. All right. John Mustard. Good point, folks.
Oh God, I got so many food puns.
I got mustard on my jersey.
So you'll
I heard
eat,
he's a bit of a hot dog.
you'll eat mustard, but not onions.
Me?
Yeah.
Those aren't even remotely related.
Yeah, they are. I mean,
No,
they're not related.
Actually, mustard is like the plant is related to like so many different, like that whole family is anyways. It is it's a weird that you'll take one and not the other. I agree.
In what dimension do those two things taste anything alike?
I wasn't saying alike, but like.
What the hell does that even mean then?
Ben Barron, thank you for the donation. Says, hey guys, just wanted to say, join the Patreon. If you're still hanging out with us and you like the content, tomorrow we're doing a day two stream rounds 2 through 7, and patrons get bonus content for every episode. We record a bonus episode. You get access to the Discord. You're automatically entered into all of our giveaways. For example, we give away 2 tickets to every Red Wings home game. And those are just some of the benefits of being a patron. So patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast. Maybe one day we'll be able to get new chairs.
Maybe.
These ones have
One
served us
decade.
well. These ones have been 5
They
years.
haven't.
The Red
They've
Wings make the
been here.
playoffs,
They
we'll
haven't
get
served
new
us
chairs.
well.
It's like the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Broseph, thank you for the donation. Says, remember to stay fresh, cheese bags. Thank you. Sarah says, Brad is right. Mustard is elite and onions are trash.
Couldn't be any more wrong.
Is this a Brad burner? Onions are so fundamental.
No, what are you
so
talking
they are.
about?
Oh, man. Dan wants to know, what are your top 3 UFAs for Detroit?
Top 3 UFAs. First one that comes to mind, Sean Monahan. Obviously, everything is all contextualized around what the deal potentially could be. You know what? I'm down to take a run on Jeff Skinner.
I kind of like a cheap Jeff Skinner.
Me
Cheap.
too.
He just got a lot of free money.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's living my dream.
do you guys want the dogs on the stream?
Like my toes?
No.
Oh, then not interested.
No.
The hell was that?
A goal horn.
Why?
A trade.
Trade. Hey, it's our friend. Eric Tulsky. All right. Dogs. I'll bring him in.
The noises are about to get even weirder than they normally are.
They are going to fight. I promise you they will start wrestling on camera.
Oh,
and
this
ruin
is
the stream.
Tully's
This is Tully's appearance.
first appearance.
Puppies.
Oh God,
Tully.
I can hear them. Oh no.
Hi, buddy. Hello,
Hi.
Mister. Everyone, this is Tully. He's very tall and skinny and stupid.
Hi, Abby.
And he's an asshole. He's a jerk.
He speaks
Like
Spanish.
father, like son.
Yeah.
Hi.
He makes my big dog Abby look small. Abby, princess who's never done anything wrong. Can we show you to the camera? Tully, get out of here. You suck. This is Abby. She's princess.
No.
Yeah.
There she is.
Tully, don't go under her. You're such a prick. Hi, guys. Hello.
Wow.
The stream has gone off the rails.
Yep.
It's 10. It's 10:15. Anybody who is expecting it not to
Oh.
at this point must be new around here.
So fun fact. Evan, when he first started, like when the studio first moved here, Evan is a cat guy. Evan has always had cats, I think. And he was like, I'm not really a big dog person. Abby sensed that, and she is obsessed with Evan. Can you please pet Abby? She's obsessed with Evan, and they're best friends. Tully warmed up to you guys pretty quick. He's pretty skittish.
I'm very tan, so he probably thinks I'm from his home country.
Yeah, that's right. He's from Mexico. Yeah, you do have to give Abby the pillow back when she wants it.
Oh, is she ready?
No. Abby is very. Yeah, you guys are all right.
Yeah.
There's Abby's very beautiful.
She's the most tan one here.
That's right. She even beat me out. And she's from Northern Ontario, and I'm Middle Eastern, so she's really got me beat out. So when you guys are donating, you're donating to the dogs because let me tell you, they eat. They had a play date with the neighbors today, And
wow.
he snuck into the neighbor's house and ate their dog's food. Tully. He is such a prick.
That's a great play in this economy. He's only trying to help you out. Lessen his burden.
I
It's
don't
not
know.
far off what most of us are doing at self-checkout, honestly.
I don't know. Like, he came to us malnourished, and so we've slowly been building him up. And I don't know why we're
Do
doing
you
it.
guys
'Cause
neglect this dog? He is in love with me right now.
no, what do you mean? Do we neglect him?
He's just like, look at this little face.
Because they smell it on you, Evan. They're glued to you. Dogs love you, even though you're a cat person. Brad, I'll send yours back. That's fine. No, the Brad in the
He's
chat.
drooling on me.
Yeah, you probably deserve it.
I meant that as like a good thing.
Sarah, you're right. It is Abby's house. Dawn says, how confident do you guys feel moving into the next season if Steve has a very quiet off season? This is Merrick Vanaker. I don't know who that is. Oh, no, I do. Yeah, my bad. From the battalion.
Brantford, I thought.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So stupid.
Oh my goodness.
Bulldogs.
Yeah, my brain.
Down my neck of the woods, kind of.
Jeez.
I didn't actually go to watch a game there this year, now that I think about it. Considering how easy that drive is.
All right.
Abby, do you want your pillow? Uh-oh.
Hi,
Princess.
She wants to come for pets. You can come for pets. Come on. So when I edit the podcast, I typically sit where Evan is, and the dogs will come hang out with me pretty much the whole time, which is a lot of fun. All right. We are nearing on the end here.
Still like 5 picks, though.
Tully is Irish for calm. Let me tell you, he is not. He is. If those not even Monster Energy, if those energy drinks that are like Swedish fish flavored were dogs, that would be Tully.
Ugh.
He is, and he's very tall and lanky, and he's very handsy. He's like the Cloverfield monster, so he'll just straight up punch you in the face, and he's not meaning to. He's just excited. He's like,
I have one of those, but it comes with the name.
Hank?
Well, yeah.
Boxer. Yeah.
They got that name for a reason.
Was Tully drooling
Yes.
on
Drooled
you?
on my pants.
He loves you.
Yeah.
What do you smell like? Food?
I don't know.
Oh, he smelled the
Not
sour
zero chance
keys.
he's got
Yeah.
snacks in his pocket.
Can Tully score goals? No. Who's like an energy?
Can evade defense pretty well, apparently.
Yes. Oh
That
my
is
God.
true.
He is shifty. He's Darren Helm. He's fast. He's shifty. He'll get his opportunities. He almost never converts. He drives the other team insane. That's Darren Helm. Abby, you're Brendan Shanahan. You're a power forward.
Oh yeah.
All right. Never enough pup talk. We have Calgary up at 28th overall next.
Gonna get lots of puppies in the stream tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'll be broadcasting from the couch in my basement. And that's one of Roxy's favorite spots. Because our basement is cold.
Yeah. What?
All right.
I don't know what your dog wants, Ryan.
She likes your pets.
Okay. We can do that.
All right. We still have a few picks left.
What are you doing?
I believe Calgary's pick is in, or they're on the clock. Anyone that you think is guaranteed to go at this point?
Guaranteed? Oh, I think no. We're at the wide open part of the draft.
Hi, Tully.
Like, I'm surprised Emery and Ellick haven't gone yet, given how valuable big defensemen who can skate are. So I'd be not shocked, but I'd be a little surprised if they both got out of the first round.
I agree. I think Emery goes.
Who the hell?
Okay.
Are we supposed to know who these guys are or no? You think if you're going to spend all that money on, a trip to Vegas, you'd get an updated Flames jersey. They all have Goudreau jerseys.
It's like the traveling Yoggers.
Except it's of sadness.
Yeah, not as.
I mean,
not
that C
potent.
could stand for Columbus. I don't know.
Okay, go please.
You can send the dogs out if you want, Brad.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so I wrote on Twitter, like on my MBN analysis, I was like, Yzerman really zeroed in on his offense too. Also pray for Mickey Redmond. I have to remember jokes on the internet that aren't fully explained.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, what's wrong with Mickey? I'm like, nothing.
Oh no.
Yeah, just attach that at the. Yeah, we're just gonna attach an in memoriam at the end of a prospect scouting report. Like,
Mickey's fine.
Footnote.
Mickey's a spring chicken. It's just hard to pronounce the names. Evan is like, imagine Werenski coming to Detroit. That's what it
there's
would be
your
like.
Sam Cosentino's best available.
Basha. Chernyshov, yeah, I keep forgetting about Chernyshov being there.
Leo Salin Wallenius. Pray for Mickey.
Well, we didn't get an Eiserman. Maybe we get a Howe in the second round.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Imagine they took both.
Eiserman and Howe. That solved all our problems.
Okay, dare I make the complaint? They're taking too long for pick 28.
Yes, of course they are.
Gradine.
Sure.
Matvey Gradine.
Why
Muskegon.
not? Muskegon. He's a lumberjack.
Honest question, is Stamkos a good fit for the system? I don't see it. Having his 40 goals would be nice, but it would keep the power play sustained.
Who's feeding him the puck is the question, right?
That's the tough part.
Patrick Kane.
MC says Evan is so used to petting cats. You can see the anxiety of getting bit or slashed.
Oh, there's no anxiety. It's just very awkward. They're much larger.
Eric says, would you take Trouba no retention and 30th overall?
Do you like anyone at 30 right now?
I think you kind of do.
I'm just trying to think who I would take with it.
Chernyshov?
Yeah, maybe Chernyshov. I'd consider Stiga.
Yep.
Pedersen.
I'm still
Basha?
I'm still a Basha guy there.
Basha's good. I think you can wait a bit on Basha. Broseph says, remember to stay fresh cheese bags. And Darren Fix says, hi guys, first time, long time. Tully equals elite. Can Basha fall to 47? Great timing. I think Basha could fall to 47. Would you move up to take a chance on him? I'll hang up and listen. I wouldn't spend a fortune to move up, but I'd move up as much as like a spare mid-round pick would allow me to move up for Basha. I like him.
Yeah, like how far does a fourth get you?
Right? If you're trying to get potential high-end production, adding Basha to the system, I mean, there's questions about where that came from,
Yeah.
but how many times have you seen guys where it's like, was that him or his teammates or the system? And it turns out sometimes it was him, and you get him at a great value.
We're at the point, man. Just take a swing. Like, that's all I want from Detroit. We don't need more depth defensemen. We don't need more 200-foot depth forwards. Just, it's going to be the theme of tomorrow. Please, God, find the guy who's got the highest upside. I don't care how big the risk is. Once you get into past pick like 45, doesn't matter. They're not likely to pan out anyway. But then pick someone, if they do hit, they hit big. Basha would be perfect.
Hall for Trouba, done.
Rangers aren't doing that.
Could the Wings maintain their spot in the standing with less scoring but better goaltending? Inherently, yes.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
theory, yes, which
Yeah.
they don't have right now.
MBN's jersey is going to look like Jared Saltamalakia.
Saltalamakia. How long ago did he retire?
Saltamalakia. Oops.
Yeah, whatever. It's baseball.
It makes me sad seeing all the past Tigers aces. All right. Feel free to get your questions in the chat. We still have over 1,000 of you in here. I'll do it. I'll last call if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. There's a video coming out Saturday night. There is, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you can join our Patreon Day 2 live hangout. And there's a lot of other great benefits. But yeah, subscribe to the channel. Thumbs up on the video if you haven't already. All right, Dallas up next, then New York, then Toronto, then Philly, then we wrap.
Dallas feels like they're going to swing for someone here, doesn't it?
They have a good record. They have a lot of good picks on that team.
I hate when other teams' scouting staff know what they're doing.
Really annoying.
I hate when the other team's GM that knows what he's doing used to be on Detroit.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like he's won back-to-back executive of the years or anything like that.
Yeah, how much does that?
You know, details.
Is Jared Goff better than Josh Allen? I wish he was. I think Jared Goff was sorely underrated, but even I guess I was lost on Jared Goff, and he proved me wrong. Nathan McKinney says, "Give us some juicy insider info, Ryan." It's pretty well reported, but a lot of what we're hearing most substantially is the whole Kane situation. He's set on. Basically, there's hardball right now, and there's no reason for this to break before free agency happens. But he wants his 3 years. The numbers, the actual price, I can't pin down. But for him, I think the term and a team that he thinks can win is the most important thing. I think he would come back to Detroit. He likes in Detroit. The fit's good. I think he would love to go to the Rangers. I haven't heard of anyone meeting him at his 3-year offer. I think the Red Wings are really keen on a 1-year deal for Kane. I don't think Yzerman he's not gotten to 3. I don't even know if he's offered 2. I heard that at some point, but I'm not sure if that actually materialized. I don't know which side would do it, if at all. But yeah, Yzerman's stuck at 1, Kane's stuck at 3. He's going to go to market to see if anyone meets him at 3. But Detroit is still an option. How much is too much for Matt Roy?
Jeez, that's a tough one.
I'll look up the contract projection. Yeah, that's about right for Hemming.
Why not? Now Finland has caught up to the Norwegians.
Yeah, good for Norway. That's awesome. I like the Hemming pick. I think that's a good one. All right, donation here from Christian Colmo says, which 2 scenarios would you rather have? Trade for Ehlers and sign Stamkos, or trade for Necas and sign Kane?
Necas and Kane.
Yeah, the second one.
Yes. But I will say Ehlers is a much bigger impact guaranteed to your team. Necas just
He's
has
also,
the benefit.
3 or 4 years older, though?
Yeah, how old is...
I want to say Ehlers is 28, maybe 29.
He's 28 at the start of this year.
Yeah, and then Necas is 25, so... I think that's the trade-off there.
Yep. Yeah, that's very fair. All right.
Given the state of the Red Wings, if you wanted to nitpick, I think they have a bigger need for a playmaker than a shooter. I mean, they need both, but they have, no true playmakers.
Matt Roy's predicted term is 5 years at 6.134.
Oof. I don't know if I like
heavy.
that. That's one of those guys, too. There is the risk. Is he going to be that good outside of L.A.?
I do think he is a big reason why.
I think he's good, but...
Yeah. That seems heavy, but with expanded cap, how heavy is that?
A lot.
Yeah, that's fair. I still really like the player, though.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot to like about him. It's just... Man, that's a hell of a risk to take.
That's a lot. Berggren, next year's first and third. Hall at 30% retained, and Husso for Gibson and Zegras. Berggren, next year's first and third.
First of all, NHL GMs are not that creative.
Hall, 30% retained Hall and Husso for Gibson and Zegras.
Okay, so what Zegras would be what? The first?
Plus, yeah.
So the first in Berggren is Zegras. Gibson would be contract swap for Hall.
Essentially.
Sure.
It's not terrible.
Is that really the contract projection for Roy? That's steep.
That seems like a lot.
My God.
I'd rather just fucking bite the bullet and overpay for Tanev for a couple of years at that point.
Aaron Stark 19. You guys have that cap-friendly replacement site up and running yet? Oh, we couldn't even get the stream running with 2 picks away from Detroit's pick. I have never been more stressed in my life.
Yeah, you were blinking a lot.
That was the worst thing that's ever happened.
Is that your nervous tick?
I don't know.
Blink a lot?
I've never been that stressed before.
I'll show up late to something tomorrow or something, and I'll
I
get
cheat-
Brad to take some videos.
I teed off at 14 today with the entire grounds crew
Oh God!
behind me.
Oh no!
I was like, I have,
Like
and
Bambi.
I had already chunked a tee shot on a par 3 earlier, and so I was like, this is gonna happen. I'm gonna throw up.
Oh no!
Hit the green.
Oh wow!
Hit the green 2-putt par.
14.
It's a par 3 that's below you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one.
The one with the wind.
The one with the window. Yeah.
Rockaway.
I know
all of them.
exactly
It's-
which one you're talking
There's
about.
always, if you see no wind at 14, there's wind.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
All right. Have we found out what those future considerations are yet? Very likely to be nothing. Very, very likely to be nothing. We still have the Rangers on the clock, Toronto, and then Philly before we conclude the first round. We'll do a recap of the MBN pick, and then we will wrap it up for the night. Hold on. Does EJ Emery seem like a Rangers pick to you?
Is it because Darren Dreger just tweeted that?
Did he actually?
Yeah.
I can see the future.
Okay, Andre
said,
Miller comparisons.
Rangers expected to take
shot.
EJ Emery.
Yeah, that tracks.
I can see 2 seconds into the future.
Wow. Good for you.
Probably showed up in the chat and I missed it. Yeah, it's in the chat right there. I probably just saw it
Oh, okay.
in the chat. Didn't even. Emery's a player I thought might have gone a lot higher than.
Yeah, I had the vibe he was going early 20s, so it's a little surprising to see him fall this far.
DF says a buddy of mine carded 47 over today and counted it towards his handicap. That's what I was doing. I started golfing last year. I put in all those
Yep.
scores.
Put 'em in.
I need to know exactly how bad I am. I had 5 birdies today, still shot a 79.
Jesus. That's chaotic.
It's the only shapes on that scorecard.
You could almost pinpoint where he started drinking along that round.
Oh my God.
Christian says, Evan, did you see the U.S. Senior Open where a guy got back-to-back hole-in-ones?
Yeah, I did see that today.
You want to know he went back-to-back hole-in-ones, still won over on that 9.
Oh my God. How?
That is crazy though.
I don't think there's a chance. Some people are mad that the Rangers got Emery. I just don't think there was a chance he was going to fall to this.
I don't
late
love
second.
Emery though. I don't like his hockey IQ or his offensive upside.
Really? I think he for this late in the.
Yeah, it's worth the gamble here, but I just wasn't as high on him as a lot of other people were. He's good. I think
He
he'll be.
can skate and beat people up.
Yeah, he'll be a good stay-at-home defenseman.
Nick, there's a pretty good chance if Stamkos goes to market that Detroit's the team. Yzerman's familiar. He likes him. He freed up cap space. Now, I wonder if the whole I don't like giving term thing will hold with Stamkos. So if it's Stamkos for 3 years, even if you wanted to really stretch it, then
Give it
yeah.
to Kane.
Well,
Does Stamkos like Steve Yzerman? Didn't
it worked out for him. He got a cup. Got 2
Yeah,
cups.
That's fair.
Almost 3 cups.
Now here's okay. We got to address the elephant in the room. He doesn't get his number.
Or
No.
or
No.
My God, can you imagine?
Does he wear number 90 or 92? Does one?
why don't they just switch the 1 and the 9?
Why not just get rid
Red
of the one
Wings retired
entirely?
91. It was Steven Stamkos.
Yeah, just get rid of the one then. Just fine.
Eric, yes. So I'm from Windsor, right across from Detroit. These guys are from the region we're in now. Why Wings over the Leafs? Windsor split 50-50, mostly between Detroit and the Leafs. And these guys just had excellent hockey taste for being Red Wings fans for where they grew up. Yzerman for you, Lidstrom for you, right? That's
Yeah.
what did it? Yeah.
I don't remember why I started cheering for the Wings. I was too young. I have no idea. Yeah, Eiserman was my guy. Like, he was my favorite player of all time. But I also loved Pavel Bure around the same era growing up, and I never cheered for the Canucks, so I don't know.
Oh, are these guys still in here?
Yeah.
They were napping.
Oh, that's cute. They just like to be around you. NHL role model, Keandre Miller. That's really nice.
Look at me.
That's nice.
Wait, did they say that or?
It was on the
Oh,
board.
sorry.
Would you trade the second tomorrow for Gibson at $4 million AAV?
No.
Well, I don't know. What's the second worth anymore?
When the Red Wings are picking it, basically nothing.
I don't. Shut up, Brad. So annoying, man. How about your Hanson's going to do great next year?
That was 5 years ago.
It was 8 years ago, asshole. People don't forget. All right. Questions in the chat if folks would like. EJ Emery just got picked to the Rangers.
Probably not a great sign when they're showing your highlight reel and it's a couple block shots.
Oh, yeah, brother. Thoughts on trading for Rucker or McGroarty? I'm all over trading for Rucker or McGroarty.
Yeah, but what do we have to give up in that trade? What does that trade even look like? Like, I don't think a second and Berggren gets it done.
Do you go second Berggren Wallinder?
I don't think Winnipeg wants quantity.
You go second Berggren Johansson?
I don't think they want quantity. I think they want someone who's going to help on the roster right now.
Do you go
Jake Wallman would have made a lot of sense. Unironically.
Yeah, they would have.
That one we're writing off as we don't know. Like, there's just information we don't have.
Oh, 100%. We are definitely missing a big piece of that puzzle.
The thing with the Apex here mentions re-signing Ghost. Gostisbehere could very well now come back, depending on what happens with this cap space.
Yep.
Keith Dast says, do you think the Red Wings would trade Fabry? I think he's a prime candidate to be traded.
Yeah. Doesn't quite fit the mold of how the Red Wings want to play. Decent offensive upside, but it's a lot for what, $4 million?
Yeah. I think he does well. I think he scores efficiently in his role, but you don't want to be paying your depth forwards $4 million.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Herman the German Merman. This is a great question. MBN or Hanzik?
Oh, MBN.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
You were horrified it was going to be Hanzik last year.
I was. I still blame Max for that one.
Would love to still try to trade for Gudas. If he came cheap. Who's the Red Wings starting goalie on opening night? Brent Gillett? I'll guess Lion.
Yep. I'll go Lion as well. Oh, man.
Darren Fick says, Philly still needs to make a move. Did nothing happen with their rumored trade with Ottawa? I'd take a flyer on Joel Farabee. I would too.
Yeah, I would.
All I heard was the pun.
Well, let me Philly you in on what he was
Please
saying.
stop. Please stop. I can't take this.
Toronto, you don't need to take this long. They're making such a meal of it. And they did this their first time too.
Yeah.
Before they traded it.
People wonder why everyone hates the Leafs.
Bench start trade Hall Abdulkader Evan. Start Abdulkader so I can hear the lady in the crowd yell, "Come on, Abdulkader!" Trade Hall because you need to get rid of the contract. Bench Evan because he needs it because he'll be gassed after 10 seconds on the ice.
That is a fact.
I've never met a more athletic person who is guaranteed to be gassed in their first shift back than Evan.
That's when the cardio starts.
Oh, when you're breathing heavy on the ice?
Yeah, it's when the
It's from
training,
his chest going in and out so
when the
rapidly on the
training
bench.
starts.
Yeah. It's therapeutic breathing. It's how my dogs are when they go outside in the heat.
Or right now.
If Stamkos signs, does he immediately get an A? I think so, actually. That's got to be part of like the.
Well, who are they taking it away from?
No, who cares?
I'm just curious to see what number out of 1991 and 9 he'd pick. You could go 2 9s.
I can't look at Brad.
Why?
Something funny is about to happen.
Stiga.
I won't spoil it.
I think that's the only pick on the board right now that would. Hell yeah!
Brad
get
literally
it.
said earlier they're gonna go up there and pick like Ben Danford or something. I don't know who you're talking about, but
The Red Wings second round pick.
That's funny. All right, let us edit.
Imitation Bill Ranford goes late in the first to the Leafs.
One more pick.
I got a buddy who's a scout for the Leafs. I should just text him. What?
What? I don't know, man. How's overrules? What's your percentage chance on Buchelnikov making it?
30.
Yeah, I'd call it 35, which I think whatever a guy of his physical stature drafted in the second round, their average percent chances. He did well over in Russia this year. He didn't like blow things out of the water. He didn't do poorly. He did well. I think he tracked well. There's still a little bit of the Russian question, but I'm not terribly concerned about that right now. That's actually the trend that way is improving. Can he hang in the NHL? It's really hard to judge because there's not really a comp over there. So I think 35 is, yeah, about there.
Did you see that he was over in North America training?
Yeah, he was at with like,
Brady Cleveland, Horkoff's kid.
yep, the second round pick, Dylan James.
Yeah.
Yep. Danford's a reach there, right?
Oh, yeah.
But who there? Easton Cowan was also seen as a reach.
Fair.
EP
Both
had
are those.
Danford at 30 though.
All right.
And he's an OHL.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do need D.
Doug Waite comp for MBN. I think it's impossible to compare across generations, but I love the fun of it. So hell yeah.
Doug Way was a great playmaker, though. I don't see that with MBN. MBN's more of a shooter.
Dan Benford is what I'm going to say in my head every time I see his name.
Bill Ranford.
Yeah, it's actually. Drager says trade winds are blowing. What does that mean?
If someone trades the 32nd goddamn pick, I'm going to lose my mind. You can call me and tell me who it is on the drive home. Philly, don't you dare.
Why, Philly? Eric Hills says not to toot your own horn, but how close to actual info do you guys get early and can't spill the beans? Painful amount. It's not even like, sometimes it's like, hey, this is off the record and you just can't say anything because you have to take that for what it is. And sometimes you get something that like you're 99% sure on, like in yourself, but like journalistically you can't get a double confirmation, for example, so you can't go on it. And so it sucks, but that's even worse would be going out there on like whatever you're sure, because inevitably things change.
Yeah.
Inevitably things change. And so you have to be careful with it.
It's Edmonton moving into the first round.
Oh, okay. Ken Holland with one last hurrah.
Yep.
I thought he wasn't here.
He's not. No. They told him to leave. They very much told him to leave.
He had a very much "you can't fire me, I'm quitting" quote the other day.
What's funny about Ken Holland is we got news that he was retiring last year, last season. And then it morphed. And as it always does with Ken Holland, it's never he wants to keep going.
I don't understand.
Just
what else could he possibly want to do?
Go play Oakland Hills every day, man.
I know. I don't get it.
You've heard how he is with golf, right?
No.
He likes pace, and he's like, no disrespect, but if you're over like X handicap,
oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I didn't know about. Yeah, I did.
Because
Actually, I did know this.
He's like, he doesn't want you messing around in like the woods. Like I would never go play with him.
Ew, well, he wouldn't even invite you.
I'd
What's
have
your
to-
handicap? You'd be like, get the fuck out of my face.
He's like, is that a 21?
He's like, they go that high?
He's like, why is your 12 reversed?
Yeah, I have heard that. That's crazy. I respect that though.
Same, man.
He's like, only got so much time, not interested.
Brad says, how long did you guys know about Kane until you could say something about it?
Was it the day before?
No, I was working on that for a few days, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
It
actually.
was over a weekend, too.
Yeah, perfect. Kane's a perfect example. So I was working on that on Kane for a good while, and I didn't go on what I had almost confirmed was the contract, because the first contract that I thought that was like that, the information that I had, like I had Kane, I had the nature of how it came about, I had when it would be announced. The contract solid I had was 3 years. And I just couldn't get the final confirmation. And I was like, well, I can't go with this. And it ended up being a year deal. And it shocked me. I was talking to a couple other people who they break news and they shocked them too. And it was like, yeah, that's why you have to be responsible with it. But the Kane one did come about fast, but it was over the course of like, I want to say a week.
The big piss off one was still that one time my phone rang at midnight on a fateful Thursday in April 2019.
Oh, that was funny.
Oh my God. You literally woke me up, dude. We have to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? I got some information. I don't know if we can run it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sitting on the Yzerman news.
Oh my God. And then both of us just scrolling to see if it was anywhere. Because like that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Nobody had posted. We're like, all right, we'll sleep on it. We'll wake up in the morning and see what we think of it. And by the time we woke up, I forget, someone had broke it.
Was it Button?
No, was it Gordon Miller?
Gordon Miller. And we were still starting out, so we didn't have the connections. We probably could get the confirmation pretty quick if it happened today.
Yeah.
That one hurt, though.
That would have been the one that put us on the map.
Yeah, But we made the right call, I think, because imagine we were wrong about that.
Oh, yeah, we tank our reputation before we even get started.
That one sucked. But hey, exciting. The next day was exciting. Oh my God, get the trade over with. I bought my driver on April 19th, 2019. It was like Christmas morning. What a day. What kind of driver? Was it the Sim? Was that the Sim year? Or is that the M2?
Wait. The Oilers just traded for the 32nd pick and gave up a first-round pick?
Yeah, it's their 2025 or 2026 first.
That's a hell of a bet to make.
Yeah.
Who the fuck do they believe in that much that they're going up for it here and inconveniencing the ever-living hell out of all of us?
Yeah, it's a great point. Social media G says, well, I guess Leon's coming back.
They really like to drag out the Stanley Cup final. They really want to drag out this first round of the draft.
Yeah. Eric Hill, how often do the connections lead to starting a podcast instead of us getting the connections after gaining respect? That was the latter for us. Our connections all came from doing the show. We had very few to start. Do they finally retire his number this year? I don't know. They still haven't done Fedorov, right? So
Yeah, they're waiting for Stamkos.
Flying Bro says Brad needs a beer. This is what's unfortunate about Mel not being here today is we couldn't do a beer delivery up here. How's yours?
Oh, it's been empty since like the 18th pick.
All right. Wow. Social media G, you called that perfectly. And that concludes the first round. Do you want to spoil, Brad?
Sure.
Sam O'Reilly. O'Reilly.
Sure.
Auto parts. Okay. That's the first round. We're going to shut this off. Let's do a quick recap before we wrap up here. And then we will wrap up for the night. The Red Wings, 15th over. Actually, let's recap how the entire first round went. Because I
guess that was a ride.
So, Macklin Celebrini to the San Jose Sharks, first overall.
Sure.
Expected. Artem Levshunov to Chicago, second overall.
Sure.
Beckett Sennecke to Anaheim, third. You've
Hell
been
yeah, let's
hearing
party.
that. You've been hearing that was a possibility, but that's still a big move. Caden Lindstrom to Columbus, fourth.
Expected.
Makes sense. But
Yep.
now every pick that's not Demidov is not Demidov, right?
Yeah.
Ivan Demidov to Montreal at fifth. That's what they've been dreaming about for a year now. Tij Iginla to Utah at sixth was wild.
Hell yeah.
Carter Yakimchuk to Ottawa at seventh. Berkly Catton to Seattle at eighth. Who didn't go D. They went with the high-end offensive upside. Zane Parik, high-end offensive upside to Calgary at 9. Anton Salayev to New Jersey at 10. Sam Dickinson to San Jose at 11. Zeev Buyem to Minnesota at 12. Jet Luchenko to Philly at 13. Consta Helenius to Buffalo at 14. Michael Brandsegg-Nygard to Detroit at 15. Let's recap that pick again. We'll be repeating ourselves, but just for the sake of it, who is he as a prospect? What did you feel about the pick? Other players on the board? Where does he fit into the system? Upside? All of it.
Well, let's get how we feel about the pick out of the way first. Boring. Come on. The most predictable pick in the draft beyond Celebrini. Like, the Yzerman's type lives. But doesn't mean he's not a good player. He's really, really good. 200-foot player. You know, ultra high compete. We'll call it plus skating. Wicked shot. Has to work on, length of his release, but that's something that can easily be worked on. Okay playmaker. I don't love it. I don't think that's going to be a huge calling card of his in the NHL. Good enough to at least keep the other team honest. But yeah, he's a north-south player who can play in the cycle because, again, he's big, strong, works real hard. He's just got to play with someone who's going to be able to get him the puck in space so he can utilize that shot. Because I do worry at the NHL level that he won't be able to get enough space on his own to really fully utilize that shot. But if paired properly, could be an absolute weapon on the wing.
What I like about him, of course, is the shot. It's like a top shot in this draft?
5.
At worst?
10.
No, I think 5 is worst.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and like all the things you mentioned, the Yzerman type, that's not meant to be a call it boring. It's still a great thing. 200-foot game. He has the size already, which is great for his frame. He is a dogged player. He's hard on the puck. He not the world's best skater, but like he uses his skating well. But that doesn't come at the expense of a high-end offensive attribute. Is it a Cole Eiserman shot? No. Is it still a high-end shot in this draft? Yes. And that to me is what's promising because I think he has the toolkit to potentially do a lot of things. He has I think he has a high floor, but that doesn't also mean he doesn't have a high ceiling. Like I think he could be a high-end player if he combines some pretty unique tools in combination. But if his most likely outcome is a middle six winger who can be a threat on the power play and is super reliable for you at all ends of the ice, that's a great outcome for 15th overall. Was he absolutely number one on my board? No, but he was tied for second, I think is where I had him. Did he have the highest offensive upside of the players that were there? I don't think so. Was he the most complete player there? I think yes. And so we've talked, since we started talking about him, legitimately the only negative, other than unless you want to swing for the fences on high-end offensive upside, is the pick's just predictable. But that's it. I like the player a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't have dynamic or high-tier skill or creative skill, but he does everything extremely well. God, I could just...
Which Red Wings prospect are you talking about?
I know. Ultimately, that's how I feel, but I'm trying to... There are a lot of interesting traits about MBN as well. Like you guys mentioned, his shot. I think he has a physical edge as well that he uses all the time. So, yeah, like you said, was he the highest upside at 15? No, definitely not. But was he the most well-rounded player at that pick? I would say probably yes.
Yeah. I do wonder how the conversations went with players like Connolly or Hage for them to go where they did. But yeah, with MBN we talked about at the moment of it being drafted too. Hakan Andersson and now the scouting and development team, including, Nick Cronwall and Nicholas Lidstrom and everyone else over there. Hakan Andersson has a great track record for a reason. So yeah, the Red Wings lean on him, but it's generally gone well. And if you think about, okay, you want to put these guys in like the Yzerman type bucket, what other players are in there? Danielson doesn't have the shot that MBN has, but has some other things that I think make him a better prospect overall. Casper, I think MBN, like if you hold him up to Casper, this isn't a slight on Casper, but I think MBN has more upside.
I agree.
And he was drafted later, and that's just the nature of this draft. It's for 15th overall. I think there were concerns that it was going to be a lot worse of a pick in terms of the need. The Red Wings needed more forward talent. Remains to be seen whether he is the most talented player to add in, but I do maintain that I think he's the most projectable as like an everyday NHLer.
Yeah.
Rounds 2 through 7. Any names jumping out at you for round 2 / what are you looking for from Steve Yzerman for the rest of the picks?
More upside. Chernyshov, Stiga, Mustard, Kivaharyu. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple, but those are the ones that come. Basha. Those are the ones that come to mind immediately.
Basha, to me, I don't necessarily think it's likely he makes it to 47, but I think he can. There's a lot of names in there. I don't find that there's a Brock Faber of yesteryear that's falling right now.
Faber didn't fall. He wasn't projected too far off where he went.
Who was the Flyers pick? The goal scorer.
Brink?
Yes.
Bobby Brink?
Yeah, I remember when he fell, everyone was like, "Oh, you could potentially get him." Not a lot of those names standing out to me. Again, not a very draft pick heavy year for Detroit. They have just one pick in each round, except for the 7th where they have 2. Any general MO of what you're looking for?
Upside. I can't beat that to death enough. Upside. We don't need more depth defensemen and depth forwards.
If someone there has one leg and has one eye but can shoot the puck like nobody we've seen in a generation, please take that guy. We will take the Pirates.
Like, they have, 7 picks tomorrow? If you swing for the highest upside guy on all of them and only one makes the NHL, it's a massive
success.
win.
Yeah.
Basher or Stiga? People are mentioning Stiga in the chat. Stiga would be good.
Yeah, I really like Stiga.
Yeah. Okay. Our 2024 NHL entry draft live stream is wrapping up. Thank you to all of you who are tuning in. There are still 780 of you in here. Just one more time, if you can, subscribe to the channel. We're releasing a draft 2024 NHL entry draft Red Wings review in full tomorrow night. Give this video a thumbs up. And wherever you get your podcast, subscribe to the show as well. If you want to go above and beyond to support the show, we're able to do things like this because of our patrons. So patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast. If you want to support the show, you get access to our Patreon exclusive Discord to keep this conversation going. You also get access to our bonus overtime episodes, which record right after every main episode. You're also automatically entered into all of our giveaways. We give away 2 tickets to every Red Wings home game, for example, the vast majority going to our patrons. Thank you all so much. This means the world. And to all of you who have donated, so generous. Thank you. Apologies for the issues within the stream. I blame Brad. Take care. See you tomorrow, folks.